ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ESL Pro League. It's match day 10 and we are knee-deep in a long week of CS matches. I'm here with Yanko and with Henry G. Last night, a long one there, guys. We had 3 overtimes. We got through, and tonight's build is even looking more interesting than that. Yeah, we survived somehow. Had, an upset, so to speak, right? Hellraisers beating Fnatic. I don't think anyone expected that, but, you know, they really showed up and then took the game to Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely. There's actually 2 overtimes to kick things off, and I didn't think they would stand a chance considering losing their best player recently in the form of Oscar. Fnatic, up and coming. You think of the Dennis and Olof there as well. They probably have a clean sweep of that one, but 1-1, pretty interesting result in the end.
Yeah, definitely would have expected. But while we're talking about that, we can actually give you a bit of a recap of last night's matches as well. For those of you that's a little bit further from your memory, we can bring it up on screen for you now and give you an idea. And this was that match we were talking about, gentlemen. Hellraisers actually putting out more of a fight than we expected. Sticko was definitely a big factor on Cash there as well. A lot of those very close situations, and then moved on to FaZe Australis. These 2 teams really like to grind each other down over time.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of brutal, very close 1v1 rounds.
It was one of the most exciting games of CS I've seen in quite a while, just in terms of an online game. Didn't really expect that kind of hype when we have those kind of matchups, but for me, what the most interesting thing was Australis. They're in a bit of a slump right now, had some poor results. They're at a boot camp, and you can see they're trying to change the recipe once again. These guys are famous for changing the roles pretty much every tournament. They can't find the right formula to make this work. This time, it seems like they've gone back to their roots. So they're changing the AWP role every single map from what we saw last night. So Dust2, purely device. It was just CT&T, him rolling with it. Then we're going on to Mirage, and then Karrigan's back. That was like his home territory right before. And it seems like that's what they're going back to, trying to work out who's best on what and who's most comfortable. It allows Device to have that potential with the AK, which he wants to do as well. So he wants to have more of a hybrid setup. But Australis still looking pretty inconsistent. Some of their star players, especially the new signing Kiabi, he was having a pretty poor night. Apart from the second map towards the later stages, he's actually stepping up a bit more. But it seemed like they're still struggling to a degree. It wasn't a clean-cut result by any stretch of the imagination for them.
And the Danish scene, guys, actually a bit of a shake-up right now. We're seeing some interesting results from the otherwise expected top teams there, your Dignitas and your Australis, and then we're seeing teams like Heroic sort of coming up the ranks and actually causing some damage here as well. And the Danish teams generally fairly vocal on Twitter and stuff like that, talking about their own performances. Very much seems to be the party message is that we're just making some dumb decisions. We're struggling, focus, all these things. Australis are back in boot camp here as well, but I mean, we're seeing Dignitas tonight, and for those guys as well, they also fell to Heroic at Powerland here. So again, the Danish scene in turmoil, perhaps?
I mean, it's the scene known to, you know, bring out the most talent, right? We saw a lot of young and upcoming players from Denmark in the previous year or 2. So it's not a surprise that there are upsets there. You know, maybe you wouldn't expect exactly Heroic to beat both Dignitas and Australis at a local LAN. But, you know, Dignitas as well playing with a stand-in. Rubino is taking some time off. They played the Power LAN with AZ. Now they're coming into this match against VP with SMF as the stand-in.
Yeah, so I mean, plenty to talk about on that note. We'll get there in a sec as well. What we will do, though, for you guys is have a look at the standings so far as well. We're obviously halfway into week number 3 here. And again, we've had a fair few matches played. Everyone has at least played a match. For those of the likes of Flipside, it hasn't been great so far, but we see FaZe up the top here. Now, their online season, last season was very up and down. I wouldn't have exactly put them clear-cut front runners here. And then we see teams like Australis at the mid-table.
Yeah, FaZe has been amazing, considering they've got a new signing coming in as well. Like, it's that definite honeymoon period coming into it. I guess it's difficult to gauge them so much. It's hard to download what they're going to be doing with Alu coming in, the superstar AWPer. So that does have some sort of effect going forward. You're never really sure what to expect in these, especially after the break as well. That's why I said when we're seeing these results, it's very difficult to see where they are as a team compared to when they're playing teams that are very rusty. You know, it's very hard to work out where they actually stand. But to be fair, it looks a lot better than the old FaZe, and it seems like they are getting to the top of the table. And they've played, what, 12 games so far. That's actually a pretty impressive result for them. Allo seems to be fitting in very nicely indeed.
A couple of storylines emerging here as well. Obviously, we already talked about it last night. Virtus Pro looking a lot better this season, already equaling their match win total of previously there as well. But then we've got teams like G2 who have played a lot of games already. I think 12 games. They're 5-7, and this is a G2, I guess, guys, in flux in terms of their wins and losses right now.
Yeah, they had a terrible start. I mean, even though they had a couple of close games, really in the beginning it was their horrible CT sides that cost them all of those games. I mean, winning 11 rounds against Navi on T side, then not being to close it out in the second half, it's really something that they will regret for sure. But, you know, looking at the table, I think in the past seasons when there were fewer teams, it was mostly around 6 losses was where, you know, the line was drawn. Everyone who had more than that wouldn't be able to qualify. So here I would say that anyone who has probably more than 8 losses is not going to be able to qualify. So there's still some leeway for teams in terms of losses, right? But as you mentioned, G2 already with 7, they really can't slip up almost for the rest of the league if they want to have a chance to make those LAN playoffs.
And we've got teams like Heroic as well, who are 3-7. So despite them living up to their name, of course, at the local LAN on the weekend and beating some of those top names, the online stuff hasn't been great.
The thing is that they seem to be performing pretty poorly in Pro League, but then they go into another online league and other qualifiers and stuff, and they're beating the same teams on the same night and much better results on the same maps. It is really difficult to gauge where they are right now. It's like this is just online CSU as a nutshell, I guess. Like you can have one game and one result, then you move over to a different server, and I'm not really sure what the difference is there an hour later. But for some reason, they seem to find a lot more form. It seems Pro League's been a little bit of a problem for them to actually get going. As a team, I think they've actually been pretty impressive overall, considering the package and how long they've been together. The results like that, Powerland, for example, and the other leagues they have been pretty good. So definitely a team to watch out for. But hopefully, he can get rolling in this league. Wasn't it
Heroic or Team X at the time that played FaZe in that first play day, and I think lost both of those games and then moved on and crashed them later on in the Starladder qualifiers?
Yeah, that's what Henry was referencing. They lost Mirage, and then they beat them on Mirage in Starladder 16-4 and beat them 16-0 on Cobble as well.
Which didn't make any sense. Like, it was insane.
No sense.
Yeah.
Well, let's have a little bit of a look at what is coming up for you guys tonight. We've got 4 maps here, and if you've been scouring HLTV, you wouldn't have seen them because we made a couple last-minute changes. We would otherwise have had 3 Dust 2 games in a row, but instead we're going this route. It's going to be Dignitas taking on Virtus Pro to kick things off there on Dust 2 and Mirage, and then we're going to be moving on to a cracker of a match. A team, well, 2 teams, I guess, with a bit of history and definitely a bit of rivalry. Mousesports being the team that handed G2 their biggest loss ever on Dust 2. That'll be the second map of the night, but prior to that, we will be seeing Cash. I think you guys would probably have to echo the sentiments and saying we've got 2 very decent matches here. Yeah, I'd say so, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see how Virtus Pro, like we said, still up and down, not the VP we know, obviously sorted themselves out of the slump in terms of the LAN results. They had some amazing results in terms of winning E-League and stuff like that, and then Starladder as well earlier in the year, but then still they come into Pro League, had a couple of ropey results. We're starting to find some form now. Dignitas, as Janko mentioned, they're playing with SMF. They've actually played some online results as well. I think they actually played Mousesports earlier in the week, and they actually beat them on Dust 2 in overtime. I think it was double overtime, in fact.
It was double or even triple, something like that.
That's a pretty big feat for them. With a stand-in, beating a team like Mousesports, who are very good on Dust 2, that's actually pretty impressive for them. So I think this is going to be a hell of a game. What's interesting is VP, famously, are pretty poor on Dust 2 as a package. They're not actually very good at it. They don't like to play it, really. But I guess now the Inferno has been removed, and they've kind of tested Nuke as well. They're not amazing on Nuke either. I think something has to start working out for them. They need to start increasing the map pool, and these online games are obviously a good way to start working out things and formulating new strategies and stuff like that. So I guess this is a chance. A team like Dignitas, who they should be beating, in my opinion, maybe this is why they want to try out maps like Dust 2. I'm
still surprised, though. They had 2 vetoes. If you say that one is Nuke, then if it's not Dust 2, what is it? I would suspect Cash, probably out of the maps that are left. So I still don't know why they would rather play Dust 2 than Cash against Dignitas, but maybe they know something I don't. It
was a disappointing Cash performance, actually, via Virtus Pro against Penta. I think on the T side for Virtus Pro, they had in 6 after-plant situations where they planted the bomb, they lost 5 of them. They lost 5 out of 6 of these after-plants.
Yeah, but that doesn't say that they are, bad at playing the map. That just tells you that they made some mistakes in those situations, probably more likely than not if they lost 5 out of 6 to make it so, right? It mostly comes down to individual decision-making and good communication in those situations. You did the hard part, you got into the bombs and you planted the bomb, so now it's up to you to play off of each other.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. That's like 75% of the battle is having the approach in the map, the default, and working out to get to a bomb site. The fact that it's an equal situation when it's like 2-on-2s or 3-on-2s, even man advantages, that's as I said, it's not necessarily the map at all. It's just them not really synergizing together and actually making some huge mistakes. To be fair to Penta, though, they were very good on the retakes on that map. They got crushed on the one before.
Yes.
They had a horrible result, and then they bounced back and somehow picked that map up. And that was actually a really nice play for them as a whole. Like a team hitting way above their weight in terms of what they should be performing at. Like that's a team we expect to be tier 2, maybe some would say tier 3.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're coming in and beating teams like Virtus Pro, which they've already done before, obviously wasn't a flash in the pan. They actually do have some sort of potential there to be a good team going forward.
Yeah, and this off the back, of course, of Stefan coming into the lineup as well as that stand-in for however, who knows how long. But let's have a look at the head-to-head here as well. Let's focus a little bit more on this first game of the night. We already gave a bit of an example to it, of course. Dignitas in Virtus Pro. It's not going to be Rubino tonight, as you already pointed out. Yanko will be SMF. I've got quotes from Dignitas here after their last games. Things like, we got to wake up and start to use our brains. Config saying we're making stupid decisions, costing us the game. And Magic is saying we're not winning pistol rounds, we're making silly mistakes. It seems to be like a real theme for these guys right now as well. I mean, what is your advice to a team like that? I mean, how are you addressing that? Is it silly mistakes? It always seems to be the same thing.
I don't know, a lot of teams, famously in CSGO, always put it down to like lack of experience or stuff like that. The thing is, these guys have all been playing CS for a very long time.
Sure.
If you're making fundamental mistakes in terms of the clutch situations or the way you're approaching the defaults and stuff like that, that's just stuff you need to work on and just kind of talk about as a team after each game. You need to sit back, watch the demos and work out exactly what went wrong. You just need to address it. It should get better. If you know the problems are there, they're quite easy to rectify in that manner. But in terms of like having a standing player coming in and trying to find that fifth, the thing is, when people hear like one player's coming into the team, right, they think, oh, it's just one player. That's quite an easy tier. That's actually, for pro level CS, the highest tier, that's actually a very difficult ordeal to actually get him in. You've got 7 maps. On each map, on the T side, you could have 10 different approaches to the map. And then the CT defenses, you've got aggressive stances, different defaults and stuff like that. It actually takes a lot of time and a lot of trial and error. It's not like you can go on a server and say, okay, these are all your roles, just remember all this and you'll do it. You have to actually have the dry runs, you actually have to have the PCWs to actually work out the timings and the intricate kind of nuances of those setups. So it's actually a really big deal bringing one player in. So those mistakes with one new player are bound to happen, but in terms of advice, it's just play more and actually work on them and address the issues. Not really much more you can do to it than that, to be honest.
Yeah, like, because you always wonder, is it a groupthink problem? Is it a problem with the entire team, or is it on an individual level more so? I mean, to be fair, you get excuses from players, you get reasoning from them often that comes down to it is silly mistakes, we've got to wake up, you know, this kind of stuff, which we're trying to cut through, I guess, and isolate maybe some of the issues that Dignitas have been having right now.
Cut through the BS, you want to say, Mitch?
Yeah, well, essentially,
I think more than anything else, it's a lack of focus for some players, and when they say silly mistakes, it's mostly individual. It's not like, you know, they're making a bad decision about which pistol round they're going to go for, right? Those things can always be a bit random as well. I feel like that, you know, those mistakes, they're referencing to players being overly aggressive and they have the advantage, then they throw that advantage away, put their team at a disadvantage, you know, peeking when you shouldn't. Those types of mistakes where players actually are unaware of the situation in the round. They don't understand that they already have an advantage, that maybe they should just play passively, play it safe, buy time for their teammates, right? They overextend, they die, they let their opponent get control of the bomb site, and that's when things go south. And, you know, Counter-Strike is a game where a few crucial rounds decides who will win or lose. So it's only enough you lose 2 rounds like that, let's say, in a game, and you lose the whole map because of it. So I think that's what they're referencing more than anything else. And
2 rounds even worse if they're pistols, which is another reason that they said they've been struggling. Also, you said focus. That's the first word you brought up there. I want to bring Rubino into the light a little bit here. I assume you guys have seen his tweet longer. I assume you've sort of tried to decipher what the messaging was from him there as well. He's talked about focus. He's talked about feeling weird, but I don't really know what your take is.
It's a pretty generic statement, isn't it? Because he doesn't specify what's actually the problem here. We can only really speculate. I don't really want to do that, and we'll try and work out what the problem is there. Like, I don't think anyone actually knows. But I guess if he's not feeling comfortable with the team and he actually doesn't want to be there, then there's no point forcing him into that lineup. Maybe he's not in the right place for it right now. And focus can be a difficult thing to have in CS. If you find yourself in some sort of rut and you're not feeling confident, and like the thing is just like CSGO's players today, it's not like when I played. Like, you've got so much exposure to your fans and their followers and stuff like that. Maybe you could have you had a bad performance, everyone starts messaging you hate and all that sort of thing. Maybe that could be an influence to you and actually make you feel like you don't want to be playing right now and you want to just have some downtime out of the public eye. That can certainly help. Like, we have that all the time in sports and stuff like that. If you want to take some time away from the actual activity and like kind of find yourself, I guess, and then work out what time you actually feel like you're going to be ready to come back. Whether this is one of those moves or something else is going on, maybe it's a lineup change they actually want to bring in and they're trialing other players out now, that's another discussion. I have no idea. But yeah, it definitely can happen, and maybe just some time away will make it help him revitalize himself and get himself back in the zone. That's what I really can say. I don't know.
Because he's quite an emotional player, Rubino, as well. Like, he will make his presence felt, you know, especially if you're in a LAN environment. He was a player that was often creating a lot of entry scenarios. He was a very aggressive entry fragger. I think always to big platform on Cobblestone. When there was, I think, a few games in a row, we saw Rubino very strong on that map, charging on in there, and obviously getting those first few kills. So who comes in to replace him there, or how do you replace the loss of a key entry fragger in a team when you're bringing this up?
I mean, more than anything else, it seemed that in those set executes, a couple of them, mostly on Cobble, that he was the first guy in. I mean, that's fairly easy to replace in a sense that whoever you bring in, you say, okay, this is when we call this execute, this is your position, you throw these smokes, flashes, etc., and you're the first guy who goes, you run out and you just run until you die, basically, try and
so
create space for the rest of the team. Yeah, I mean, it's more than anything else what Rubino did, his job is to create space, right, to allow the rest of the team to spread out across the back of the B bomb site and, you know, get favorable duels. So, you know, the CTs have to focus on him. If he gets the kills, then it's amazing. Then basically he won the round for his team already.
So it's almost more than you bargained for Rubino hits the site and gets 2 to 3 kills, I guess, in many cases. All right, guys, what's your take on this one? We're going to jump in just a sec here. Dust 2, we know the Virtus Pro don't like to play it. The last 2 matches, though, to be fair, was a tiebreaker win against Gambit and a 16-8 against NIP at E-League here. But you feel like they're just not going to be up to snuff here?
It's like you know.
Online CS.
Yeah, no.
Let's go VP.
Let's try. I'll try and humour him. Let's try and work it out. So Dignitas, from what I said, I didn't get to watch the game against Mousesports, but I think that's a really promising result, getting them to double overtime and trying to knock them down. Seems like they know how to play the map. It's a map that does lend itself to bringing a newer player in. It's not such a deep map in terms of the tactical depth you need. So, I don't know, based on that result alone and knowing it's VP online and it is Dust 2, I'm going to say Dignitas definitely have the potential to kind of maybe nip in there and take the first map, but we'll see what happens. But yes, I would say Dignitas, maybe like a 16, 13 or something.
I think Henry is absolutely right, and that's why I'm going with VP.
I'm glad you
because that's how CS predictions work.
Yeah. Well, thanks for humouring anyway, gents. I know it's sometimes hard to dig deep and actually get the nuggets of truth out there, but we got them one way or another. Now it's time to kick this game off, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Virtus Pro versus Dignitas, and your casters will be Penzi and Natu.
Thank you so much. And yeah, it is hard to kind of judge these 2 lineups coming into this one. Both known for, I guess, inconsistencies is one way of putting it. Virtus Pro, kind of the premium team of that variety. But we have Dust 2 here, which actually could be quite an interesting battle to go down. Dust 2 has been actually pretty decent for Virtus Pro recently. Not played it a great deal, but have good results.
Yeah, at the same time, Dignitas, I remember back at the minor before the last major in Cologne, they said how they've added Dust 2 into their pool. They used to always steer away from it. And the results were a little bit up and down. So definitely 2 teams that are not super comfortable in Dust 2, but then again, you never know. Virtus Pro online, that's one thing.
Right.
Now Dignitas, obviously, with the a bit of an uncomfortable situation. Since Rubino's not playing, they have to have these stand-ins playing for them. So
very true.
A very hard one to predict.
We can also kind of bring in the factor as well of what Cajun B has brought to this team now. He's actually on Dust 2, because this was infamously a map he individually was very strong on. Even, you know, playing with Astralis and such, he always had a very big performance. And recently Dignitas played Dust 2 and he shone a mile ahead. You know, the difference one player can make is quite drastic. And do you think that's the map lending a little to it? Dust 2 can allow a little bit more individual performance, do you think? Or just the power of Cajun B coming in, bringing that experience?
Yeah, I think Cajun is just very comfortable in Dust 2. There's a lot of positions that he's really found his mojo in. Specifically, I mean, car position, CT side, something we've seen him do for years now. So yeah, I mean, it's I guess a bit of both, but it's a lot about the fact that he's just used to a lot of the positions and can play them very effectively.
And now, obviously, SMF coming into the roster here, taking the place of Rubino for now. Indefinite, who knows how long this is going to be for. Again, quite vague on what's going on there. But, you know, this guy's been around for a while. Another young Danish player who's shown great deals of potential. You know, back in, it was like Western Wolves, Copenhagen Wolves, you know, all these kind of teams. He's played with MSL for quite some time as well. So this player's certainly been around the block. But is this going to be one of those players, again, who kind of comes into the limelight a little bit here, you know, stepping in for a team, and then people go, oh, wow, he's actually quite good. Could this be another pickup coming through, do you think?
It's possible. I mean, he's always been that, you know, that kind of a middleman in a team. You know, he's not going to be the superstar, but then again, he can always put some numbers on the board. Guy has a really mean deagle all the way back in stores. Had a really good deagle, and that works in CSGO as well.
Yeah, that's very true.
So I don't think he's going to be a rainmaker for this team, but he's definitely going to be someone that can fill those gaps, because Rubino was never a guy that he would consistently bring you the 15 to 20 kills a map, and he was very good at clutching. So that's the one key element I think, you know, where Rubino always brought in his A game.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see how this, I don't want to say new roster, but, you know, the kind of new addition fits into this one. How he kind of, you know, what sort of position does he play? How does he kind of assimilate himself in the role? How does MSL utilize him? Because, again, you know, MSL is one of those kind of, I guess, more active in-game leaders, I guess you could call it. He's, notorious for those kind of very well laid out strategies. Does that play well against Virtus Pro? Because Virtus Pro seem to, you know, do very well against certain teams and not so well against others. Is this a situation where you could see Virtus Pro doing quite nicely in it?
I think generally speaking for Dignitas is interesting because they publicly were saying how Verga, their coach, was going to take a really active role in game leading and all that stuff. And then Valve just decides to shut that down. Like, nah, no, boys, it ain't happening.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they've always had this good structure. They've always been good at innovating, Dignitas. One thing that comes to mind is Mirage. They had this strat where they would smoke
and
then come in before they actually land, kind of stuff. So they've always had this little knack for doing innovative stuff. But, you know, sometimes they are, I feel like they're not good at adapting. That would be an issue. Okay, so maybe kind of get set in their ways a little, just kind of keep running those, not defaults, but their set pieces, and then don't really switch up a little here or there. So defaults as well. I mean, just relentlessly going for the same play all the time, and, you know, believing that, you know, if we get this one kill, we're going to make it happen kind of a play, and it doesn't work out. All right, so just so you know, guys, we are going to go live in a second. We're just waiting on the new IP to come through, so once that's there, we'll be in the server, don't worry. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. You know, Go TV. It's just one of those things. But no, it's going to be a fun game. And for Virtus Pro, you never know what you're going to get. The irony being is you could literally have a completely different, let's say, analysis desk segment, knowing which VP you're going to have. Like, if you knew you were going to get the online VP, you could approach it a certain way. If you knew you were going to get the offline VP, you'd be like, completely different picture. It's very hard to judge this team. Yeah, it's well, I can understand it to an extent where you know, those guys have been around for so long. So one thing I would just suggest for them is just find a house you can play at, you know, on the official games. So that you can find that somewhere. Just create an environment where everyone can focus 110%. It feels to me that sometimes they're just lacking that few percentage where, you know, can really make the difference in all those mid-round situations that they usually excel in at LAN tournaments, especially in the major tournaments. They are just super good in all those after-plan situations, retakes, holding bomb sites when they planted a bomb, and their decision making is so crisp. They play off of each other so well, and then you look at them play online, and you're like, what's going on here? Yeah, it feels like night and day with them. Obviously, E-League being the prime example. Yeah. You look to them kind of come into it, you're like, you know, they barely, the relegation situation with the Pro League is the prime example. You know, Penta obviously doing very well out of that, and Virtus Pro kind of left reeling, but then it went maybe a month, maybe 2 months later into E-League, and there's your team closing it down completely. It is very much night and day, but as you said, you know, Virtus Pro are a team who want to keep the same 5 players. They've said it very publicly. They want to keep this lineup, and they, you know, they have other things going on. It's not exactly unheard of that people don't focus as much in these online matches. It's hard to, you know, constantly turn up and go, all right, guys, it's the LAN final. You know, it's not. Can you imagine Pasha, you know, has a baby crying in the background, a wife nagging. It ain't going to be easy. One more year now, too. I was about to say, it's not happening. No, but still, you know, Virtus Pro, it's always fun to see how they come into this one. Again, there's ESL New York's on the horizon. A couple of events are starting to crop up now. You know, you're starting to see the offline events starting to come back into regular rotation rather than just the online leagues. Yep. So you might start seeing Virtus Pro starting to, you know, work things out, starting to ramp it up a little bit and just get that focus back in. And at the end of the day, this is going to be a fun game, all in all, at least in my eyes, because in theory, if this was at LAN, you'd put this one in the pocket of Virtus Pro almost every time. Yeah,
you know, you'd have to do it.
But it's Dust 2 and it's online.
Correct. So everything kind of goes, well, it's up in the air now. You know, it is quite fun to watch. And SMF is going to be a nice little swing factor for me, see how he's kind of melding into the lineup. And that takes the attention off of Cajun B, who had all of the kind of eyes on him. How's he faring in this? Is he doing okay? Obviously, Dust 2, another big factor for him to come and play through. And also Magic Spoy, I think, you know, he's a cool addition to this lineup. I think very great pickup for them. Very passionate kind of a guy, watching him when he was playing back in, well, then SK, now Heroic. He was always like so pumped and like so into it, and seemed like it might have even been a bit of a problem for him sometimes because he would get a little bit too into it, and then if things went south, he would kind of get edgy. See, that's the thing. I think a lot of people don't realize that there is that kind of double-sided, I guess, sword in a way. You know, it's the double edge of it. The fact that being a super passionate player means that, sure, you get pumped up when it's going really well. You're the guy who can make those game-changing plays, but then when it goes badly, you have to keep your cool. You've got to keep your head. It is quite difficult to do that. But he's in a relatively experienced lineup. People like KGB certainly being there, Rugger as well. All of these players can keep him focused, hopefully. That's something you have to do with these young players, I guess. Keep them locked down. But enough of us. Again, apologies that you have to stare at us for so long. We'll be getting the game started very, very soon.
But we were pretty. It's all good.
1 out of 2, Natu. You're a beautiful man. Beautiful man. That's all it is. But yeah, we'll be getting this one started anytime now. It's had to change the server, and we'll be kicking things off. But yeah, what's your prediction on this? I'm going to push you to it, because, Mitch made those two on the desk have to predict. I might as well throw you under the bus.
It's very hard. It's close to impossible for me, to be honest. There's Dust 2, it's online. There's a standing for Dignitas, so I'm going to say Dignitas.
So the odds are against them. Dignitas. They'll be fine. No. It'll be. As said, there's so many kind of swing factors. There's so many small pieces that can change the whole thing.
The cool thing about Virtus Pro to me is that without changing a lineup, we've seen so many different formations of this lineup with the same 5 guys in the past 5 years. It is actually phenomenal.
Yeah, different AWPers, different in-game leaders, different styles, different approaches, different map strengths. They've gone through the whole kind of thing here.
I mean, well, when you play together for as long as they have,
I guess you have to, right?
You kind of have to. Well, we are live here now. And VP is going to be starting off on T side. And let's look at what they've bought here. Neo has smoke dual flashes, and Pasha also a Molotov on a smoke. That gives them some options here. It could be an A strap, could be a B split. Could be just straight off B as well, since they have 4 sent now into tunnels.
Well, if they go for it, they could
hold off with those grenades quite well.
Yeah, this could be interesting. SMF isn't far off. He's playing ramp, and it does look like it's going to be that all in B play. The smoke is there. Not much of a connection for MSL just yet, and now he's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Flash comes in. Good work from SMF. Nice play so far from him. And Mousesports not hitting the side just yet. Playing up just the edge of those tunnels. It has allowed them entrance now. Bialy's got the bomb. He's going to be planting it. But the first trade comes in towards those tunnels from Config. Now, back down to the 3v2. Virtus Pro dwindling in numbers here. They don't have any of that real utility. They have 1 flash on Neo.
They kind of need to make a play, and that's exactly what's happening to Bialy. Checking middle, but he doesn't see anyone. He's going to throw that decoy toward the tunnel where 2 sieges are coming in. Now, Neo's going to be the one on hot seat. Decides to go back to the car, though. Gets a kill. SMF also goes down to this old out of Magic Spoy now. In a little trouble, and a nice trade there for VP to pick that one up. Felt to me a little bit, though, that VP took a little bit too much time coming out of the tunnel.
Kind of just got stuck there, didn't they? On the box, just kind of...
Didn't seem like they should have had much of a chance, actually, but eventually they just got the kills needed, got the side under control, and managed to fend off the retake from Dignitas.
And statistically, Dignitas have actually very strong pistol rounds in this map, which does obviously really do support you going towards those later rounds. You do get a nice buffer to build as well. However, the buyback coming out from Dignitas, decent enough, good armor coming through. SMF going to opt to just stick down towards just the 5-7, no armor, multi-blind.
Another classic anti-eco flash against the force buy, taking over long. But occasion with that scout, making a ton of damage already. Neo and Bialy down 30 HP. Trying to get another shot in, and maybe taking their sweet time, throwing some nades, and there goes Bialy.
Yeah, and another Danish team certainly felt the brunt of what can be done with CZs on Dust 2 just yesterday. Well, this could be fun. I'm just going to take a bit of a gamble, bit of a throw in on that one, see what he can achieve. And it's Config with the deagle, and that's 3 back-to-back. How has he found those? No one pressuring them all together, just one by one playing off the back of it, and MSL is there. And you highlighted SMF as one of the guys with the deagle that can work. Config is another name who has so much potential on that gun to just do damage, and already set up so well off the back of KGB, doing so much work early on.
Don't really agree with the fact that Virtus was just kind of facing the scout on A. You kind of just wait behind the edge, throw the smokes, flashes, the Molotov the site, and just get on there. Instead, they just took damage, basically, before committing to the bomb site and got dismantled by Dignitas, so they will come in with the force buy and win it.
Well, that's kept this one at least interesting for now. Again, coming back into the Dignitas, not with a perfect buy at all, far from it, but Config spots out the plan early on, gets absolutely overrun. Snacks, barrels in there, doesn't get the gun out of it just yet. Now KGB's eyes are certainly trained towards middle, a little bit careful, a little bit cautious, but Pasha's got a bit of a chance on this one now, but can't quite spot him out. Neo's found MSL. This is back and forward. These are these rounds that you just can't really write at this sort of point, but KGB there keeps what?
Get wrecked, SMF.
SMF. You've got to feel for it. I guess peeking into the tunnels is always dangerous, but you don't expect the scout to be the one to greet you on the other side. And a little bit of... Wow, yeah, that was a little bit special. Okay, 3v2. KGB and Mousesports on the retake. They've got 3 flashes. They can certainly do it. They have the M4s, but do they want to? That's the next big thing. No kit to be seen. cajunb's now very low. Magic's brought it down to 2v2, but Snax just gonna be peeking out, trying to find if he can get a bit more damage done. Keep him wondering, keep him guessing. And it's only Magic's going for this. cajunb's already saving. He's gone. So now Magic's...
Is he even there anymore? Just
I don't know.
Just evade now. Off you go. Off you go. Taz is there, but he goes down though. And now only Snack's alive, but this round is all over by now. Magic's boy wants to get that kill, but instead it's going to get destroyed by Snax as AK-47. Bomb goes off, and Snax is going to actually die off of it. And now Cajun be the only one to survive that. So back-to-back force buy wins from both sides. CSGO for you.
Magic was doing that, to be fair. You know, Virtus.pro can still get a decent enough buy anyway.
Yeah, I don't think it was worth it. Should have just fallen back, but...
Yeah, and digging a buy back into this. They've been getting fairly close rounds, I guess, but how much can you get away with? You know, when do you call it enough?
Exactly, that's the point, right? Well, they feel like they have an opportunity here to take one right back. But if they do lose this one, then obviously it's time to save. But they have that 1 in 4. They have a FAMAS and then just upgraded pistols. And by the looks of it, quite a standard hold. No stacks anywhere, really. 2 in B, 1 CT spawn, and 1 A ramp, 1 long. Pretty much the most default kind of a safety setup you can have.
Yeah, and cajunb's the one with the rifle, the main rifle. I'd say Magic, of course, does have one as well, but cajunb's the playmaker here. He's the one who can make the big difference happen for Dignitas. Now, playing on towards A side, nothing uncommon for him. Fairly run-of-the-mill, whether it be with an AWP more than likely later into this one if he gets his hands on it, but a little bit of utility as well, just going to keep Virtus.pro at bay. They do have that mid control. They've got themselves towards Cat. Config's playing a little bit more passive towards CT. Again, though,
yeah, they're already mid gun, and Virtus.pro doesn't really know anything else but that the catwalk is clear. That's all they know right now, and that's exactly where they're going to be banking on. Just a push from Cat, smoking off that ledge, making sure it's as uncomfortable as possible for the CT, but instead, it's going to be a fake. They're going for a B split.
And it's pretty darn fast as well. Config's completely left with his pants down towards CT. He can't do anything about it. It's down to SMF and MSL. Now, they're not in much of a position to make anything happen. Overwhelmed, overrun. And the bomb's going down. 5 alive now for Virtus.pro against the 2 remaining for Dignitas. And I can imagine this will probably be another save situation for them.
Yeah, well, that worked out pretty well in the end for Virtus.pro. So that was a fake for Catwalk. They threw the ledge smoke there to make, so the CTs don't see what's going on there. Molotov in the site, and then going for a B split. They get the entry kills, and they keep it super clean. That's very important for them to build a bit of a buffer here for their economy. Magic's boy and KGB just trying to save these rifles. And it's definitely going to be a save here for Dignitas in the following round, unless they're crazy.
They shouldn't do. There's no reason, especially when Virtus.pro just had the cleanest round as you like. They've got the bomb plant. They know they've got money now. There's no real reason to do it. Again, cajunb and Magic do get to keep their rifles. So they can still make a play out of this. You can still do some damage. You can still make something happen. Although, config on 1.92k. Yeah, Dignitas' money is absolutely trashed at this point. I think they'll probably just be clean as you like in this. Just USPS, nothing more. Leave everything else down to the likes of Magic and cajunb. If they can make something happen, it'll be from those two. And I want to see if maybe they go for a bit of a quirky play off the back of it. Maybe try and put those rifles into play early. cajunb's pulling up towards short, so this could be a bit of a difference. He's going to take an active angle, look for the fight here. Neo's going to be possibly the first one dropping, but he gives away the position. Has to back out of it. Didn't land the shot. And now the rest of Virtus.pro can start building throughout this map. They can take that mid-control, build into it again. They have all that utility to build around. No rush for them either.
Yeah, they were trying to make it seem like there was going to be a lot of pressure on long. Snacks through pretty much all these nades towards there, and the rest of Virtus.pro and just going towards middle. And they might have wanted to go just through mid doors to see what's going on in the middle. Instead, they're going to slow things down. Magic's boy, though, he's playing with the idea of pushing long and pays the price for it.
Yeah, you saw that there's a good few players already keeping tabs on that as a possibility. And once Virtus.pro get that mid-control, you can see that Neo's holding long, you've got Bialy holding the B tunnels, and just making sure they don't get pushed. If Dignitas wanted that CT information for, to allow maybe cajunb to make the play or Magic to catch them off guard, they are there to deny any part of that. So again, 1 smoke left onto Virtus.pro, not too much to play off, but beyond that, they still got those mollies to clear these corners. But this is a nice spot for cajunb if it doesn't get checked instantly. If they go A, there's a lot of ifs and buts and maybes on that. And if they choose to go elsewhere, there's just USPs and no armor.
Yeah. Well, it seems like they're going to be splitting this A through CT to spawn and Cat. Bialy gets 1 kill on the MSL. So SMF still in B. KGB now with the M4 gets 1. Can't make it 2 and almost 3. Pasha. Oh, actually, Doesn't take any damage. I thought he did, but it was Bialy. He was down to 27 HP. Now the bomb does go down, and Config's already up on Catwalk, but it doesn't seem very likely that Dignitas is going to get much out of this, except for some kills.
That car position. Config's playing on the edge of the smoke. He might be able to catch up Pasha. It depends. Timing's everything. They've not seen each other. Config doesn't have a kit though, so he shouldn't be able to do much. And it just who sees who first. Pasha gets in the end with the P90, upgrades himself if he wanted to. I don't think he does. If he could, ooh, he almost got that.
P90, come on, that's like the best weapon in the game.
That's very true. How dare I doubt it? How dare I? I remember speaking to Get Right. I think it was like the Dubai event. He was like, you know what, I'm going to make this a viable gun. I'm like, don't you dare. Don't you goddamn dare. It's not, it's not okay.
Finally, we see a full buy from Dignitas. KGB with that op. No kits for Dignitas and no armor on KGB. It's going to be a glass cannon.
Yeah, and MSL not off to a good start. Getting tagged up already, unfortunate, a bit of a shame, but for him, when you're playing B, you kind of have to accept these things can happen, but as you said, AWP's on both sides, so this becomes a little bit of a different beast here. Cajun B becomes a bigger factor with that in his hand, so you've got to keep that in mind. Virtus Pro will have to play around it, work around it, whether it be from sight, on car, infamously falls back to long. He has some real viable access with this. But Pasha still stick on the P90. He was able to drop that up towards Snack, so building the bank for Virtus Pro here.
Yeah, they're going to have to, Virtus Pro going to have to try to make it as uncomfortable as possible for Cajun, who is now actually being the aggressor right here. And he's going to miss that shot on Pasha with the P90, working things out. Playing against a player without an armor, P90 is a shredder.
Absolutely. Now, the lucky fact being, at least for now, is the fact that Config can pick up the AWP. He ran in for it, goes back, he finds Pasha, can't find any more. Snacks just rains dominance in already from Cat, and now you're going to see that 8-8 coming in. But Bialy watching the cross, catches one, spots out the other. And Marcel still breaks through, but he's still tagged up from that earlier beginning here. And that AWP shot that came rattling through those doors. Now it's a 3v2. The bomb's going to be planted. And already Snacks again finds another. And leaves it down to MSL. 2 kills this round. Probably not going to find much more. Taz there waits patiently on top. Should be able to recover the AWP if he can find it. There's several, and he picks up neither. Nice, Taz.
You're standing on top of one.
I want the dragon lore. No, you get neither now.
Well, like
5-1.
Cajun's peek towards Cat was really costly. He missing that shot and then going down by the P90 of Pasha. Basically, that opened the floodgates. Config got 1 kill, but then it was traded away by Snacks, I believe it was. And that was pretty much the A side open and the round over. So,
Config,
tiniest things make a difference.
Thank you, Cajun B, for finally stopping the P90. It'll probably come back out, but for now, I take some small satisfaction in that. So it is down to the 3 remaining players for Dig. Upgraded pistols as most they can have, and Config desperate to get that kill. He couldn't quite finish it off. One more shot would have done it. Not going to get the chance, though. And Virtus Pro keeping this one clean so far. Not really been tested as of yet. But Dignitas, their money's always felt a little shoddy. There's a glass cannon here, limited utility there. This is the first time we get to see on the full buy. So they actually might be able to put up a bit of a fight against it.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Virtus Pro hasn't really had to do any elaborate strategies. All they really had to do was get some picks and go for it. And that's going to lead them into a 6-1 scoreline. Now Snacks with the great spawn is going to pick long. He's going to get that kill on the Magic Boy as well. With 74 HP, he's contemplating with the idea of taking a second peek here, but Config already on his right side. Could be surprising Snacks. Well, he is, actually, and he's going to get that kill. Yeah, that was perfect.
Yeah, beautifully done between Cajun B and Config there, just using the time of the smoke to try and just play in towards it, play off the back of it, and he pulls it back. So now 4v4.
And now Virtus Pro does get the idea that there's going to be 2 CTs on that long area, so they decided to split B right away. But instead, it's going to be a fake 2 playing middle, 2 waiting on Cat for something to happen here.
Cajun's backed away, though. Keep your eyes on Cajun B. He was the one who kind of sensed that there was still something there. You saw the flash coming out, and now Virtus Pro are backing towards B, but the smoke's dissipated towards CT. They have another to put into place if they need to, and Cajun can adjust his aim if he wants to, but now it's down to SMF. It's him and MSL again on the receiving end here. Cajun B's completely smoked out. He can just about see the cross up towards the door, but that is it. Nothing else beyond that. Where's this push going to come from? 50 seconds left. They're on towards the ramp. SMF waiting for that window push to come out. MSL found Neo, so this is actually pretty good so far. SMF whiffs completely, leaves it in the hands of MSL, who actually delivers on this front. But now Pasha in the 1v2. He's got to know where Cajun B is, and he knows where MSL is. It doesn't matter. Cajun B finds him, and that's Dignitas getting their first one on the board. And well, it was MSL keeping it together, really.
Yeah, that was a weird one, though, because it seemed to me like they were Virtus Pro is trying to fake that B split and still have that bomb catwalk, and hoping that the two that were splitting B would get an entry, and that would cause a rotation from the CTs, and then they would just run out of catwalk, get a kill on the guy who was rotating, and then get the bomb down A. But instead, they decided to fall back from cat, go for that B split, and the two CTs in B managed to just delay them long enough.
These flashes coming in thick and fast here, but how did Taz not see Cage in there? I'm not too sure if he just maybe tried to focus on a Magic or Config maybe instead. The boost's not going to work out just yet. KGB now playing a little bit of a awkward predicament here. He's going to have to try and get up back onto the side. Hope that no one's pushed up on long. They're in a really awkward spot here now.
Yeah, definitely. It's never good when you're getting sandwiched like that under that A site. Snax gets the kill in the KGB as well. Now Neo should have a pretty good chance on getting a kill on a Magic Spot, but decides to go away as he gets dinked. 150 HP, and now the kills are coming from VP. Only MSL left now from Catwalk, and he's down also. And that's going to be a quick return by Virtus Pro.
Yeah, VP there showing a real punch to play on long. Even though they didn't have the cleanest of beginnings, it wasn't the most perfect of starts, they pulled themselves back into it. They made Dignitas super uncomfortable, and look what they've done to their economy as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's just shattered right now. That's the thing. At least you do win one, and then you lose the one after. It just destroys your economy altogether. And you see they're probably going to be on a 2-save strategy here. VP with the good spawns are going to take over long right away. Pasha with the opening kill. There's Cajun as well. He's retreated back to the car position. Blinded.
This is good from Virtus Pro as well. You want to keep these rounds as clean as you can. We saw so many in the previous games that we've casted in the last couple of days being, back and forth in these rounds, losing so many players, this sort of thing. No, this is nice from Virtus Pro, taking it how, you'd want it to be seen. Playing off long, playing off that nice spawn, getting those openings, and then just keeping it safe as well.
It's very tough on the side when you don't really get to dictate the pace. Because sometimes you do. I mean, you make the exactly right choice of either playing aggressive on cats or aggressive on long, and you get the first picks, and then you make it really uncomfortable to tease. But now it's the opposite, basically. Virtus Pro are the one that get to really dictate the pace.
So where's the CT aggression been? Have we actually seen it at all from Dignitas, or have they not had the chance yet?
No, yeah, mostly it's just been long. They've been playing really, really default. They need to be more aggressive on cat, I think. I feel like because mid control is VP exactly what they want to do. So just flash late in middle, take a peek from mid, peek from catwalk, and try to force a play on him.
And we haven't really seen Cajun B taking that up to mid. We haven't seen anyone actively holding it. You saw Config playing CT. They've been playing 2 in the B side, so they're pretty much giving up mid. So you'd hope that they'd have a plan to be able to get back into it or a way to play around it. So far, they've been completely pushed off it. So as I said, maybe a little bit more aggression here or there. Maybe trying to see something happen would be really, really good for Dignitas. But at the moment, you have nothing to work with.
Yeah, the most we've seen of aggression right now is Cajun B trying to push cat from on the ledge, and then just miss a shot, die. That's the most we've seen so far. So the better part of it, it's been 2 in B, 1 CT spawn, 2 playing A. And just waiting for Virtus Pro to come in, and they've done a better job. They've been able to trade effectively and make it uncomfortable for the CTs. And it's going to be uncomfortable for Magic's boy as well as he gets killed by Pasha. And it's going to be 9-2, and finally Dignitas with enough money to buy. Still though, if they wanted to get an op, he's not going to have an armor.
No,
so
M4s. To be seen. Yep, exactly. M4s all around. And I'm hoping we still see some form of aggression, whether it be that kind of, I don't know, pushing in towards tunnels from the B side. Something across the map. There is possibilities.
Boost up on cats.
Yep.
And then, especially if the T's like to smoke off Xbox, on top of the Xbox, it's really good to just flash from cat and mid and just take a peek in the middle, basically. Just trying to force a kill.
This is the first time we're seeing Dignitas actually being a little more active in holding mid. SMF has pulled himself down towards the ramp, but just gets absolutely outdone by Pasha. Just peeks into it. The shoulder peek works out perfectly. And now you've got MSL isolated all alone, has no support coming in for him. Config's desperate to try and help, but he can't do it. He's smoked out and pressured. Nothing to be found here. Tries to peek into it. There's Taz, there's Neo. And this is already looking terrible for Dignitas. Again, MSL looking to try and make the play. Try and find a way back into this round, and it's not going to happen. It's too late in the day. And Magic's pushes out long, but his position is already noted. That bomb's about to go down. And this looks like another one on the board for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, that was a classic fast-paced play from Virtus Pro. Going through the middle, get the entry towards B ramp, and then the other one also on A, Neo just leaping from catwalk. Yeah. And just, the first flurry of kills going away with Virtus Pro. Round pretty much over. Magic's boy is just waiting and trying to save this weapon. Let's see how that's going to work out for him. He could technically save it if he manages to evade Neo here, who's on a manhunt. He's going to find Magic's boy, but Magic's boy gets the kill. And now he should be able to evade. But even though Dignitas had the right positioning there, they just got destroyed in the duels. I mean, they were 2 fair duels they lost in middle.
And that's sometimes
Quite
what it comes
frankly.
down to. You know, a lot of people look at, you know, why don't they do this, why don't they do that? Well, they tried to change it, they just didn't land the shot. It literally is as simple as that. Sometimes you get outplayed, and so far, Pash has been, you know, pretty crisp on hitting those. He was one who provided the first there. And again, it's tough to see because they had the right thing in mind, maybe not the aggression we wanted, but, you know, try and be in the right place, stop that play, and now Virtus.pro's money is so robust, they have the double ult.
It's all about the right positioning on the City side. It's the aggression and it's the right positioning. If the teams are going for the mid take, you know, you want to have those 2 guys on both sides in middle. If they're going for the long take, you want to have 3 on long. If they're going for cap, then you want to have some cap push coming here, as we have right now, KGB. And one of his teammates, the config, are here waiting for a potential push, but as we can see in the minimap, most of Virtus.pro right now just plow into B.
And look at the response as well. Neo positioned himself to catch the rotate and deny those players coming back through, but it's Taz and Bialy just cracking over the site themselves. KGB does find Neo, but it's bought the time, it's bought the presence, and the positioning works perfectly for Virtus.pro. Again, so quick to adapt on the fly. As soon as they found out that cat aggression was coming into play, all right, let's play around now. Let's speed up towards B. Let's stop them being able to get through on the rotate. And again, dominance shown here from Virtus.pro.
This is a slaughter right now.
It really is. I love when we started like, oh yeah, we close, and you support Dignitas.
Yeah, you know. It's a coin toss.
It's always a 50-50.
It is an absolute coin toss.
You don't always see this Virtus.pro, let's be honest.
Oh, definitely don't. And right now, everything is just going their way, and they're hitting their shots. That second part, especially hitting their shots, it's not always a thing online for them, but right now it seems like Virtus.pro is fired up.
Yeah, definitely. This is a lovely, lovely beginning for them. Between the two, you'd say Dust 2 could be a massive swing factor for Dignitas. You've got, you know, the likes of KGB having huge performances here, but let's bear in mind SMF is having a bit of a blinder as well. He's not having a good game at all. I think he's 1-12 at the moment, yeah, so not really getting off to the start you can imagine he'd be wanting here. He's not exactly new to the scene. He's played this enough now, so just having a bit of a bad start here. Hopefully for him, he can recover into the later rounds, but
let's be honest, none of them are having a good game.
No, no one is. You know, whether it be 1 kill or 5 kills, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
You're not making the difference.
No, definitely not. Well, here we go again. 11-2 scoreline, and the first 2 kills go the way of Virtus.pro right away, and that's going to be a bomb side loss, but a bit of a stack in middle is going to create an opening for Dignitas, and that being said, Snacks though with a kill, and so does Pasha, and all's left is SMF.
Maybe he can double his kills,
RIP.
To be fair, he's already doubled his kills, so he's on 2 now.
High fives. High fives.
Yeah, you got to feel for them. Again, a little bit here, Dignitas, because it feels like they just don't know how to get around this. You know, how do you get around the Virtus.pro? That's the problem. The thing is that when they play like this, when it is this, you know, very powerful, very in-your-face, very tactically robust beast that they can become, no one can really play against it that well.
Yeah.
But again, it's so far in between that we see it.
If they hit their shots and they react as well as they have here,
Yeah.
it is very hard to stop. It's just the way it is, and they'll have what it feels like is 3 people on you all the time. As the MSL is going to lose 98 HP in the first 10 seconds of the round, and the B plow is coming in from 2 of the VP players. Bialy gets a kill. MSL returns the favor with that 2 HP left. And now it's going to be a 4-on-4 situation. MSL takes a little bit more damage, but 4T is on his way. He's going to go down. B bomb side's lost.
It's gone, it's done, it's dusted. They tried to build off the tags they got early on into the round, and it's worked out well. The site is now locked off, the smokes are down, the molly's in place. And well, oh, nice angle from KGB there. Actually spread out Neo, got some good damage shot, but look at the utility left on Virtus.pro because it was such a fast hit. They have mollies galore, smokes, flashes, and on the other side, nothing.
Yeah, exactly. It's impossible to even imagine to get anything going on for Dignitas here. Well, they do get a couple of kills. Let's say 2-on-3 situation, but still, the likelihood of them making this work not very high. But that being said, Magicsboy does get a kill before Snacks returns the favor, and now it's all down to Magicsboy coming through tunnel. And he has the one straight to his right. In the perfect position, Taz gets the kill. 13-2 half.
And Snacks then being a little bit cheeky on that one. Nice shot coming out though in the end. But nice shots don't equal rounds, particularly at this one. Not when it's so you know, sparsely connected. Massive score to be in with for Virtus.pro. This is one of the VP performances that you look at as the plow, right? I hate to say, I think it's such a, you know, overused phrase these days, but it's very true. These guys are on fire, and it looks like Dignitas don't quite have an answer yet.
No, Virtus.pro hitting their shots and just reacting to situations correctly. Dignitas, on the other hand, not hitting anything really, and they seem to be only partially in the right place at the right time, just not working out for them.
Well, let's see if that continues into the second half after the break. It was a landslide beginning for Virtus Pro. Already looking like they are on point today. We saw Dignitas being bent over backwards by these boys. Nothing seemed to be working for Dignitas here. And coming into the second half, now they've got to somehow recover what happened after the first.
Bent over, all right. What can I say?
Why do you have to highlight that piece? Out of everything I said, you're like, bent over.
Because they were.
Moist gaming and bent over. You bring the most premium of content. No, but yeah.
Someone has to.
Wow. Wow. That hurts my feelings. No. But yeah, this has been a little bit of a trial by fire for Dignitas. Let's be very honest here. 2 rounds on the first half.
It's been one of those days you don't see very often from Virtus Pro.
Yeah,
and
it is right.
on the contrary, Dignitas is just not even on the server, it feels like.
Now, let's bear in mind that these are 2 separate best of ones in theory. So Dust 2 and then we have Mirage, which is actually a very good map technically, I guess, for Dignitas, if you look at how they approach it. And exactly the same for Virtus Pro. So now that kind of removes that pro and con from, I guess, Dignitas' favour. So they're going to have to hope for a very different approach on the second map. However, this one is yet to be completed. There is still very small room. You want to start on that pistol and build your way as far back as you can. For them, it is an incredibly tough road, especially when VP are in this form.
Yeah, the start off for Dignitas, it's all about racking up some rounds, building a bit of confidence to feel good going into that other game against Virtus Pro afterwards. But let's see how it works out. They have 1 set of nades here with this pistol round, and it seems like they want to go for long. They can smoke off that cross, and they come in MSL with the first pick as well.
That's going to show the bomb. MSL currently carrying that. It's going to raise the alarm bells. You can see Virtus Pro instantly rotating, but MSL is landing shots back-to-back here. Snack's going to fall to his hand, and now the 3 remainders for Virtus Pro are going to try and do what they can. Magic is going to help them out. That's very kind of them. And then just clean up with SMF at the end. So, the only kill that came in there for Virtus Pro was actually from Dignitas anyway. So, at the end
No
of the
scouts
day,
then. That's what it means.
Very true.
Yeah.
Very true,
Because
actually.
it actually makes a difference. If the Cities get kills in the pistol round, taken by scouts, and those, as we see,
They work.
we saw last time, yeah, from KGB, getting a lot of tags. That made a massive difference. Now Cajun actually going to opt for a scout after a pistol round day 1, and as we can see from Virtus Pro, they have some heavy long take coming in here because a lot of teams actually go for long in the anti-ecos because it's a very viable option.
Yeah. It's the logical choice, I guess. You've got the rifles, you've got the guns that
You get
operate
the
well at
distance
range. Yep.
advantage, so it can work your way if you buy a lot of utility. Now you can see VP being conservative about these flashes they have. They're waiting for Dignitas to just pop out of somewhere and then flying a pop flash and just trying to get a lot of kills happening here.
I quite like it. They've gone from making the read that maybe if they come long, we'll be there. That doesn't work, so they readjust instantly, reform. They find a new position to try and make this work from. And again, they're just going to be waiting. They are at the whim of Dignitas, but it's certainly, they've laid the trap. There's the tasty bit of bait there. There's the little bit of a plan in motion. So the smokes come in. Now, Dignitas aren't actually going mid. That's the one big favor here for them. They are working up cap. They're playing it, quite calm, quite collected. SMF has to be careful. He could be called out long by Passion. Timing is a little bit of everything here, and SMF just about checks out. But here comes the play from Dignitas, bullying their way towards that A side, just barreling through. It's Cajun B and MSL to find it, but there has been a response in the meantime. Taz, found one, Bialy found SMF. So now there's guns recovered, or at least one, should I say. That with Pasha can do wonders. Bear in mind, they have the armor, they have what they need to make it work. Bialy's going to bait himself in, allow hopefully Pasha to close it down. It's still a 3v3 here.
It seems like they're actually just going to save these guns instead.
There we go.
I mean, had they been able to get a fast kill, then it could have been technically possible, but they realize it's probably going to be a long plant, no kid in play, and there's a scout on Cajun B that they've heard already. So, you know, 1 + 1 is 2.
Thank you. I was never sure. Now I know. And well, walking away with the rifle and the upgrade, you know, and the armor, it's not too bad for Virtus.pro. They still have at least that in their pocket. Please don't lose this Pasha. You really don't need to. You have Bialy being pretty much your, you know, bullet sponge if required. He really is. He just sits there like, if I die, you need to run away. Simple as that. But there we go. So they walk out of it. They're going to have to be, you know, pretty much foregoing this round anyway, Virtus.pro, in theory. You know, this is not one you expect them to win, but they do get a little more punch to it now. They have a little bit more to play with, and now Dignitas needs to be a little bit more careful as well.
Exactly. Now, Pasha could potentially cause some damage here. If he can get some early kills going on, that would be perfect. And by the looks of things, he might be in the perfect position for this right now. So Flash coming in along, but they all decide to actually fall back as Dignitas takes over long. Pasha, you got to turn around, dude. Gets 1 kill. Does he make it 2? He does.
Oh, the third.
And Config does go down by 50 HP as well, so that's a lot of damage dealt. 250 in total by Pasha. He's definitely done his worth.
I genuinely thought that was going to connect, and that third shot, as soon as Config stepped out, I saw it all falling apart for Dignitas, but thankfully for them, Config did get the kill eventually, but as you said, he took damage doing so. It's not the cleanest thing to be getting away with, and now they might be able to switch that rifle out here, possibly. Magic's full HP, they can shuffle things around, maybe try and play off the back of that a little more. Or just kind of bunch up at long and try and play together. Again, VP are playing this quite nicely, though. They're keeping in mind that, okay, they're probably still stuck on long. They've lost map control elsewhere. We've got Bialy up mid. They've got 3 players facing this long cross. It's going to make it tricky for Dignitas, and we know what can happen in these positions. Good connection again. Magic's going low, 9 HP, and oh my word, it's all going wrong. Taz and Snacks find 2 of them, and they hesitated for a second. They took their time, and now Virtus.pro just really pulled the noose around their neck. That was brilliant stuff from VP.
Yeah.
And Pasha, individually.
If you want to do what they did, Dignitas there, throw the deep smoke in CT spawn. Throw the one that is close to CT spawn. And then just take aim duels towards that A bomb site. But if you're going to do the normal cross smoke, you kind of just have to commit to the bomb site. You just go over and then take the fights. Instead, they threw the cross smoke and waited. And kind of the smoke played in Snax' advantage. He could shoot right over it. And got dismantled, and Taz coming with the flank as well, and that's going to make matters even worse for Dignitas. Virtus.pro on their 14th, and Dignitas now, as you can see, 2 AKs, a Deagle, and 2 Tech-9s with a bunch of grenades to work with.
Yeah, far from ideal, but they can certainly do damage, but not if Snacks is doing that. They want 1 trade eventually, however. Now Config takes a bit of a wide peek there, trying to check if anyone's in CT, take a quick fight, see if you can catch someone off now, pop flash over towards the B ramp. But Dig on playing off the back of this. Pasha's also on the way round long, so he might get a good idea of what's coming his way. Config is being a brilliant piece of bait, and a bit of bait with teeth as well. He finds Bialy as well. Unbelievable, but here's the response. That's what we were waiting on. Can Pasha capitalize on it? 50-50, finds one but can't close it out. Now Taz left on his own. Neo's all the way by CT. They've got 50 seconds here.
Yeah, well, Neo could potentially still flash over. And Taz, though, he gets a kill with SMF. MSL deals a lot of damage. It should get really hard for Taz, but Neo has now come very close to that B bomb site. And MSL is actually coming to play on the idea. She's falling back. Doesn't do it, though. Neo gets the kill. And that's going to be the map point for Virtus.pro. And the money, there is none for Dignitas.
No, it's completely gone. They bought everything they could in that previous round. You know, as you said, 2 rifles coming in, a Deagle or 2, you know, whatever they could pull together. And no matter, you know, Config gave them a really good beginning in that. That was certainly an opportunity, but they couldn't capitalize beyond it.
A good job from Taz there in that 2-on-1 situation, low on HP, just staying alive behind the box.
Buying the time.
Yeah, right, the time for your teammate to come in and then make sure you get that kill.
We highlighted that yesterday on Cobble, what sort of effect that can have, just keeping yourself alive in it, allowing time for that rotate, keeping that T, constantly guessing, never able to cross anywhere, and it works out. So, match point, map point, should I say, in theory, or match point, they are 2 best of 1, so. 15-4 though
Works
is the
both
score.
ways.
Yeah, I'll take it that I can't be wrong in theory. 4 players through mid, however, and Bialy on the other side. This time, it's going to be great.
Wow. No,
greeting Cajun B with a smile there almost, I thought, but no, he gets absolutely mowed down. Now Taz falls, and now Dignitas decide they want to get a little bit of, you know, fire burning, just to keep Yanko and Henry on their toes. You know what I mean? They can't get comfortable yet. Config finds a Deagle, And now VP are left with 2. Bombs planted, and Neo's in a little bit of battle over by T-Spawn. The nade will do the work in the end for him, but it was from the grave, and now we're in a 1v2, and Neo, he's going to go for it, it seems. Just going to go straight on. This is good flashes, actually, back-to-back here, 1v2. MSL playing from the side to the right, already notices where SMF is, but baits in the other teammate. They recover the guns, and they live to fight another day.
Yeah, that was a cheeky little strat there for Dignitas. They, I think they flashed behind the smoke, so he couldn't see the guy who got wrecked in middle. Just couldn't see the flash, got totally blinded right before the guys came through that smoke. And yep, that was just a perfect usage of those Tech 9s, keeping the battle close distance.
Why is this guy with the UMP no armor?
Because why not?
Yeah.
This is why.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect
Exhibit
sense.
A, you get an AK-47.
Of course you do. I'll never doubt it, you know what I mean? There's no point at this conjecture, but we are going to be seeing, hopefully, Dignitas not falling into that same sort of trap as before, feeding in towards Virtus.pro's position. Snacks might as well back away from this. If he can actually stay out alive with this, it's not too bad. They don't have much money to work with, so...
exactly. He definitely should try and save this AK-47. That's exactly what they are doing. Taz is going to also run away with Snacks here. And it's only going to be, well, still 4 alive for Dignitas, and their money is not super good either. But then again, obviously they are sitting at 5-15 scoreline, so money is not their biggest issue.
No, definitely not. They can just coast through these rounds. Any damage done is good.
Like I said, at this point, it's more about just trying to get a respectable score first, and then, you know, if things go really well, then you can fight for that tie. But still 10 rounds to go, 9 after this, that they need to win in a row.
Yeah, it's a long old road if they actually want to, you know, contest the scoreline, let's say. But a competitive game would be something we're certainly going to be looking at if Dignitas can keep this sort of thing up.
Now, question is, what is Virtus.pro going to do? Because their money is still kind of low. They can't afford an op, and they are sitting at 15-6. So they can afford another save, and I would advise they do that because they have the rounds to play with. And exactly what's going to happen, too. It's just upgrading some pistols and buy some armors here to try and cause some damage.
Yeah, buying to around 3k, not really dipping below that. A couple of players maybe going just below.
Well, they can get a full buy next one, so.
Yeah, exactly.
All
so
that matters.
Perfect for them. If they can make anything else work. Did they hear that? Yeah, you definitely... No, I think just the chance that they heard it is enough for them to back away. Snacks is their kind of... I guess knight in this. You want to play him aggressively. You want to make him be the difference maker here, but he does get picked up by Cajun through mid. That's the AWP that we wanted to see so much coming through on that CT side. It really didn't find much, I guess, screen time, to put it that way. Cajun B, though, looking for more here. This is not advisable. Your barrel's a bit big there, Cajun. It's not going to ever say that again in my life, but it's certainly showed through first. 4v3, though, VP looking at limited ways to be able to approach this round now. What was that moist game of the week? Don't even try and bring judgment in. Don't even dare try.
I'm speechless. Doesn't that happen too often, does it?
What, that you're speechless, or...?
Still too alive for VP. Probably trying to save these weapons here. At this point, low HP, 2 AKs to play with. But Magic Sport in a perfect position. Takes out that op. It's all up to Neo.
Yeah, he should be able to stay alive. I don't think anyone's particularly close enough. I imagine he's going to go all the way through T-spawn. There's a little bit of time left on the bomb, I guess. Could maybe catch him, but I doubt Neo's just going to go wandering around. So yeah, this should be fine. And how's Dignitas' money doing, actually? Let me check in. Still not incredibly stable, to be fair.
Nah.
A couple of plants here and there, they're keeping players alive, but it's certainly not, you know, incredibly robust just yet.
No, in fact, well, they can drop the weapons, so it's all good. It's all good and dandy at this point. And they did save that op too for Cajun. MSL is actually sitting at 18-16 frags, so it's not too bad considering the scoreline. He's got something out of it. But on number 8 of the second half going on here, and now finally Virtus.pro again with enough money to buy fully here, and up on Snacks as well. He's trying to have a peek towards top of middle, behind that smoke as well. That's very sneaky positioning.
Yeah, this could be quite nice, actually. Going to be able to back away from it as well and readjust. He has to fall back from this, and as did Dignitas, to be fair. They didn't try and make the quick play off the back of a couple of flashes or map control gained. So
this is quite an interesting positioning for Virtus Pro. They are playing retake A 100%, playing 1 mid, 2 in B, 1 in CT ramp, 1 long, basically just banking on the fact that if Dignitas would do 8 A attacks in a row, they're banking on winning at least 1 effort plan. And if they do a B split, and then they're just going to be screwed.
Oh no, if this comes in, you've got 2 players here. Bialy close, Snacks playing up by the window. They're probably going to play to allow Cajun B to peek. No one even baits for him out on that. Snacks just finds an easy shot. Cajun, I don't think we were going to get out of that. Really was ever going to come true, but now we got the quick play up towards Cat. Now, they were already postured for that retake, but let's see if Neo and Pasha between themselves can actually make anything happen. Neo's in a great spot, not challenged, not pressured, not flashed, not mollied, and now you can see the crossfire coming in. Pasha chimes in with 1. Back and forth we go, and now Neo shuts down with Pasha, and this is an absolute bloodbath on Cat. And now it's down to SMF, the man who stepped into the roster recently, and no steps beyond that will be taken. Neo's going to close it down, and that is Virtus Pro looking dominant.
Like I said, perfect position there for I think they should have probably done the same for the remainder of the half, having 8 rounds to play with, and you know, B split, you want to be there with 3 to stop it, but then A is a very retakeable site if that comes in. Yeah. So, yeah, good position for VP, and they were just a superior team, has to be said. Individually speaking, and their decision making was on point, and the way they executed once they're committed to an attack on that T side was just perfect.
Yeah, this is the scary Virtus Pro. This is the Virtus Pro that you can't just instantly think of a way to get around. This is where you start to have to approach things completely differently. This means Mirage is going to be incredibly interesting for me. I'm very excited to watch that one. But before we get to that, of course, we want to hear from the analysis desk. We want to know what their thoughts are on that. Seeing VP in this sort of form is always quite interesting. So, guys, what's your take on that match?
Thank you very much, you two. Yes, Dust 2, an interesting affair here in Virtus Pro. It's not a map they generally like to go for in the past, only a couple of examples of it, but I think it's safe to say it was a pretty much open and shut book in the first half, really is where it decided the match.
Yeah, if you're winning 13-2, that for me, that's pretty much game over. Like, Dignitas did what they could to make a game of it. They won the piss, still got a few rounds in a row, some forced buys from VP there, but yeah, if you're winning 13-2 in the first half and the way they're playing as well, it seemed like Dignitas never really showed up in that first half. Just a very good, efficient game from VP. If that's the kind of team that turns up on the server, everyone's hitting their shots, they're aggressive, they're confident, they've got the economy working in their favor as well, they're utilizing the spawns, that's when you're going to win Dust 2 games, and you start off on a really good foot like that, and any rounds Dignitas are winning, it's getting shut down straight away. You can see the double ecos time and time again, every round. Well, the 2 rounds they got reset both times, so it looks like a very nice game from VP, good approach to it, as Natty pointed out, very good at just the mid-round decisions, whether they're taking the spawn at the start, getting long control, baiting towards shore, lots of decent fakes coming in. It's nice to see them actually just running a smart game, more traditional game of Dust 2 to what we're used to seeing from top teams instead of the kind of very ropey approach we saw at the beginning of the year.
Would you agree with that, Yanko? Would you look at some of what happened with Dignitas there as well? We saw Cajun B on shore with an AWP getting killed by Pasha with a P90. We saw Virtus Pro, they try and, I think they were behind at one point, or at least trying to build their economy up. They force second round in towards pistols, doesn't work out, so then they just buy just pistols, no armor, and still managed to win the round out there. A lot of mistakes still for Dignitas.
I think they were beaten individually and as a team. You know, those situations you mentioned certainly don't help. But also VP did a great job of, you know, changing the pace, having a couple of slower executes towards the A-bomb side. They really were efficient at, you know, taking advantage of the middle area of the map. Pretty much those mid to B splits. Dignitas couldn't defend against those either. SMF had a pretty quiet game in the first half, couldn't do much, but I mean, I wouldn't put the blame on him. They were simply getting trashed pretty much as a team.
Yeah, we normally expect Dust 2 is Cajun B's home ground, right? As Lauren pointed out, he's got that big barrel. It just wasn't getting going with it at all. It just wasn't working out. The mobile AWP didn't seem to actually get going. He's famous playing that big car position and just nailing everyone coming to the A side, but he very rarely had the AWP. When he did, he tried to go aggressive towards short, and we pointed out he's getting owned by the P90 and stuff like that. Just never really seemed to arrive. No one on the Dignitas team really seemed to.
I guess we finally found out what the B means in Cajun.
That's true.
Cajun barrel.
Apparently she knows. So.
I guess a message for Lauren, it's not the size of your barrel, it's how you use it, unfortunately.
See how deep we go.
Seems to work out. It works out for VP, guys. So let's close the book on that one. That was a bit of fun. But after the break, it is going to be Mirage here as well. A chance for Dignitas to fight back. A map where they'd maybe be slanted for a better performance. But before we do, guys, you should be reminded that if you do want to be keeping up to date with the scores happening here in the Pro League, you can download yourself a little app called The Score Esports. That's right. It's available on your iOS or Android device at your respective app stores. Grab that one. We've got match updates. We've got scheduling. We've also got articles for your viewing pleasure. Enjoy that one during the break, and when we come back, it will be Mirage between Dignitas and Virtus Pro.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
The Season Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. It's our first match of the night, second map for it's two best of ones technically, but Mirage just around the corner here. Yeah. I mean, both these two teams, Virtus Pro and Dignitas, played a lot of this map. It's generally one of their most picked or most played at least here. We talked a lot about what Virtus Pro did well in that last map. Let's talk about what Dignitas need to do here to avoid another drubbing, as we saw.
Well, first they need to wake up. I mean, as we mentioned, they weren't really on point individually, and BP took full advantage of that, just running over them pretty much. Now, Mirage is a different map. It's a map that Dignitas traditionally is much better at, probably their best map alongside Cobblestone, right? So I think that we're going to see a closer score line for sure, and they're also better at, you know, moving on the CT side. They're not afraid to be aggressive towards mid. They're not afraid to, if they see that they're struggling on mid, take initiative somewhere else. So I like the style of Dignitas on this map, but if they don't step up individually, that's not going to be enough for them.
Yeah, I agree. I think Mirage will be a much closer affair. Dust 2 is one of those maps, especially if you start off on the CT side. It can run away from you if you don't get going. You're not getting multiple rounds in a row. I feel like on Mirage, you're going to have many more options to actually bring to the table here in terms of the setups they can employ and actually having a chance to hopefully win a pistol as well, as they did in the second half, but obviously it was too little too late there. They need to get some footing into this one. Cajun B, I think he needs to be an influential factor going into it, especially on the CT side. He needs to be patrolling the map. He needs to find his confidence. He needs to be going for those picks initially. He's got to be the player stepping up. He needs to be the AWPer. It's a problem Dignitas have had in the past. For all their iterations of this lineup, the fact they don't have a solid AWPer, they finally have one, need to start using him effectively, and this is the time to do it. Mirage is one of the maps that can be very influential.
Cajun B made his first appearances for Dignitas actually just before the Cologne major there as well, and a lot of people wondered who'd be better off in the Danish swap. You know, would it be Kerby or would it be Cajun B or their respective teams here? Have we seen Cajun B reach the level that he had reached prior, or are we still seeing him building up to that?
I think only on a couple of maps pretty much was where he took over the game, right? You would expect more from him if he indeed has, you know, a free reign, so to speak, right? If he is able to do whatever he wants to, if he gets the position he wants to, and is able to be aggressive when he wants to. So we definitely seen Cajun, you know, be a star player before, even in the earlier days of the Astralis lineup. So I don't see why it's not possible.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the spotlight's not on him so much. Of Astralis, that are obviously at every big event, they're making headlines every single time. It's a lot of pressure there. It's your own organization as well. I thought coming into Dignitas, he'd find some sort of form in terms of like, okay, now it can be my game. These guys, I'm the most experienced player here. I'm the one who can tell them how I want to play, and I can slot in quite nicely. For me, he hasn't lived up to expectations in that respect. It's not like he's doing bad at all, but I expect he's got a much higher skill ceiling than what we've seen so far in the Dignitas lineup. The thing is as well, Mousesports, another new signing for this team, I'm expecting a lot more from him in terms of what he can bring to the table. He definitely has got the potential to be one of the best players in Denmark. When we first saw him in December last year, he seemed like he was going to be the one lights out player, young star coming into the scene, and it's kind of dropped off. It's kind of one of those stories. Happens to a lot of players, like AZ, for example. When he left Dignitas, we're expecting him to carry on that amazing form and just go right to the top and kind of get to the dizzy heights of the top 5 player in the world. But still very good, but just kind of has plateaued a little bit since he joined a bigger team and had more exposure.
Are these two players, Cajun B and Magisk, in your opinion, lacking infrastructure in their team to allow them to perform, or can you isolate it to an individual level in both their cases?
I don't know, to be honest. I mean, it's always complicated when it comes to a team. We don't know how the team works right now, right?
Sure.
Whether they have to sacrifice some positions or anything for the benefit of the team, or they're just simply not, you know, on the top of their performance right now.
Well, we're hoping to get a little bit more of a insight into how they're performing, and this season is going to be good for just that, ladies and gentlemen. So now you've had a bit of a prelude. It is going to be Mirage and perhaps hopes flying a little bit higher for Dignitas fans and players, but now we have to see if the proof's in the pudding, if they can make it happen. When we get to the map, we're going to pass it over now to Pansy and Natu to take us right in.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Deep waters.
Yeah, diving headfirst into shallow waters, more like when it's me. Mitch, stop yelling. But yeah, I'm actually very excited to watch this. Mirage, for me, was one of the first maps I became a personal fan of watching Dignitas play. I think some of their set pieces were always very interesting, very unique, whether it be playing ahead of the, the default smokes, whether it be their pistol strat, where they went, heavy on the smokes, nade the hell out of CT and just go for the straight faces. A lot of fun can be seen in this lineup. Predictable, you may add, but we'll find out. Virtus Pro, obviously, classically very good hit too.
Yeah, and I feel like this map just plays for the strengths of Dignitas way better. This is a map where you can do a lot of those set pieces, and that's exactly what they like doing, and they're good at it. So yeah, definitely, it's a playground that they definitely made their map back in the day. But let's see how it works out now as they start on that T side.
Yeah, and it looks like we've got another set piece, but it's going to be undone a little bit here with Bialy and Taz. The problem is they've gone kind of aggressive early on. Dignitas have taken over mid, a quick play towards connector. Cajun looking for the punish. Taz is very low, Snacks is very low. Now, MSL's having to deal with those two. He can't use his molly for the intended purpose. He gets overwhelmed. So now they lost out on some control, but they've got the bomb plant and they have some form of mid control. So a bit of a topsy-turvy round so far.
This is very interesting right now. The positioning, if you look at the minimap, are almost opposite for what you used to.
Snacks just got away with murder. He's just behind Config as well. Config didn't quite check down into that CT corner, so that can cause problems. Config still turns around and gets a shot. Not sure how that worked out, but it's a 4v4 now. Bomb still planted, and the remaining players are in a fairly decent position for here for Dignitas. Virtus Pro will have to play back into this, and the retake is not going well. Pasha's still in a very good position of power, I guess, HP-wise, but positioning not so keen. And there you go. Nice shutdown from Cajun B. A good start for that man individually. And one of these really nice set plays from Dignitas that I love watching.
Yeah, well, this is a cool round in general. The VP pushing Palace, and then Dignitas going through connector to A, and then kind of the positions were reversed. The CTs where the Ts usually are, and the opposite. And then the after plant situation just became very hard for Virtus Pro to make it happen. And as you can see right now, VP has opted to go for a 4 spot here. So the Max 7, Pasha likes, he is Max 7, that for sure. I predict he's going to be jumping by that B plateau.
Yeah, a bit of a 2-on-2 kind of beginning for Dignitas as well, just kind of spread themselves out quite passively throughout the map in a way. You've got, two players looking towards underpass, maybe holding that B push-up. You've got SMF over by Palace, and just going to try and clear through the map as, as they can pretty much.
Yeah, very respectful positioning right now. Just waiting for any potential pushes here for the first minute or so before committing anywhere. Caden just holding middle, and Config is joining up with him. And they have a bomb in middle, so still leaves a lot of options. Dio, though, with the Deagle, I think he'd be problematic if he gets those one-shots going on, but he does not. Instead, he gets destroyed by Cajun.
Yeah, the issue now being the Virtus Pro have a lot of their players towards A, and playing through connector, pinching in through Palace, it can be incredibly uncomfortable for any sort of team to try and hinder that, especially with limited amounts of weaponry beside them. But let's see how they approach it. Dignitas aren't going for A. They've got players going up through ladder room. You've got Magic working through B, B apartments as well. Pasha's still there, so if they go towards B, there is going to be that threat on the table. That Max 7's great at holding the sights, not so great on the retake, of course, but it can certainly shine here. Now, Config's got the ball on short, and KGB checks it. He is the experienced member here. He is not allowing Pasha to get away with that. This is extremely clean, very respectful as well. Dignitas not taking this lightly at all.
Yeah, I like how they just walked in there without making a single noise, and they checked every single corner and make sure they get the entries and not lost a single member so far in the second round. Still, with his task left, there's still 5 Dignitas members alive, and it's looking like it's going to be a clean second round here.
Yeah, MSL can go hunting. That's his whole kind of gambit into this round. He has the SMG. He wants to build up that money, get some, little bit of a buffer as early as possible.
A scout, if you will.
Exactly. Now, whether or not he can do that, yet to be seen. The CZ can still certainly hold its own with the armor to supplement too. So again, you want to be cautious. You don't want to lose out on the rifles, but you also want to take this away from Taz. Him keeping the armor, we saw what damage can be done. There's the first little step. Now that just has to be a little bit more respectful. Leave the others to go in first, and MSL will be the one to find it. Nicely played, very well rounded, and now they can upgrade to however they please.
Very methodical. Just holding position first, seeing if VP do anything. and then go into middle with config and Cajun B. Eventually, MSL goes into connector and just scouts out a little bit, sees what's going on there. The rest of the team just goes towards B, literally just walk into the bomb site without making any noise, using any grenades, take care of Pasha early on, and don't lose any members at all. So that's a perfect anti-eco round there for Dignitas. And now, as we can see from VP, they have heavily stacked this A bomb site. They have a flash on Neo. So the whole idea is that if they hear anything coming from A slope, they're going to pop flash and just try to attack that possible strat from Dignitas. But that's not happening. It's going to be a very similar round from the Danes.
Yep, absolutely no commitment anywhere, playing off a little bit of feeling, a little bit of, as you said, that methodical checking kind of way of, clearing out the map as they go. They've got that mid control now, with MSL being, in underpass. You've got the 2 players coming up through middle. And Neo's trying to spot this out. He's been the one kind of, working around it. He's got the flash to maybe give himself an escape if he needs to, or just buy a chance.
Just goes to say how, how teams really approach this anti-eco round nowadays, because they are very dangerous. So you take the same kind of precautions as you would against a buy. You pop flash into connector, and MSL goes in peak. And now he's going to see under the smoke, gets a kill. He sees more. It's going to be a pop flash coming in from the CTs too. But KGB with those 2 kills is going to make sure nothing's happening. It's going to be another clean one here for Dignitas.
Cajun B, the cleaner, was the previous Astralis title they gave him, and MSL finds 3 that round with the SMG. So stuck himself on that one, the MP9 there, and it's worked out really, really well for himself. Almost up on 10k, so that could be an AWP dropped out here, possibly for Cajun B if they fancy it. Or maybe he can just buy himself an AK and stick being the bank. I'm wondering if he does upgrade. I'm hoping he does.
Well, usually if you stick with an SMG like that, then you might go for some kind of a straight-up push, and it might be exactly what's in the works right now. They do all head towards that A bomb site, and they're getting ready for positions to throw some smokes in.
Let's see if it's the default smokes, if they do the closer
Yeah,
line.
it seems like it's going to be the stair smokes. Stair smoke and then in front of connector, and just plow in before they land. So this is classic Dignitas.
Yeah, this is as you like it. As soon as those smokes go off, they're already in the site. And Bialy's well aware of this. Plays well from the triple box, but he can't do much more than that. 2 is a big bit of impact from him. It's brought it down to favorable numbers here for VP, but the bomb's going down in default. Not be able to be really seen from the ramp area, so Cajun B is going to have to either catch the cross or hope he can get a good play into this. MSL. Got to be careful here. He's in a really awkward spot. He's got a player towards jungle, a player on stairs, 1 CT. He gets just pretty much timed in that, and it's down to Cajun B. Big performance so far, and it looks like he's going big again, but he can't get the final player. No. Snacks is there, gets the AWP, and he should have time for the defuse.
But that's a good round for Dignitas still, because they didn't lose a single member. They have plenty of money to buy into the following round, and Virtus Pro just lost everyone except for Snacks. So there's a massive potential here to reset Virtus Pro. And Dignitas went for that classic Dignitas strategy where they would smoke on top of stairs, they would smoke in front of connector, and as the smokes were coming in, before they landed, they would just plow into that bomb site. Almost worked out too.
Almost, it was close, but
I think this is still a fair enough situation for Dignitas, because they can still reset Virtus Pro in this one.
Yeah, that's the big thing here. You look at it here with Virtus Pro, their money is very shoddy. Luckily for them, as you said, Snacks was the one to stay alive. He did, was able to pick up that AWP as well, so still decent enough, and going back in on what looks like the default A here.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be all the same. Waiting for the smokes. Here they come, and they come in a similar fashion they did in the previous round.
Yeah, Config's the man just straight in. He's not messing around. He just takes that full fight. Now the smokes are in place. They should be able to get the bomb down. Bialy finds a fantastic angle to deny Config any more freedom, and Taz looks for something similar. Bialy catches that SMF somehow. I'm not sure how he got that one. Taz lingers in through the smoke. This is a little sloppy now from Dignitas. Not quite having that punch, not getting the kills they need. The bomb plant's fantastic, but if you can't hold the retake, you're missing out on half of the whole battle here, pretty much. So now Magisk and Cajun B both playing from the same spot pretty much here. Magisk can be the first to kick things off for them at least. Lots of flashes left on VP though. Look at that, completely blinded up. Magic's still trying to do what he can, but while this happens, Neo is defusing. So this should be a round done for VP. Well played by them on the retake there.
Yeah, A push coming in from Dignitas, but they just couldn't hold off Virtus Pro. The players were playing with the edges of the smoke, coming in, getting the important kills, and just leaving 2 guys from Dignitas against 4, and they couldn't fend off that defuse. So it's going to be Virtus Pro surviving that situation where they could have been easily reset. Now, Dignitas, having those 2 clean anti-eco rounds, still do have money, so they'll be fine here. Have an up in play as well.
This is a very quick play towards middle as well. Gonna get 3 players across. They had the smoke put there already. I think that was possibly from Magisk, I think, put it down there early on. So that's not too bad. And they do like to do that kind of deep smoke to connector on the other side of things, so they can still peek into connector. Confi going to use his towards window, try and deny any sort of vision from Snacks. You see MSL put one down as well. Going to keep Taz at bay. I don't know if that's going to fall on the other side of connector, or if that, yeah, that's the other side connector smoke now put in. So Taz is isolated on his own, so he can't back away too comfortably here, and that's why they want to try and get that pincer in. You've got Confi going in on the close peak, doesn't expect Taz to be there. Again, Virtus Pro getting away with some of these moments. Now Neo's got a good position from Ladderum. The smoke's giving him some cover, but now MSL trades it back in. We're in a 4v4 now. Neo looks to take the advantage back. Cajun B doesn't expect this. You can't expect that sort of stuff, but Neo takes the advantage and puts it right back in the hands of VP.
Yeah, VP just relentlessly trying to hold off. Keep that middle in control. Even though they lose a member, they still go for the fight now. Snacks in world of trouble. It's stacked up through Reactor, and then from SMF, who comes from Palace. And now it's becoming a 2-on-2, but a 2-on-1 now. Bialy getting that kill all up to Magic's point.
Lovely work there, just predicting Bialy to still be on the site. Completely respectable work, but now the Mag 7, this is where it becomes tricky with this weapon. Playing on those retakes, it doesn't play to your favor, but there's guns galore. You can pick them up and play off the back of it. Now, Magisk, where's the plant for? Well, doesn't matter. He's going to land the shot. Pasha goes down, and the recovery is brilliant from Magisk. A player who's had a lot of attention put on him early into his career. You know, you saw those incredible moments from him skill-wise, and as soon as he joined this lineup, everyone's like, all right, this is the real deal here. Now we're going to see him really flourish, but he was a bit quiet. Didn't take the limelight as we expected, but that's the sort of potential he can bring.
And now, that was a battle of middle. We all were waiting for and expecting to. It was Dignitas that came out on top of it, and Magic exploited with a nice 1-on-2 to end it all. Now, Dignitas are in a favorable situation. However, Virtus Pro have still bought something here. You know, has an op. So he needs to do a lot of work. That's a good way to start things. He gets a kill on a Magic's boy. That's a solid 400 damage you deal with a headshot with an AWP. Well, that's more than enough, too.
Oh, no, this is awful for Dignitas. It's all gone wrong. They tried to play into it, they tried to do what they can, but now it's down to Cajun B in the 1v4. He's got the weaponry, he's got the talent, but he can't get the job done. Well played from Neo there. Wonderful usage of what they had. Just he went on that crazy investment towards the AWP, he gets it back, and you know, I'm always a big fan of seeing Neo AWPing. You start to see glimpses of it on train occasionally, you'll start toying with it again. And he brings so much to the plate. He doesn't even need to do it on a regular basis, but when he picks it up, that guy can really deliver.
Well, we all know Dignitas likes to go for those straight up A plays, and Virtus Pro doing the gamble. Having a lot of people on that A site, and you know, getting all those kills, and everyone else chiming in as well. It's going to be the unexpected round going the way of Virtus Pro. Now, it all resets, comes back to default here for Dignitas. Magic's boy, though, is trying to make himself known here towards the B-bomb side.
Yeah, he's shown a lot more. He's gone way further ahead than previously, and that's pulled the likes of Snacks over, kept Neo very attentive towards short. So in theory, it's actually playing its role.
Yeah, and baiting off the grenades. That's one of the parts too. Try to make sure that they don't have a lot of grenades to play with once the attack comes in. That helps also. You get an entry kill. Makes things a lot easier.
So Dignitas are working out a good picture to this. They found Snacks. They know he's been playing towards middle. They know that Neo's on short. They've got to expect Pasha still by B, whether it be with a Mag 7 or not, you never know. But they're starting to unravel the picture now. It looks like they want to try and posture towards A. They have the connector control. But the problem is MSL's alone here. He could be in trouble. Bear in mind, he's got the bomb. So Bialy's been big in this position as well. He's been able to lock down several players. Don't ride him out of it. Taz has no armor. So again, he could be in trouble. But he's going to try and make the most of it. Bialy gets overwhelmed. SMF with fantastic timing. Working off the back of ramp. But now he's down to the 2v2. Pasha's still standing. Neo's still alive. It's Pasha against Magisk. Will he predict the CT position? Pasha out in the open. Gives it away, and Magisk would make the most of that. Every day of the week. Recovers the AWP as well. But that's, again, very, very close stuff.
Another classic one there, Dignitas taking mid control, and then basically, after a trade of kills, they send 3 people towards A, 1 Palace, 2 Slope. And again, trade of kills, once they come to the bomb site, they are the ones who come out on top. Magic's boy, once again, saving the day there for the Danes. And now this time around, Virtus Pro is going to be on a save one.
So, as this is a save, and if it gets interesting, it gets interesting. If it doesn't, how do Virtus Pro play against that sort of mid-control? Once you gain that sort of mid-control, do you have to push through Palace? Do you have to try and win it back elsewhere? How do you generally have to approach that?
There's a couple of options. One of them is, that you just basically pop flash over slope. You go in there, you make sure that they're not going to be able to just set up, come from slope, or you take over Palace. Or a late mid-take, basically. You fight off, then you fall back, and then you'll have a system of a couple of flashes. You just come in, you take the fight right there and then, and you basically just hope that you're coming out on top of the trades.
I would say the one's a bit of a different factor to the normal kind of situation being the fact that Magic is landing shots like a champion. He's denying that B aggression a lot there. He's making it hard work, keeping them present. So again, you don't see it every day of the week. We've said this before. He doesn't often have those big games at the moment.
Yeah, I think he had 4 kills that round, including a teammate.
And here we go. So mid control 1, Dignitas go A. And VP have to kind of respect that. They only have the pistols, they don't have the armor, they don't have that, you know, crazy ult purchase. And it's just, it is what it is at this point. For them, if they get guns away, that's great.
Psychologically speaking now, Dignitas has established the fact that when they go for mid, most of the time they've gone A. So that could play in the heads of Virtus Pro and something Dignitas can exploit in the later rounds of this half. You know, especially if you lose that one man, you might want to send 3 towards A and just leave 1 into B, making that a point where Dignitas could actually exploit it.
See if that comes in. I love a bit of mind games. Always fun to watch when you see the
Part
teams.
of the game.
Yeah, it's underrated as well. I think a lot of people don't necessarily see it, but when you see the 2 good, well, I say 2 good in-game leaders. You got, you know, MSL, very known for how he approaches the game. Virtus Pro, it's kind of hard to see who's in-game leading at the time. They've definitely changed roles a lot. You know, you've got Cuban is there in the background, so you get a lot of influence, a lot of, you know, members with a lot of say and a lot of experience behind them. So again, it's always quite fun to see them going back and forth. How do they read into it? How do they change things around? What's their approach later into this one? Is it that ramp aggression? Is it a different approach? Is Bialy going to just go straight out mid? What's the play going to be this time?
Yeah, it's been a very good first 9 rounds for Dignitas. It's been 6-3 up. They've been winning the right rounds to keep Virtus Pro modest. Now we see Snacks coming in to connect it with that op, and I thought he would connect on that, but apparently not.
Yeah, bit of a shame there for him. That would have been a nice start. He's been denied a lot of control from window. You know, the smokes have been consistent, the pressure's been there. He went for that peek through connector, trying a little bit of adjustment. Didn't quite work out for him. But Dignitas again have mid control. But how do now they take it towards the sites? That's the next big interesting factor here, is how do they then break in? It's all good and well to get mid control, but there's not, funny enough, there's not a bomb site in mid, so you still got to get to the sites. So you've got Bialy pushed up by ramp, Snacks watching connector, Taz quite passive towards window, and Dignitas looking for their options. We saw that slow walk into B before.
Yeah, and right now they're just checking every corner, making sure there's no one lurking away from VP. That opening kill from KJB is going to make things a lot easier for them. Though as we can see right now, Virtus Pro actually way more stacked towards that B bomb site. The bomb is on catwalk, but it's making its way through connector. So it seems as though Mr. Bialy is going to be under a lot of effort here.
I think Taz just spotted MSL as well, but MSL came back to check as well. There's Bialy gone. He was a player up by ramp. And MSL is having a big game individually. You know, a player who comes under a lot of scrutiny in the fact of his individual performance. His Dust 2 play was actually pretty decent as well. And we're seeing a nice round here from him as just to close things out. 3 kills. And obviously being the puppet master, some people will often say you don't have to be as prolific on the scoreboard. But these days it seems as though you do need to be able to pull your own weight as such.
Yeah, and Cage is really pulling his weight too. So you got 14 kills. Making that long barrel work.
Shut up. Don't look at me when you say that. I knew you were going to do it as well. I'm done with this. But the 2-1-2 going to come out. This looks like as how Dignitas like to approach maybe that aggression, how they like to play against the anti-ecos. If there's that stack, if there's the aggressive play down ramp, they're ready and waiting. You've got Config playing very passive by ramp. You've got SMF perpetually playing through Palace. He's been up there almost every single round. And Config spots out one. They start to get the info building. They start to see what the plan is from Virtus Pro, and they don't want to lose players. Simple as that. But for VP, it's all about getting guns away, doing any damage possible.
And they've not really got a lot of that so far in this round. As Dignitas is actually going to be gathering up towards his A bombs. Like Bialy, it's going to go down by Config. So right now, as we can see, the whole A side is actually wide open. All 3 VP players are towards window and CT spawn. Still, it's going to be Dignitas utilizing these smokes, making sure that they get a clean entry on that A side.
And I like the way they're using the utility completely. Even if they're just up against those pistols, it is so needed at this point. But last time they did get outdone by positions like that. Neo playing on the edge of the smoke, Snacks having... Taz made a friend in Config there, but Config took him down after just leaping up on his head. That's actually found 2, so 4 players alive. The AWP recovered for Cage and B, and a very successful round there for Dignitas, not losing out on too much, still getting the bomb plant, still playing very well. VP need to come back into this. They do not have control on the CT side, do they?
3-8 down. No, they don't. That's a solid point, Lauren. They're losing this. They're looking human.
Well, you know what?
They're looking human.
After the first map, I'm kind of surprised, if I'm honest. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was just like, oh, it's VP, they're playing that, that VP style, right? The one that works so well, is so deadly to work against, and now the aggressions come out. There it is. Snax has the opportunity through Connector, comes back in to peek to Palace, but to be only be met by SMF. Not going to work out that time, but now VP in good position, stacking out towards the right places, playing aggressive. Neo's on the flank. These two players are in between a rock and a hard place, and now Magic's just left alone 1v3.
Ain't gonna be easy, is it? Well, he's done a lot of work in this situation previously. A nice headshot onto Pasha as well. But only 36 HP left. Just one flash to play with. And the bomb is down as well. And it's gonna be a flank coming in from Neo to make things even worse. And that's gonna be it. Well, to be actually, it seemed pretty good for Dignitas because there was a heavy, you could say super aggressiveness from VP towards middle, where we only had one Dignitas player. And the rest of them were actually gonna be hitting that A site. So it looked like a perfect choice from Dignitas, but the guys that were rotating back fast enough managed to get the kills.
Did Magic have a good spawn? I guess he had the front spawn. I was about to say, like, I haven't seen him AWPing that much, and the mid aggression's coming out again. This could be interesting now. We've got lots of players here from Dignitas. This could get costly. There it is. Virtus Pro regain some control. They've worked out that mid aggression. It's Snax, it's Neo, pushing themselves up there, leaving SMF. Oh no. Oh dear. Nice recovery. In the end, he does get the shot down towards Neo, but he's in a 1v4 now. Not particularly winnable when that bomb's in such a bad spot here.
Yeah, it's very tough. 1-on-4. Doesn't even have the bomb right now unless VP players just throw this round away. It's not going to be a lot of choice for him to be had. And Pasha with the casual max 7 headshot to end it all. And there have it. Virtus Pro with the second round in a row, having that heavy mid attack as the CTs. And Dignitas trying to take over middle fast on the T side. In that situation, it's usually the CTs that are favored. So for Dignitas, you might want to now slow it down because Virtus might be wanting to do the same thing again.
I wonder if they do that. Be surely a bit too brazen. But that's the mind games that kick in. Do they do it again? Do we play around it? How do we approach it next time? I'm hoping maybe a quicker split towards underpass to try and pressure those players coming up towards mid. It looks like Magic's already considering it, but no. VP this time not going for that mid control instantly. Yeah,
well, this time around Dignitas didn't have that op. But Neo, though, just taking an aggressive stance from Cat, gets the first pick on the MSL. That's going to be one of the danger men going down for Dignitas, and Passion just, well, just dancing with the devil right now in the smoke.
He knows that Magic has been pretty darn good at this. And both of the players here on both sides are pretty much holding almost the same sort of thing, hoping the other pushes that little bit too far, too quickly. Pasha backs away in time. Didn't get too much of an idea of what's coming his way. They're going to probably molly out platform, I can imagine, or towards the cart. They have chosen the car. It's down to the final two here. SMF is one of them, and now he's the only man standing. 1v4. He's got the bomb. He can get that planted. I don't think anyone can really deny that just yet. But Neo is on short, so as soon as SMF shows a little too much leg, it's done. No, wait. There it is. So
it's done.
It was done. It was you know, the 4 players running. VP have bounded back very nicely here.
Oh yeah, I definitely have. Now they've doubled their scoreline since the last time we were talking about this, when it was 8-3, and we were thinking that, yeah, this is Dignitas' game so far, but, you know, if they get that 7-round mark, then it's still doable for Virtus. If they win that pistol round, they can still work their way out of this. As we can see, Cajun low on money. He has to buy a Tech 9. So, no op in play for them this time around. Still plenty of grenades to work with.
Double AWP though on the other side, not going to be fun. Pasha becomes more powerful on B if you needed that to be an incentive. And it looks like Digger going for a bit of a B stance here, if I'm completely honest. 4 players going towards it. Pasha already finds one. He's not backing down from it either. He wants more. He's going to get it as well. There's the second. Can't find the third yet, but he's just going to be holding the window push. And it's a bit dangerous, but I guess he's got 12 HP. He can't instantly back away, but now here comes the pressure, and SMF does outdo him. The molly's on the side, so he can't instantly plant. There's a 2v3.
Pasha. Sometimes he just amuses you. 2-on-2 though. Bialy and Taz versus Magic's Boy and SMF right now. Taz trying to make his way through Kitchen, but gets caught off by Magic's Boy. Now it's all down to Bialy. Try to fend him off.
All right, Bialy. 1v2. You've got Magic's playing short. You've got SMF playing back towards B apartments. Good start. Bialy lands a blinder. That's Magic's gone. Now it's the 1v1. He knows SMF has got the AWP. That was shown earlier on, and that's it coming through. That's 4 kills for SMF there. Very, very good work from him individually that round. Finally showing that he has a little bit more to bring to the plate as well.
Yeah, but great half from Dignitas, obviously. You get 9 on T side. That should be plenty enough, but you know, Virtus Pro, they are capable on his side. So
Very
still, it could have been way worse. They definitely made it work in the later part of that first half, but took them quite a bit of time to come into understanding how do we stop the Dignitas side.
And well, after Dust 2, it's quite nice to actually see a very competitive match between these two teams. We did see a bit of a landslide, to say the very least, on Dust 2. You saw how punishing that economy can get for CT sides if they go down early on, if they have to go back into that forced buying saga.
Yeah.
This time, a little bit different for both sides. So hopefully we get to see that competitive match following into the second half. So guys, do stay tuned. We'll be back after a short break. We had a brilliant first half between these two. A little surprising after what happened on Dust 2, but Mirage has certainly pulled through. Far more to look at between these two teams, and we're getting ready for the second half.
Classic Dignitas man Mirage. I mean, they're just really good at creating openings towards middle, and then they'll come up with that sneaky little A play when you don't expect it. And especially those defaults. I mean, they'll grind it into a 4-on-4 situation. They'll just fall back and go for that A play afterwards and make it work. They trade effectively, they get the bomb down in even numbers, and they win the effort plants. And then you have individual plays from people like Magic Spoy and Cajun B. Then that's the kind of score. That's the kind of scoreline you can build.
But Virtus Pro are no slouches on their T side either. You know, Dignitas will certainly have their chances on the CT side, but if VP start rolling, if we start to see what we saw in Dust 2, it might be a troublesome side. And a lot of utility purchase here. This could be quite a fun one. So we've got the 2 smokes coming out, a lot of nades. And I wonder what the plan is here.
Well, it might be so that they are smoking off, similar to what Dignitas was doing. Yeah.
Oh, this is brilliant. So who's got the smokes here? So it's Taz and Neo. It looks like the stairs and the jungle smoke about to come in, possibly. And then the nade you place towards CT. This is almost your Dignitas strat. And then you come out towards A.
And Pasha is doing a solo playing B.
Oh, he sold the fake. He sold it pretty well. There's only MSL on this site. It was kind of like a fake of a fake sort of thing. Now MSL is surrounded. This is beautiful from Virtus Pro. Confirmed. And it's worked. Taz finds 2. And Magic's and Config are left in a world of trouble. Config's got a good spot here. Maybe he can get some work coming in, but I can imagine they might keep that in mind. Taz is already he's kind of peeking it, but he's got a flash behind him. Observer YNK. I was wondering why it was so good then. I'm not going to lie. I'm sorry, Rush. 2v3 though. Config on the way back in now. You've got the players from VP stuck into the site. 6 shot coming out from Config. But can he do any more? There is a kit on Magic, so it is still possible. He's going to go for it. They won't expect a kit to be coming out so soon. 3 seconds. 2, 1. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a defuse. There you have it. Dignitas, even though they got outplayed in that, the smokes came in, everything was working for them. Doesn't matter. That was brilliant stuff from Magic. Let's take the risk.
Yeah, and Config with a couple of nice shots as well, helping out there. And yeah, Dignitas coming out on top in the round where they certainly were not supposed to win that. And I wonder what is this going to be? Easy for ENCE?
Easy obs. Obs. You know, that's the thing with Yanko. He's a hard-working fellow, analysis supreme, the weatherman. Now he's a little on fire, and now he's an observer. You know what I mean? He keeps everything going for him.
Yeah.
Why did we hire Rush?
I don't know.
Nah.
Very valid question. But Config is going to go in middle. Straight up fight. Gets 2 kills. Makes it 3. KGB also chiming in. And that's the end of it.
That is very much the end of it.
Anticlimactic.
Yeah, it was like, oh, it could be interesting. No. Nicely done, Yanko. That was lovely. He's come back in just smiling. The crowd's chanting his name already. And now Neo in the 1v5. We should get Rush on an analysis desk. That would be bloody hilarious.
I agree.
May not go so
I
well.
want to be a part of that.
Yeah, I think it's a good plan. All right, there we go. Magis cleans up, and we have a very good start here for Dignitas, bounding back afterwards. A very back-and-forth first round. They did, of course, win it, but they stabilize here in the second, getting a very clean one to follow this up now.
And now Virtus Pro is going to buy with slightly limited economy. No ops in play, and as we can see, the amount of grenades also not too many to play with. So let's see what they can work with here. Seems like they're going for heavy mid presence. Every single one of their players are going to middle.
Okay.
And look at this. Dignitas is just not caring about middle. They're pushing A slope right away. They were expecting an A hit.
Yeah, so a bit of a misread possibly now from Dig.
Oh, that's the easiest smoke, dude. You get paid to play. You're not supposed to miss that.
Yeah, yeah, that's not great. And now Config's come alive. This is now. I actually used to be a huge advocate for Config being one of those upcoming players, you know, kind of into the realm of...
Kind of still is.
He still is, that's the thing, but he's been kind of quiet as well on the same front. We've seen him eclipsed by others. Config, though, so far has been having a very good sign to the CD half. Whether or not he can keep that up is yet to be seen. But let's find out how this goes for VP, because they're kind of stuck in mid here.
They are, and they have absolutely nothing to play with. Just 1 flash, and that's it. Pasha also with 3 HP, so it's going to come down to aim duels, and they're a man down. So it's going to be a tough one here.
And I do like the read from MSL here. Maybe if it is going to be the A hit coming in, they haven't seen all 3 players. You kind of make the assumption someone's still coming through Palace for that kind of pinch towards A, and also puts him in a really good position for the after plant, or even stopping the plant here as well. But SMF going to be found out. It's opening up options. Config, though, is keeping this one in check with the 2 kills thus far for himself. And Snacks is the one with the bomb. Config's now surrounded. Bialy in front. Snacks behind. Can he make it out in time? No. Snacks catches him in the heels, and this is where we should see MSL come into the play.
Exactly. I don't think Snacks will have an idea of where MSL is going to come from. And that is exactly the case. 3 kill for MSL. 12th round on the board for Dignitas, and another save here coming for Virtus Pro. So they definitely couldn't work with that limited equipment there, Virtus Pro. They went for the heavy mid take, while Dignitas was going for the A slope attack on the CT side. Pop flashing over, trying to check if there's an A strat coming in for Virtus Pro. In the end, it was Dignitas that comes out on top. And now, this time around, though, VP has bought some smokes here. What they're trying to accomplish, basically, is to get a bomb plant. Get some extra money for the following round.
And I'm hoping they do the slightly closer smokes, almost the wall that you can cut through the site rather than the default ones, just because it allows... You know, if you buy this with Tech 9s, you can actually pull off a good couple of kills, but it doesn't seem to be the case. These are your... No, they're not the default smokes. They are kind of a little change. You've got the one on the site here as well, so they can plant in that if they want to. They can cross through a little bit easier, but Config's found a really nice spot. But it is trying to be spammed out by VP. And there's a follow-up smoke. So here comes the problem. Dignitas are right on the other side. Neo is planting it, though. And he gets away with it. Absolutely brilliant. They shouldn't be able to find much more, but they are. Bialy's still fighting, and Snacks now left in a 1v3. He has no gun to hand. He's surrounded by players. He still tags up Config, and my word, VP do know how to put up a fight, but a plant nonetheless.
Yeah, that's the mission accomplished for Virtus Pro. That's all they wish for, and that's the most you can even have in that situation, unless, you know, a lot of things just go south for the CTs. Getting those 2 kills were just extra bonus. Now that means they will have an op on Snacks, who also will have a flash and a smoke to come with that, and AK-47s with everything you will need on the rest of the VP side. Now, let's see how they approach this. Seems like it's going to be another mid-take coming in here for VP. Snacks being the front man with that up.
And Magis being the all-pro as well. I haven't seen it much before. You know, I'm not sure if it's a
It feels to me like every single pro player nowadays thinks they're a hybrid who can play with any weapon. And as I say that, Mousesports gets the first one with that AWP.
And he at least trades things out for Config. He tried to go for that early aggression towards, you know, underpass, tried to get something going there for himself, didn't work out. And KGB actually lost the angle to Snacks there, and a bit of a needless peek back into it. He probably could have read into that better, but MSL has gained good ground again. This guy's been doing kind of unsung work, but I don't know how much he's going to get from it. He's only valid if they go A.
Yeah, that definitely was a lack of discipline there for KGB. He didn't need to do that. You are 13-6 up. You're in a 4-4 situation.
Oh god, they're coming back round towards MSL.
Yeah, this could get interesting. He does spot the two guys coming in, and now you gotta run away. But there's gonna be Bialy here on A slope. He gets the kill, and now only Magic Spoy and SMF alive for Dignitas.
Yeah, this should be VP's round. They shouldn't lose too much out on this one as well. Magic does still have the AWP, but can he deny the cross? I don't think. Hello, all right, just hit that shot. Fair enough. What were you saying about hybrids? Huh? Okay.
Counter-Strike.
Just CS things. 1 HP though, so going to be tricky for him to find some more relevance throughout this. Nice way of finding a new angle. Going to deny the cross off the bomb plant. He doesn't know that yet. He doesn't know that the player's locked in towards the site, and SMF has to uncover that pretty much. He has to run the gauntlet here to be able to find out. Taz just steps into it well, leaving Magic in the 1v2.
And 1 HP left. Not all too much he can do here, and decides to just fall back. That's the right choice at this point too. And well, there's still a buy in Dignitas too. They still have money to buy in the following round, so if he manages to save this op, it will be all good.
There we go. Finds a nice little angle to hold, and he'll be perfectly fine here. And on the other side of things, let's look at VP's T side so far. It's the first round they've broken back in on. They have been definitely going back and forth in these. It has not been a clean one so far.
No, I mean, you know, they purchased on the third round, so they were very limited on what they had to play with. They went for the mid control, tried to get the first picks. They were hoping for Dignitas to go for the battle in the middle. They didn't, and then it kind of, you know, just didn't work out for them at all. Then they go for the buy smokes, a couple of flashes on the Molotov to make a bomb plant happen. They get that going for them, and now finally they had full gear to work with. And they also make that happen. Get the mid control and get the round.
Because VP are no strangers for being, you know, world class at getting mid control, CT and T side. So good to see that still being an incredible factor here. And it looks like, you know, it looks like your A hits coming in just purely because Bialy did have that bomb towards ramp. You've got Snacks, you've got Taz there. Neo can come through underpass, clear that out. You've got Pasha working through middle. It looks like that's what we're going to be getting. But nade comes out, finds its place very nicely in the pocket of Snacks. MSL going to be playing towards the dark side. In the dark corner.
Dark side?
Yeah, I was about to say, well, not what I had in mind, but now the problem is that Neo snuck himself up through connector. I'm hoping that Config's possibly aware of this. He is, and he catches him out. That means this A hit is now running out of steam. It's running out of players to pull into the place, but Taz, Bialy, and Pasha, I don't see how many options they have left here.
Yeah, well, would Pasha been able to get that kill? Still might have been something in this, but now with only Taz and Bialy left against 5, would mean a massive catastrophe for Dignitas to lose this one out. But at least maybe Taz and Bialy can make some damage happen as well as possible. Maybe we get a bomb plant. That would help the cause for the following round, but they are very much down on the scoreboard, so that's their first problem here.
And Taz, you got a 1v5. No problem, mate. Bomb's not in your hands. Don't worry. You've got, I believe. There you go. Just smash config.
And 30 is new 20.
If only. Config finds Taz in the end, and Dignitas take another step towards picking this map up. And after what was an absolute demolishing on the first, this must be feeling pretty good for them, to be fair, to recover to this sort of standard. And to be fair, it's not from cheesy strats or anything like that. This is a very competitive game between the two teams.
Oh, yeah. It's been a definite grind for Dignitas, and finally we've seen their individuals come into play. Something they were totally missing in the first map. It was all plow. Now, Dignitas Config obviously having a lot of impact kills. Also, KGB working his way. Pretty much everyone on the lineup done a solid job so far. Now, as we can see, Virtus Pro has decided to go for a force because they are 14-7 down. Means they only have 2 AK-47s, and they have some heavy mid-press going on, but KGB with a nice flick there off Neo to open things up.
And Bialy instantly looking to try and punish through ramp. He doesn't find MSL though, and MSL's attention's been drawn away, and now this is the best pressure spot for anyone coming through connector. It's always hard to play out of this if you're stuck in towards dark there, and Ninja is very, very tricky. Pasha could have done something about this, but Magic found Stacks in the meantime. Now he gets overwhelmed and just leaps into the situation, and Bialy can't find the timing right to get that pressure towards A, and it's another very clean round for Dignitas here, and the money will stay completely broken for VP.
Yeah, VP just fell apart one by one there. There was no potential for any trade kills to happen, and Dignitas just doing great work there. It's a small detail. They're just doing them perfectly right now. They're boosting on top there on catwalk, and they get the pick in the middle, and then the second guy trying to go for the retaliation doesn't even realize there's going to be 2 guys there on the catwalk. gets dismantled. And lastly, one guy coming out from slope, and this pop flash doing some work here. Config gets the first pick.
That was lovely. I think that was over the top of A ramp, so that just allowed them to peek towards the setup that was meant to be coming in, but Bialy's still doing what he can with that Tech 9. Snax has a good shot of it as well. HMB's a little tagged up. They got to be careful. He doesn't get caught out. He can't find the cross. That was Bialy with the bomb. That could have been big, but now it's the 2v2, but the mollies are burning, and Neo catches out Cajun. But Bialy on 5 HP, it's tough to pull off. It's tough to imagine. SMF still has that molly. Snax gets found, and there it is. Magic closes down on the final 2. And Dignitas are going to pick this one up. A brilliant performance from them after was an absolute slaughter on the first map. Recovering well, coming back in, showing why this is one of the maps that people get excited about watching them on, and showing that Virtus Pro aren't flawless yet. There's still that online element. They are not the complete plow product yet.
Well, we still have to give a lot of credit to Dignitas, though. They're showcasing that Mirage is still their playground, and they can, when they're on, they really are hard to play against. Going for the major control, and they work their way. Somehow they always manage to come out on top with the trades, and then they'll fall back and they'll go for the A execute on the city side. They'll push ramp when need be, and on that last round, that's exactly what they did on the in the first round as well. And this time, actually, VP was coming for that A strat, and it totally nullified the whole play.
And for me, the exciting factor is that people know what Dignitas do on that map, and yet they still are able to put it off and play it just as well. It's a very, very interesting factor towards it. But guys, it's been a pleasure to cast that one, but let's see what the devs thought about it as well, because that was quite a fun game to watch.
An interesting game, definitely, and a confidence boost for Dignitas there as well. I mean, we could start it off and make the obvious statement: winning 2 pistol rounds at a match is always going to serve you quite well.
What a difference a map makes, apparently. Like going from Dust 2, getting smashed 13-2 in the first half, coming over and having a very successful side on Mirage. It's kind of crazy to feel like that's the same team playing. Watching that back, it seemed like the key players are turning up. Magis boy, what a game that was from him! Like absolutely phenomenal. And Config as well. It seems that we wanted the stars to step up. It seems like Cajun's finding some form with the AWP as well. A great T side, like you said, picking up both pistols certainly helped as well. But it wasn't the only factor that they won it. They actually would pick up the pistol, then lose 3 rounds in a row. They're actually very good and efficient on their T side gun rounds as well. It wasn't like they were relying purely on that momentum alone. They were able to adjust themselves and coordinate themselves very nicely towards the A side. Good approaches in terms of the mid control at the start of the rounds, and just an overall impressive game. Just all things considered, that was a very good performance after getting battered on Dust 2.
Yeah, definitely. I was interested to see their approach in the first half on the T side. They actually decided in the first gun round to go for that A execute with a bunch of smokes and everything, which is more viable in that particular round after VP forced in the second round because they don't have as many grenades for the retake, basically. And they managed to do the most important thing. Even though they didn't win the round, they managed to pressure VP's economy in the 2 following rounds they lost. So when they eventually won a round, they managed to break their economy yet again, and they had a pretty good control of it throughout the first half. And then second half, of course, starting with that miraculous diffuse through the smoke, certainly helped them a lot. And I'm surprised that VP, they actually only managed to get 1 round in the second half on T side.
Yeah, well, it seems like a lot of players were absent for VP, especially. I think Pasha in the second half, 0-8, and if you look over the other side, Config, he's actually getting, 16 frags in the second half alone. And there wasn't that many rounds played. That's actually a really impressive score margin to get. He was just completely controlling middle by himself. We saw the highlights just there, that mid control towards the connector area. He seemed to be everywhere on the map as well, winning a lot of the clutches, and VP picking up 1 map on the T side, which they're normally very good on. Just didn't seem to have the same sort of mojo they had on Dust 2. They could see they were kind of shut down across the board, really.
It's probably one of the most interesting factors on this map, actually, seeing the difference between both these 2 teams' T sides, even in terms of how they actually managed to execute there, because in a couple of the clips we saw earlier on, we saw Dignitas pretty much split the map over. A couple of clips, there was only players left at B there for VP that had control of connector, especially, and also that A site there as well. What's the biggest difference you guys can spot here between how these 2 teams are executing through mid, especially? Because Dignitas smokes a lot of smokes in towards mid window, on towards short and in the connector, and from there, they were able to transition really well from that part of the map. VP didn't seem to have nearly the same amount of success.
I felt that, they didn't have that many rounds where they actually executed it, but, in 1 round, their timing was a bit off. The player from Ram getting caught off first, then Neo from Connector dying as well before they could actually, pinch them all at the same time. The other round, they didn't really have a really good buy. They were limited on grenades, so they had to, it was more scrappy, so to speak. And I agree that with Henry, Pasha is probably, the focal player in those rounds. Is he's the one sneaking up to ladder room, and he's supposed to, maybe backstep there or even make first contact if someone is watching for that, if someone is holding ladder room, for example. So all those things combined really made for a weak showing of VP on the T side.
Just like night and day, gentlemen, Virtus Pro. Talk about online CS and what they produce for us.
It's so crazy to think that those the same matchup on the same night, those results coming in. You'd expect of that form on Dust 2, carry that in. We talked about the Virtus Plow arriving, and if I think this was on LAN, they'd probably carry that onto the second map, but it seems like a different team turning up. It's on the T side, they seemed locked down and just didn't really have much to work with, relying heavily on the set pieces. The defaults weren't working out for them. Economy, lots of force buys coming in there. They kept trying to make the Tech 9s and the smokes work out for them, but just good, efficient crossfires from Dignitas. And the thing is, towards the end as well, what I liked about their CT setup is they were playing to win. A lot of Danish scene especially are known for when they start getting to the finish line and getting close to winning this games, they'll start kind of turtling together.
Playing not to lose.
Exactly, right? And they actually seemed, they were assertive every single round toward the end there. They wanted to keep crushing the morale of VP and not let them do anything. Going in, finding 1 or 2 kills, especially on the last run, I think it was, pushing lower ramp and flashing over and just denying any sort of execution potential. So it's good to see from Dignitas still having that in the tank after losing a big map on Dust 2.
Well, it was a very uninspired performance there from Virtus Pro up on Mirage, and still they're 5-5 now. So again, still exceeding their last season's performance. But you talked about the lockout point, the losing eight matches or 8 maps for that matter. And Virtus Pro are starting to loom on that particular horizon. They do need to check themselves and keep themselves in check. Otherwise, they'll be slipping away from playoff possibility. Guys, the Score Esports, don't know if you've heard about it yet, but it is an app that you can get on your i or Android device.
Tell me more,
of course, you can download, I'm going to tell you right now, you can actually go to your respective app stores, right? That's either the iOS store or it's the Google Play Store. It's not called the Android store, get it right. You can get your hands on that app as well. It actually says a little bit about esports in there as well. You can open it up and it has your results. It has articles in there as well if you do want to keep track of a CS at all times of day. That's your one-stop shop for all your information. After the break, though, guys, bit of a grudge match is on the horizon. Mousesports up against G2 in 2 maps. Going to be interesting to see how these 2 teams are tracking their own respective trajectories. And we're going to see how it all unfolds after the break.
That buys him time.
Right now, nobody really watching for Surreal, though, and he's able to move out and catch Arya. Asilian finds the trade. Surreal in the last one, but oh my goodness, just shuts down Asilian on the peak. And the last one, too, a 180 flick to shut out Red. Huge clutch from Surreal. And with that complexity, they've got the pistol round on CT side.
He did have slight allowance in the smoke to give him that shot, and Olaf walks back in, hits the headshot onto Nico. Now they've got a chance back into this, and Olaf's gonna hit Dennis. It's all on to Chris J. He does have the scout, arguably the best scout player in the game. There's the first one, but they're already onto the defuse. It's a kid as well in Lekker's hands, but he's gonna have to hold this all the way through, and Chris J's done enough to pull it back.
Mouse actually hunting for some info towards B as well. They are to be isolated, but through the smoke, of course, is Nico. He takes down Dennis. He gets a double and drops the bomb as well. What a player that was, and he wants more. Another headshot for Nico. Fantastic work from him.
Any more damage Kusa can do, it's unrealistic to think he'll win this, but just a couple kills, maybe just 1. There it is, nothing falls. He knows where the 2 remaining players are. 5 seconds left, he gets that tapping away. He now knows where Sui's it, but there's only 2 seconds left on the clock. He gets it! What is this? Wow. Cloud9 throw another round away. They're just gonna head over towards the B bomb site and look at the SMG. 2 kills for Uber. Can he get more? He does. Another nice headshot. He's going for the ace and he does grab it. That is a beautiful sequence of kills. 1 clip.
He's gonna get the 1 kill in that bomb coming onto the side. Phoenix has to stay up. He gets the triple at Phoenix! Oh my god, what a way to win that round! They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still. Oh,
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League, and we are halfway through the night now. One series of 2 maps down and out of the way. We brought Pansy onto the desk here as well. Thank you for taking the time out to join us. Not that you have a choice, but it's good to have you anyway.
Yeah, I'm always glad to be here. You know, there's nothing better to do of an evening. I like to spend my time on a desk with you, Mitch.
We're not casting at the moment,
Yanko's
so
fine, you know, it's just you.
Get ready.
What? You're fine. You said you'd love to spend the time. Whatever.
Sarcasm not big in Australia.
I don't know, man. I thought we were mates,
amongst
but
other
that's
things.
all right. We have cannons, all right? We have big cannons. Lauren knows. Let's go into this one. Lauren, you were cast that last game.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that one there as well? We saw very much like a night and day performance from Virtus Pro, and even conversely, actually, Dignitas.
Yeah, for me, it was more Dignitas. You know, Virtus Pro were pretty competitive on Mirage as well. Probably not to the plow extent that we saw on Dust 2 after a blistering start, but a very enjoyable game. I'm a huge advocate of watching Dignitas on the maps that they've stratted out to that sort of degree, and it's enjoyable to watch, for me at least, because I kind of like those nuanced plays, those set pieces, and they do them really well. So when it works out, it's really good fun to watch. But again, you know, how long can you keep doing the same sort of things? It's nothing new there. So bigger, better teams who, you know, look into it specifically always unravel them. You look at Astralis, who always just read them like a book. Obviously, the Danish rivals always come in with it. But yeah, it's always fun to see these guys. Dignitas putting up a performance means that, again, any one-to-one results just mean that the score at the end of it, you know, the overall leaderboard is going to be even closer. No one's breaking ahead massively.
Talking about the score, oh wait, it's not that time.
Oh, Yanko.
I have one job.
I rushed it.
Got one job, guys, and you're taking it away from me. But
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite an interesting example there. I mean, I don't think there are any teams with, even the top teams now have, I think, 3 losses so far to their name. So we are going to see a bit of a peloton there of teams who are trying to make the finish line towards the end. I mean, speaking of 2 teams here, they're going to bring it very, very close. Mousesports and G2 is our next matchup here, guys. Super interesting one, to say the very least. Of course, this is the new look Mousesports with Oscar in tow. And G2, of course, with the tried and true 5 here. But, I mean, a rivalry, I think it's safe to say, is sort of formed between these 2 guys. And we are definitely keeping our eyes on Mousesports to see now not only how Oscar performs, but how maybe those that have been slightly displaced, or maybe how their roles are changing in this Mousesports lineup, how they're adjusting to this new timeline.
Yeah, well, definitely the thing that's pretty obvious by now is that Oscar will be the primary AWP on the team, at least for now, while Chris is, you know, back to the rifle. Pretty much, and it's interesting actually, Mousesports, I mean, they had a close loss against Fnatic, 2-0, but in their game against Dignitas, they actually won both maps, and both times they had to come back. On Cobble, they were 10-5 down in the first half, won 16-14. On Mirage, they were actually 12-3 down, and then managed to bring it back as well on the CT side. So some impressive comeback performances from them early on.
Yeah, Mousesports look like they're kind of on the way up, you know what I mean? You're starting to see that real potential starting to fall into place. It seems a little inconsistent at times, obviously, because you're changing things around. New players coming in, or new player coming in, should I say. A little bit of a switch up of roles, but they're looking like, okay, this is starting the building blocks in the right place. Whereas, you know, you can always, not the parallel or opposite, but it's a very different story for G2 in my eyes as well. These guys, you know, on their T sides look like, you know, G2 of old with still, you know, incredible power, you know, this incredible team with these individuals who can provide brilliance. However, when you go onto the CT side, for example, it's just like, what's happened? You know, they literally just go missing. We saw them struggling on Nuke CT side of all things. It's, you know, the weirdest examples of them just not showing up after having, you know, day and night performances from side to side.
And let's talk about, I guess some of the facets here in Mousesports as well. Let's take Chris J as an example, who was their main AWP. Now, since Oscar's joined the team, his rating, on average, has been 25% below his team's average rating. So the last 7 games, it's been a discernible and noticeable. It's statistically significant, I guess, you know, a result that he has sort of been behind the rest of his team rating-wise as well. Is this incidental? Is this just purely a matter of the way things have gone here? Or is Chris Chase struggling to adjust to this new situation now we have at Mousesports with Oscar on the AWP?
Well, I think it's fair, you know, to give him some time to get adjusted to the new role, right? He was the primary operator of the team, and one of those players who, whenever they could, they would put an op in his hands, because he was really proficient with it towards the end, you know, of the old Mousesports lineup, so to speak. And now to move on want to a full rifler, basically be the secondary op, in some situations, it alters his role a lot. So there needs to be some time for him to adjust to it.
And so we now see Nico, of course, not in a position where he doesn't have to pick up the AWP necessarily. We don't really know what other changes are there for him as well. Does this suit him? Because we've seen him be able to perform quite nicely when he's had to pick up the AWP in some of these rounds. But now, as he is sort of knowing himself as a dedicated rifler, does it really change anything for him in terms of how he's going to be playing these games out?
For me, I don't think so. I think, if anything, it allows him to focus on one role a little bit more or not be so spread so thin. Because that was one thing that came up with him, was the fact that, you know, he's got a lot of the in-game leadership roles coming towards him. He can op on occasion. He provides a lot across the board. But if you can allow someone of such, individual power to focus in on their role a little bit, you could see them flourish even further. I think it's too early to see if he's excelling in that role or, really subsiding. He's still just being Nico, which is, creates so many opportunities and can be so good. But yeah, for me individually, there's a lot to be seen. It's still up in the air. He can probably give you more about Nico than I ever could in that sort of aspect. But for me, for Mousesports, it's not the individuals that are ever the issue. They are absolutely fine. It's them picking up the fundamental rounds, I think is the best way to put it. So often you'll see them just kind of slip in like the anti-ecos, and they'll just do things where you're like, oh, they have a clear advantage, they should be winning this out, and then something just kind of goes wrong. They just somehow lose it. It's kind of hard to watch.
I think more than anything else, they were lacking initiative in those key rounds, right? If Nico dies and he's not there, not in a sense that, he can kill 2 or 3 people, it's that he's that type of a player who will take initiative, who will say, okay, guys, now we go, now we wait a little bit or anything, and they lack that with Nex. I feel that, although a mechanically very skilled player, I feel that that's exactly what he lacked, among other things. And you bring in Oscar, obviously you have the AWP factor play and everything, but he is the type of a player who will be, a bit cocky at times, right? You will look and say, okay, this looks like a bit silly. Why is he going for it? But, he makes it work more often than not. And I think that Mousesports is not a team that is at the stage where they will lose games because of those aggressive plays. They're more likely to, bring themselves back from difficult situations because of those a bit more risky plays.
That's the thing, though. You put a player of that skill now as well in that role, you're going to see them come up with good. You saw it historically with, your Kenny S, your JW, the AWPers as such, with that aggression that they can bring through that, if it goes wrong, it looks kind of silly sometimes, but if you've got the skill to back it up, it gives you so much more room to work in. So again, this Mousesports lineup now, I think, has a great deal of potential to start. Maybe not obviously going to the highs of, Envy in their heyday or, Fnatic in their heyday, but they can certainly push those really high echelons. And I think it suits currently what we're seeing almost in the CS meta of, CT-sided aggression being so imperative. That's something that G2 seems to be lacking for me.
I mean, it is a double-edged sword. I would only, the con to it probably is that Oscar playing in Hellraisers is pretty much used to having to do most of the work himself, right? Having to go for plays again and again. In Mousesports, he doesn't have to do that all the time, right? Okay,
it's nice once in a while,
if he has maybe a good spawn or the situation allows it, then he could go for it. But from what little we've seen from them, it seems that sometimes he pushes for it too much, right? To the point where it gets a bit detrimental for the team.
On that note, you've got 2 players now in Mousesports that are considered stars, considered pretty much the best often in what they do. I mean, let's take an example of a team with maybe 5 of them, like FaZe, for example, and how we actually see that can hurt the players individually here as well. Do you think it's a problem when you've got now Nico and Oscar in that same team that, like you said, with Oscar sometimes does try to do too much, Nico with a history of trying to do too much?
I think it's a good point. I talked recently to Kasad about, what's going on in the team and so forth, and he told me that that's one of the small issues they have, that in one round, that in the same round, both Oscar and Nico want to go and make a play, let's say on the CT side, want to go for a pick, or something of the sorts. And I mean, in Tier 1 CS, that's almost never going to work, right? I mean, you're going for a play, maybe relying that the Ts are going to be weaker on that side of the map, but if you go on 2 different sides at the same time, well, they have to be holding something, right? Sure. So you're just going to get a trade probably most of the times, and that's not really beneficial on the CT side. So what they've been working on is trying to somehow, even it out, perhaps, to maybe he's there, as a judge. Okay, you get to go for it this round because it's probably the better decision. But I think it's a small issue that will be probably resolved over time. I don't think there's an ego problem that both players are going to battle it out. I want to be the one going for plays. I don't think it's going to come to that.
I think it's actually going to be really nice to watch it on Cash as well, because it allows so much of those moments to happen, whether it be plays through Squeaky, pushing up through A main, showing presence at B on the CT side. Especially, you can see so much coming through from even just your riflers as well as your AWPers have the potential to do it. So I think this is a really good starting point to see that in practice. And the same same can be said for G2 in a way that they're a team that has the potential of a lot of these individual players doing it. They're one of the early teams, I guess, if you want to go to that, like with Existence to show CT aggression. It was like Dust 2 with them pushing B tunnels, that sort of thing. So both these teams have the capability of showing that. It's who puts it in the best place. You know what I mean? It's such a almost a backhanded compliment, right? It's like we have so much talent. Where do we put it? You know, you don't spread it too thin. But again, it takes a strong mind to be able to put it in the right place. You know, the Puppet Master Existence was able to do it, and G2, it's like, well, do they currently have that nice balance there? Do they have the right players to be able to put it into the right position of play? Are they allowing Shox that moment? Is Scream, you know, taking a bit too much here? You know, and there's a lot to be said about it, and I can't wait to see it play out, because, you know, things can just completely change and we see none of it because G2 actually turn up, or you complete parallel opposite that Mousesports just roll out on this one. So again, I think Cash is the perfect place to be able to watch it start from.
I'm glad you mentioned G2 and their situation as well, because I want to maybe just zero in on them a little bit for a moment here. They weren't really tested too much by Flipside. We saw that game, I think, the other night there as well. Train was a 16-6 affair for them. It was very, very solid. I'd like, though, to talk about Smiths a little bit here, because you have a bit more of a unique situation on G2 where your star player is not necessarily your AWP player. Obviously, you always talk about your Shox and Scream, and then we see Smith sort of playing his own role. Is this a unique role? Does Smith's role play out in any way that's maybe different to your Oscars or, you know, your main AWPers of the CS world?
I think it's just that his playstyle is a bit different, right? He's not the flashy, aggressive type of an AWPer, right? Like JW or even Oscar and those players. He's more of a passive AWPer holding the line, right? Most notably known for holding Dust 2, the long area from those passive positions towards ramp, card, and falling back towards long. And he's pretty good at that style, right? He will get that one kill, maybe even two, and then stay alive and buy time for his team. And I think that that's what you want the most from your AWPer, right? First and foremost. First and foremost, you want that. And then if he can go for some other plays, great. But if you have an AWPer who can be flashy at times and get some crazy kills and get openings, but then he will fail at when he simply needs to hold the line and buy time, where you basically win the round if you play it properly, right? If you kind of force them into that position and all of that. I feel that Smiths is more useful than people like giving credit for, basically, simply because he's not as flashy.
Yeah, and to be fair, he's been one of the players to actually remain in this roster, you know, always been a consistent factor. You know, he's always been outshone by, you know, Kenny S, at least in the French scene, right? It's very hard to ever find balance in that, but he has a role, and it's a valid role. You see Freeze being very similar to that in the way he plays, and it plays really well on, I feel, at least from what I see, specific maps you can see him excel further than how he normally does, but what he does on other maps is perfectly fine. He can hold the angle, you can trust him, you can depend on him to do it.
And also what you said, that he's been in the lineup for a long time, and then someone is going to come out with a comment, yes, because he's like great friends with Shox and everything. If there's anything you learned in the past like a year or two, that there are no friendships.
There is no friendship.
In CS, when you have a string of bad results, if you think that someone is slacking and if you don't think he brings value to the team, that player is like gone straight 100%. Out. You know, we saw with some of the Brotherhood teams, right?
Yeah, that's certainly got
and everything.
Up.
So there's a lot of things a player can bring into the team that you can't see on the server, right? There's a lot of work being done for practice, prepping the team, you know, prepping new strats and all of that, making calls mid-game, helping with a lot of things, really. And you can't know who does that type of work if you're not, you know, with them on TeamSpeak, or you don't know it from a player inside of the team. But speaking to some of the French players, they all say that Smith is an amazing teammate, that he brings a lot to the team that you can't see. So, I mean, what can we do then to trust them, basically?
Exactly. And then it turns my attention to the rest of the roster, right? And it's like, well, you've got Body and RPK. Body has one of the highest skill ceilings. I think that we've seen him not potentially reach all the time, but he has it there. We saw it in the offline finals for Pro League before. We saw him, you know, suddenly go, oh, this is why he's in the lineup. Okay, well, suddenly it makes sense. Because before that, he was like, oh, he's okay, perfectly fine. But for me, it's RPK recently as well, becoming more and more consistent. A player who came back in after such a long time. He was so far behind all the other players who came to CSGO after, you know, not quite following it right off the back of Source, came back in, and he's starting to really become a solid player, like one of those solo site players who's just, you know, he'll get those 2 kills. He may not, you know, go, all right, let me get the ace, let me, you know, do those flashy plays, but he'll be enough of just kind of that brick wall. He'll buy time. So again, I think G2 have a lot of the tools that they can put into a really good play style. You just don't see it every single time.
And let's talk about, I mean, the rivalry that these two teams have put together, and more importantly, how their story has developed. With G2, of course, when we can throw it back, Mousesports did hand them their biggest defeat yet on Dust 2, which is one of the maps we're going to see tonight. But actually later than that, obviously that was the Cologne qualifiers. Later than that, we saw them play off at E-League, and I think 2 out of 3 of those maps in the best of 3 went to tiebreakers, and both teams actually won one apiece here. How has G2 developed as a unit since since the major, because I guess since then we can really look at E-League and how they've sort of worked through those ECS as well, and now here they are.
I mean, it's hard to not say that they've been unfortunate, right? I mean, they came into the major winning ECS, right? The LAN tournament, beating Luminosity on it, the now SK team in the grand finals as well, getting revenge for the last season of Pro League. But after that, the major, of course, the group of death. I mean, anyone could have made it at that point. I felt that if they won against Fnatic and they meet SK in a best-of-1, that's where it gets dangerous, right, for SK. Anyone could have gotten out of that group. So unfortunate to drop out there. Then at E-League, they have to play with a stand-in because RPK had I think an eardrum issue. He couldn't travel. Couldn't fly. So unfortunate. They had a close game against Mousesports. If they had a full lineup, who knows what could have happened.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like it's easy to look at them and see just complete inconsistency across the board because they have such like high, really high highs and really low lows. It's the team of extremes almost. But they have had external factors, as you said. RPK not being there, they had the group of death. It's like when you give them, I don't say give's the wrong word, but when they get the opportunity to be able to play to what they want to do, they don't get the groups of death and such. You saw them do it in the ECS. They went all to the finals. They beat out Luminosity. They have that potential there. Again, it's coming back from that break though. Still has cost a lot of teams that real power they had. So it's hard to even look at these results that are just not even that long ago and say these are still relevant because there was that break. There was that 2-week kind of like, all right, let's take the holiday, kick back a bit. And you saw Astralis certainly suffering. You've seen certain teams coming back in looking rusty, and G2's certainly one of them. But it's a matter of recovery and what time they can come back to that form where there's not that excuse or that little bit of a wall in the way of their progression.
We've seen some teams hit quite hard by the break itself, and then some teams maybe don't seem to be too phased here as well.
That was really good.
Thanks, Lauren. Really working
on
that.
But tell us, did you write that down?
Tell us about the difference, though, between these two teams, like the ones that are sort of affected by this break and the ones that can sort of plow through. Some teams, though, who were playing Tier 2 CS actually didn't have a break. Obviously, like some Dignitas and those sort of will play sort of some other leagues as well. But I mean, what's affecting these teams and how they're sort of suffering after a break or not?
I think the answer is same to the question, how can VP just run over Dignitas on Dust 2 and then more or less get run over on Mirage? It's like, I don't know how to answer those questions pretty much because both, players of both teams go on vacation, they don't touch CS, they don't touch the PC for 2 weeks pretty much. They come back and, some teams play. FaZe probably, is the team who played the best after vacation. And they also had a roster change, so...
If you want to look at it this way, right? Look at it this way. You could take the assumption of individual teams can get back to individual form faster. You look at the more strategic teams that need to get that timing, that synergy. It can maybe take longer, but it's all subjective, right? It's just that could be an opinion. It can apply to one team and not the other. You see FaZe getting back to it because, let's be very honest, they are incredibly talented individuals. Alu's come in, he's been decent. I don't think he's gone to the limits people wanted yet, but he looks good. Everyone else is playing really well as well. So you see them just going, all right, we're back to what we expected. But Yanko, how do you feel about that one, buddy? just chilling there. It's like, we need Yanko Cam. Rush is just asking for it. He's like, let me see him again, please.
I start off by filling with questions that you can't answer, so you have to spend 5 minutes explaining yourself, and then we're going to fill with just headshots of all of us, one by one, while someone else is talking.
We could just watch Rush attempt to do anything in Cash again, because that was really enjoyable.
Yeah, he was supposed to be doing a few things. I don't think he achieved any of those.
I think it was like the mid jump, trying to do the counter jump towards mid. Then there was the smoke to A main. That's a tricky one from the truck. Very hard lineup. Missed that. Tried to do the jump, I think, towards Squeaky, missed that, and then he decided to just plummet to his death.
We can ask the viewers; they always have some fun questions.
That's true.
And we're back on Cash.
That's it. There's nothing more to say, Yanko.
It's always for Cash.
There's nothing more to say. It's all over. But no, if people do want to ask a question, they can always use the hashtag ESL Pro League and throw some through. Hopefully not just purely about Cash, because I think that one's been kind of done to death here. But overall,
we can chat about that as well. I have been informed
hashtags?
What about hashtags? About the specific hashtag, about some stuff about Cash if you really want to do it. But I've been informed we can go to a break here for a little bit now as well. Seems as if our servers have got some gremlins in them.
As if this has happened.
This is happening.
Do you know what happened, Mitch? Do you remember what you said? Sorry, just to cut you off. He said before this, guys, don't worry, we're ahead of schedule. He messed this up. It's him. It's his fault. And I hope you're happy with yourself.
Aussies did it again.
That's it. So, as everyone's favourite host right now, we are going to cut to a break. And we're going to be back in 3 minutes. And hopefully everything is hunky-dory.
That buys him time.
Right now, nobody really watching for Surreal, though, and he's able to move out and catch Arya. Asilian finds the trade. Surreal in the last one, but oh my goodness, just shuts down Asilian on the peak, and the last one, too, a 180 flick to shut out Red. Huge clutch from Surreal. And with that complexity, they've got the pistol round on CT side.
He did have slight allowance in the smoke to give him that shot, and Olaf walks back in, hits the headshot onto Nico. Now they've got a chance back into this, and Olaf's going to hit Dennis. It's all on to Chris J. He does have the scout, arguably the best scout player in the game. There's the first one. But they're already onto the defuse. It's a kid as well in Lecker's hands, but he's going to have to hold this all the way through, and Chris J's done enough to pull it back.
See Mouse actually hunting for some info towards B as well. Now look at the isolating, but through the smoke, of course, it's Nico. He takes down Dennis. He gets a double and drops the bomb as well. What a player that was, and he wants more. Another headshot for Nico. Fantastic work from him.
Any more damage Kusa can do, it's unrealistic to think he'll win this, but just a couple kills, maybe just one. There it is, nothing falls. He knows what the two remaining players are. 5 seconds left, he gets that tapping away. He now oversees it, but there's only 2 seconds left on the clock. He gets it! What is this? Wow. Cloud9 throw another round away. They're just gonna head over towards the B bomb site and look at the SMG. 2 kills for Uber. Can he get more? He does. Another nice headshot. He's going for the ace, and he does grab it. That is a beautiful sequence of kills. One flip.
Yes, there it is, was the top 4 plays of the week, of course, with featuring the player that stole my name. But let's carry on. Now, we are going to quickly jump into game, guys, as well. But before we do, I will get your predictions, excuse me, God, as we head into this one now as well. We chatted ad infinitum about Mousesports and G2. But what are your thoughts on Cash? It's not been great for Mousesports, 1-4 in recent times.
Yeah, but they had that close game against Fnatic. I mean, now they've had a bit more time to practice. I know that Cash is one of the maps they're playing right now, too. So, I don't know. It depends mostly on G2, whether they show up. If they are still lacking on their CT side, I could see Mouse taking this.
Lauren?
Yeah, I actually tend to agree. I've seen Mouse genuinely getting better every time we watch them with this new addition. I think that they are definitely the ones to be causing the upset here. I haven't been convinced by G2 thus far. I think their consistency is not quite to the standard that I can bank on them yet. So I'm going to say Mousesports can really push this one to its limits.
Okay, so Mousesports, you know, despite a little bit of a rocky road on Cash in recent times, still a favourite here at the desk. Let's pass over to the casters, though, and see what they have to say. It's going to be Henry G and Sadakist.
Yes, thank you, Mitch, and good evening, everyone. Welcome to our second series of games. It's not a series of total. Look, we say this every night. You know how it works. 2 best of ones for the season. The map total is what counts. I mean, big game coming up. I think Mousesports is starting to find the form with the new roster, but
I think so.
At the same time, G2's grown into this season considerably well so far.
Yeah, as Janko described in depth, we had a long segment there. He's talking about the CT sides of G2. That's been the problem. The T sides have been absolutely very good. They're getting like double figures every single time. Is struggling to close out these games on the CT side. That's been a problem for them. They're not picking the pistols on the CT side. They can't seem to win the clutch situations as well. So I'm interested to see how this one falls into their control, whether they can actually find that form on the CT side, and we'll see whether they actually start having a bit more confidence. It seems like when they lose a few rounds in a row, they have a lot of force buys coming in, they actually struggle to actually, you know, maybe have that confidence to go for those aggressive peaks and maybe close the rounds out of that fashion. So we'll see what happens here. I think this is a great matchup. This is always historically a very good game in terms of these two playing. They're always very close. Potential for overtimes for sure going into it, so we'll see whether that comes in. Cash, I think the last time they played actually was an overtime game.
I like that you mentioned overtimes after last night as well.
Well, we had three versions.
3 and almost a 4th, to be fair. I mean, the game was pretty neck and neck in the end with the economy. Just to touch on the desk, you mentioned how these two teams in particular are always close together. I think that one of the things you always have to mention as well now with Oscar being on this team, and Yanko touched on it, he used to have to be the player on Hellraisers that would do everything himself. Nico's used to being the player on Mousesports. Now both of them get freedom. Does that make both of them better in that sense, or is there going to be some tripping over each other?
I'm still interested to see how this team develops as a whole, right? We talk about Chris J still being the AWP. I think when we first saw them in Pro League, Chris J was AWPing still, and we're kind of wondering when Oscar really comes into that role. I think he's just a secondary AWP for now, the last time we saw them at least. I haven't been able to catch any of the other online games. I'm hoping that Oscar does come into the full AWP role. I think that's where he's going to be his absolute best. It'd be very exciting to see that happen. And surely that has to. That's got to be the plan in the future. I guess it was just a case of slotting him in originally. Didn't have that much time to play with him, but as you can see, key players for Mousesports, Nico, and Scream as well for G2. I'm interested to see what kind of form Shox he's in, because that guy can be absolutely lights out. And we're going to be getting into this very shortly. This is a warm-up, of course, and Niak's in the server as well. So, you know, this is getting warmed up as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still curious to see with the ESL 1 New York. By the way, qualifications have been announced
to see how coaching does kind of come into this, because that was one of the other changes that they made that kind of went a little more unnoticed than some of the other teams, but picking up a more dedicated coach, I guess you could say, in that sense, bringing in someone who's familiar with Nico.
Yeah,
Yanko knows him well.
Yeah, it's like the thing is, like, he was brought in to really take some reins over the team, and obviously we talk about it to death recently, the whole Valve decision with the coaching sort of thing. I'm interested. We know Nico can call for this team, and he probably will be taking that full-time role once again, considering that that's going forward now. And we'll see how it develops as we go forward. But we have got quite an interesting game. Matt, in terms of your prediction, where are you going to be sitting with this one?
Don't know. It is a tough one. G2. The thing that they've, I think, had, obviously you've mentioned it a number of times, and I think everyone's touched on it at this point as well on the desks, is their T-sides have been very successful. It's the accuracy that they possess, that explosive style of gameplay that really carries them over in that sense. So first and foremost, have to be hitting their shots, but CT side for them is still a huge problem.
Yeah.
And when you go on a map like Cash, and you've got a guy like Nico, who's already explosive on an AK, and then you give Oscar an off, which this map lends itself to, how many angles can you think of off the top of your head? There's more than, I would say 6 or 7 at least on this map, which is more than you would think on any other map for the op to play.
Well, we can talk about as superstars for this team, for the teams on the server. There's like 4 of them on the server right now. You've got Scream and Shox on G2, probably the most standout players, and you said it before, Nico and Oscar on the other team. That's what makes it very difficult to predict. It depends what kind of form they're in. It's an online game. We talk about the struggles, and I think we're out of that holiday kind of period now, that rut that some of the teams are going through, but G2 still trying to work their game out. They are starting to pick up games now in Pro League, but still not looking the usual selves, I have to say. But it looks like we are going to be getting into this first map. It is 2 series coming in, but Cash will be kicking things off with G2 starting on the T side here. The buys starting to come in a little bit slower than usual, but G2 are normally famed for having 4 sets of armor and then Scream on that Deagle. That has been working out very nicely for them, I have to say. I always kind of criticize it, but the interesting thing is Mousesports, similar methodology. They actually get Nico on the Deagle on the pistol, but Scream, a little bit more conservative this time. Glock armor for him, and Smiths, I think he's done a smoke towards connector. This could be quite a fast tactic towards mid. If the flashbangs come in, the CTs are forced back.
Forced back, but they do double up on the white box side, so
Flash.
they actually get more men there to try and combat it. Flash, though, as you say, does kind of hinder them, although RPK forward enough. He'll take down Dennis, and now they'll split through CT. You touched on this a little bit yesterday. If you're going to go toward A, you need a second prong to that attack, because YNK mentioned it. You try and walk up highway, you might find the first pick, but there's so many angles you then have to fight. Look where the bomb is. They won that single pick from the quad, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that it was Chris J that found it. He's got 3 kills total, so I imagine it was. Bombs down, they have to backtrack now just to get it, and they're going to boost up, which is going to divide them already. Not only that, divide them, but it's a crossfire. Not directly peeking, but set and ready. Chris J can easily walk back out towards Z connector to play off of
The
this.
vent's not broken either, so Shox is in there right now. He has to give his position away if he does want to try and get that bomb. His teammate will be making his way back towards mid-warehouse, but Nico, he knows he's reading this so carefully. He's actually put a perfect position. I thought he would be nailing that shot, and somehow Body comes out on top. There it is, all of a sudden. It is a 2 versus 1 for G2, and just a great setup for the CTs, just taken apart here. Now it's up to Chris J, but Shox finishes him off with the USP, and you feel like that's where Nico should be nailing it. Didn't even have to hit the headshot there. He had time with Bodies checking the right corner first. He just needs to shoot in the back 3 or 4 times. He's done for, but he's just trying to tap the head. Couldn't land it. And that was a pivotal kill. That's what decided it all. He was actually positioned perfectly. Like I said, the vent not broken. He can actually go a little bit more all in. Chris doesn't have to face. They know the vent has to make a noise before anything can come out of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit overconfident from Nico in that regard, trying to get that headshot instead, but it does go 1-0 in favor of G2. The only 3 kills came from Chris J, so it would have been an ace if he had clutched that out. And Body getting that kill. Well, it opens up a possibility to bring out exactly this. SMGs and AKs, they've got a scout against them on Chris's hands, though.
Nico, one of the scariest Eagle players, though, on the planet. I would say that's a pretty fair assumption, and that's pretty much why he gets the first shot. Takes down Body as well. Will be replied pretty quickly by Scream, but the CTs are going to struggle here as SMGs to come rolling out at RPK to take down the first 2 headshots there, and now the round is going to be over as he finds his third. Speedy, Deagle in hand, but 4 players to find. It did get a bit interesting, but well reacted from G2. It didn't allow the CTs to readjust themselves once they committed. They actually striked as soon as they had the opportunity to actually take down Nico there. So good reaction. Nice shot from Nico to open things up, but this will be a 3-0 almost certainly here. Mousesports can't really afford to invest anything after the scouts and the Deagles and the body armor. Nico gets a Deagle, and there'll be a couple of P50s.
Interesting, no, maybe not. too much to read behind it just yet. We are early on. Smith's without a kill, though, and the reason I mentioned it, he's the AWP player, so leaving him on the SMG, he's going to need to build up a little bit of cash if they want to bring that out right away, or if it becomes an issue.
5.5 right now.
He can drop it over, exactly that. So, and it's due to the fact that I think he's got, what, 4 kills total or 5 kills total already in this game, but Shock's body and Shock's, again, are the ones to find them so far in this round. The AK will go to work. Dennis dancing on the edge of the smoke, found in the end by what now is the hat trick. And he'll add to that total with the Glock of all guns against Speedy.
Nice work to finish things off there. The problem is now we do have Oscar on the AWP, but you can see the utility is going to be limited for the CTs going forward. No kits purchased as of yet. Chris J's only got 4,100 to go into this round, so not a single kit available. No incendiaries. That's actually a really big deal for holding off those fast attacks. We discussed this yesterday, Matt. The idea of on the T side, you know you've broken the CT utility after a force buy on the second. You can go for something very fast. You know they wouldn't necessarily have the utility to actually hold you off. So let's see what G2s decide to bring to the table. I know they're a team that like to operate in this sort of manner, especially when they have SMGs. This time 3 of them actually. So they'll probably do something quite simple in terms of smoking towards the key points there. Highway towards quad as well. Flash in and just make it try and a very close range encounter for the CTs. It looks like those smokes will be coming in right away. Flashes as well. Molotovs towards key positions to see whether they do execute here.
Nico's going to wait inside the flames, trying to time it so that when they expect him to move, he comes out and gets the jump on them. Instead, it actually just limits his HP, so he's not really in a position to fight against Bot. He goes down early. But Chris J and Dennis will pull it back. Oscar chimes in as well, and now Dennis, waiting all the while inside of that smoke, or rather on the edge of it, is going to get the kill that's required to essentially seal the round. And not only that, he'll follow it up and put the nail in the coffin by getting Shocks down. So first gun goes to Mousesports. They're going to keep the AWP onto Oscar, again finding that 1 kill as he rotated back over. But now RPK does exactly what we mentioned. He had the money, he throws the AWP, and Smiths will grab it.
What's interesting about that round as well, Matt, is the fact that Mousesports only had 1 player with head armor. There were 3 SMGs available, 4 G2. They actually had a massive advantage considering the situation. A lot more utility. The SMGs are being very effective against unarmored players as well. And it was them overcommitting a little bit too much, I think. They think they want to take control of the bomb side. They're pushing through their own smokes, trying to lock down those one-on-one situations. But Oscar rotating quite nicely. He's being very effective as a backup player with the AWP. Now things starting to stabilize. They have got some utility to play with as well. The AWP's still out. And we'll see whether G2, by the looks of things, will be doing the exact same approach, as there are 4 players committed towards A. Shoxy holding towards mid for aggression. And Nico, he can sense some things up front as he starts spamming through the door here. He is right in his feelings, but not spamming the correct area just yet.
And just to mention Nico, I guess in saying this, it kind of epitomizes how good of a player he is. We're 4 rounds in, and I'm calling him out for only having 1 kill. We're used to him being so explosive from the get-go, so hopefully builds into his own. I imagine he will. Dennis, get play behind that smoke once more. He's got to be a little bit careful this time. Gets blinded up. He's walked into the flames. It's knocked him down to 39 HP. Nico's gone 1 for 1, which means he now has to step up, but it's Chris instead. Flashed in through the smoke. Flash thrown by himself with the left click, or rather the right click, excuse me, body. Good shot over top. Takes down Dennis behind forklift, but he's now got to hold this off with 3 HP and let Shocks try and catch them as they rotate toward the site because bomb is planted. And Shocks does exactly that on the first approach. It's now just Speedy and Oscar that remain up over top. They use the E-box to boost. It's going to be the shot coming through in the AWP, but Body 3 HP has to clutch this and does. Speedy's found in the smoke. Very well done.
Excellent work by Body. He had, what, 3 HP for the majority of that round after that exchange with Dennis towards the forklift area as well. I didn't think there was a chance to win the round. That's quite standard from G2 having Shocks lurking towards middle. He doesn't show his hand until the very end, until the bomb's down. He doesn't want to give anything away, and sometimes that's to their detriment. Sometimes he's too late and he's smoked out, can't really do too much about it. This time he picks up 1 kill, but we saw that nice work from Oscar to take him down. But Body, what a fantastic clutch that was from him. Actually manages to pull it off through the smoke there, just in the corner. And just 1 bullet would have taken him down as well. So that's going to actually reset Mousesports fully here. Just pistols, 5 USPs, that's it, and a flashbang. Should be an almost clean sweep here for G2. Shouldn't even drop a single frag.
3 HP away from avoiding that situation too, which would have been in turn G2's time to save. But Body's going to go back out middle this time, AK in hand. There's 3 players that are looking his direction. Wow. They eventually will get him, but he does hit Nico before going down and up over the boost screen. He's found 2, down to 1 HP. He's got to be a little bit careful here now, but he's got Shocks to support. And just preemptive strike, he walks back into it. Just keep firing where I last spotted him. Dennis, meanwhile, the last alive, has 2 kills to force out a little bit of, I guess, money spent, but they've grabbed the AWP immediately off the floor. That will prevent them from buying one of those instead of 2 AKs. It goes back to Smiths. And in turn, Oscar goes back to is on the CT side. We've yet to see the economy available to really run a double op setup on the CT. We often talk about that on Cash.
Yeah, absolutely. They're still struggling here in the gun round. You can see now they've got the 5 smokes. Once again, no kits, no incendiaries, and I'd like to see Oscar go a bit more aggressive. He has been playing towards middle for now. Looks like he will be going towards B storage, trying to get that first pick. There's something to work in their favor. But once again, G2 favoring towards the A side of the map. Actually going to be boosting up Shoxy pretty fast as well. He's got no mid presence there to counter, so this is quite nice for G2. We do discuss this is a very viable setup for the CTs. They can actually have a decent hold towards the quad area. But you can see right now they don't have the AWP on the A side. They're bunched up towards Forklift, and there's actually Oscar taking an RPK, lurking towards B. 5 on 4. They've got the advantage. That's what they needed in this round, considering the situation.
Yeah, that's big. Very, very big, especially with the AWP, the single AWP. We'll see if he gets dynamic as well and starts moving his position. But Body again, what a game this guy's already having. And consider all the flack that Devil gets, never really implemented himself well into the Envious roster. They're trying to change the roles up now. Body has come into this team and has done an excellent job, but look at Nico. He's scoped in. He doesn't even have to look. They line it up. That is a gift. Bomb goes down as well. Double headshot for Nico, and he just has to hold this off. Body knows he's there, and he finds the frag and returns. Second time we've seen him win a duel against Nico in a pivotal moment. Grabbing Bomb again, though. It's still a 1 versus 3 flash out. Manages to avoid it. Dennis doesn't commit completely to the peak, but it doesn't matter because Body 2 steps to the right, and he's found him regardless.
Yeah, Body's having a crazy round here. If he wins this, it will be the ace clutch, as he has killed 3 already. He seems to be landing every single shot as well. Smoke down towards Highway, boosts himself up as well. This could be a really interesting play, as he guys got another player towards Highway. It's Oscar with the AWP going down. Just Speedy to find now, and he will be towards ace storage, and he does it! The ace clutch from Body! Nails it!
That's ridiculous.
It seemed like a round mouse was completely locked down. They had a great play from Nico. And what a game he's having. You pointed out before, that just cements it. What an absolutely godlike play that was.
That's 2 gun rounds that have gone down to clutch situations. Body with 3 HP wins, a 1 versus 2 after getting a kill on entry. And that time, an ace clutch win for him. Now, it didn't start out as a 1v5, don't get me wrong when I say that, but regardless, that is incredible. Takes down Nico after getting positional control of A main, and he's on 12 kills total. We're 8 rounds in. Chris J with another pistol due to Body's great performance is going to try and push up middle, get aggressive. He does get some damage into Shox. He doesn't find the kill immediately after and actually gets dinked up on the repeak, so he's going to flash himself out of there. Doesn't get caught transitioning. Does Smiths, though, go down over toward B site as Body sneaks in. Another kill for him, and he just continues to tap. Finally, Speedy's had enough and headshot his direction. They've got a man advantage with these pistols right now, you know, Mousesports.
This is really sloppy from G2. They're just thinking this round's over. We've won a big one. Let's just run into the side. They've got no money. And unfortunately, they're so separated from each other. They've got themselves into really horrible situations while gaining any intel there. Shock's getting very aggressive towards middle. He got dinked at the start. His teammates are dropping around him. They're actually in the B side where no one else has to join them. And they can still win the round, but it's going to be pretty unlikely considering the circumstance. 3 on 2, 2 AK recovered for the CT as well. Scream trying to do what he can towards the A side. They're separated once again. He's got the bomb. We'll see whoever Shox can find anything from this as he starts to lurk towards B. Trying to set up fake. Basically at this point, Shox is just trying to get a kill. He's low HP, trying to rotate a player over there. If he can get a kill and get into the site, that's something. But you can see it's quite a nice setup here. Speedy is holding towards checkers. That's like the one and done position, right? And that's all he needs right now. If he gets 1 kill, they still have the advantage. Problem is, he's not getting much information from me. Could go towards CD spawn Shoxy and actually kill someone in the back, but I think they've got that covered as well, as Chris J will be looking towards that area. Where is he at? There he is, yeah.
Good pickup from Shox. Takes his time, slows it down, but there's a problem. Yeah. That's the time. 6 seconds, they're nowhere near planting.
There it is.
Okay, he did go to the other side. When I last looked at the minimap, he was still coming out from A main, so Scream takes the safe plant. Very smart indeed because quad was occupied. Shox find Dennis in the end, covered off by his teammate. It was a risk considering this. If Speedy had been toward the Z connector sooner, he might have been able to prevent that, but Shox had just left truck, so there was a good chance he wouldn't be there. They take it, and they're going to pick up the round again here.
I actually really like that synergy. They knew they didn't have enough time to check out the A side. It's very likely someone will be towards that quad area. They plant safe, like you said. It definitely is a risk towards Highway, but it's very likely someone will be towards the quad area. Once again, that same approach as Speedy had towards the checkers, that one and done position, is try and slow them down, get 1 kill before you drop, and G2 do pull it back. It was a nice play from Smiths, and I have to say that checkers play maybe a little bit too passive there. As time was ticking away, probably wanted to get a bit of information instead of just sitting right at the back. Allowed his teammates to get exposed from CT spawn. Shoxy finds 2 kills. The plant comes in towards Highway, and that's a nice recovery. 7-1. Like I said, though, G2 definitely did not deserve to win that round. Considering their approach, just looked like they were so elated from winning that ace from Body in the clutch situation that Maybe got a bit ahead of themselves. But money's starting to stabilize here for Mousesports. Once again, maximum loss bonus will be coming in next round. Only a 4th stage, but they've got double AWP set up this time. Chris J back to his old role as he is AWPing towards middle here. Can't land the shot initially, but let's stay alive. And Smiths here opens things up. Nico, I think that's a collateral shot. You can see Dennis going down to 18 HP. They both pushed. He must have got hit through him. So 2 for 1. Never a bad deal.
Smiths is going to use the gap in the smoke. 2 for 1 discount day. Definitely not a bad deal. Shocks inside the doorway, yet to open it up. Dennis staring it down, and as you mentioned, they're already tagged. He's on 18 HP, so he's had to call for an early rotation. Not only that, they've had to leave B solo anchored. Now, the one thing about that, kind of a neat position. I'm not always in favor of it, but Oscar right now pushed up into the corner inside of that B side. He's since gone back. AWP, he was trying to anticipate anyone coming in through the vents because they didn't have eyes on mid for a moment. He may still catch this bomb, though, if he has the patience to watch that position for longer.
We talk about Cash being a very reactive map so far. The CTs don't have much to work with. Speedy finds it. That was towards middle, finds a shot on towards Scream. So now it's a 4-on-4, and looks like a B execution will be coming in. Body leading the charge here, and why not? Shoxy making such a big distraction towards the B side. He gets 2, burns Dennis alive, and there it is. Shoxy just completely opening up this map by himself. He's on an absolute rampage right now. Goes towards City Spawn, looking for his 4th kill, and you can feel he's going to get it as well. As Oscar makes his way towards the upper ramp, does manage to take him down, but does considerable damage. And actually does make something out of this. 12 HP. 15 seconds, but the bomb's on the A side.
And RPK will be lamenting not hitting that shot, knowing that he was climbing onto that ramp and pre-aiming at it. Very fast reactions from Oscar on the AWP, but he still has a job to do. Bomb planted again on the A site. Bodies managed to rotate over in the same time that Oscar's done so from the same site, both coming from B to A. And the bomb planted very open. Oscar's just going to try and walk in with the AWP. He can't scope now. He's got to go for the no-scope or a very quick one at that. And it's Smith's holding the angle instead.
Seems ready for it as... Like, it was quite a nice idea from Oscar. I guess probably the only way he could have won the round, go for that no-scope. Very likely someone's going to be there, but Smith, he's anticipating it. This must be the tactical pause, which it is. Mousesports, to be fair, they've been very unlucky in terms of these situations at the 1v5. That's going to be causing a lot of arguments for the team. You know, Nico likes to be a very vocal player. When the mistakes are made, I'm sure there's some bickering going on right now, and they're trying to work out how they get into this situation, because right now they are a maximum loss bonus, sure, but this doesnn't mean you got a full buy, especially on the CT side. $3,400 coming in. Oscar could get an AWP. He's got 63, right? Rest of his teammates there, they'd be on FAMASes, maybe a couple of M4s and their shotguns. 8-1 down. It's definitely not over yet. I'd say probably take a partial buy this time. You almost won one before. Get the Deagles, maybe try to stack towards the B side or towards A. Maybe boost up towards middle. Then we go and make sure we win the rest of these gun rounds and stop making the mistakes in these key situations. But Body, this has been one of his most impactful performances we've seen so far in terms of getting rounds on the board. You know, you can't argue some of the entries he's been getting and the clutches. Obviously, that 1v, well, not 1v5 as you pointed out, but the 5 kills he got with the clutch is pretty massive.
Yeah, I think it was 1v4 when he actually started
getting the kills. And he had that clutch before with, what, 3 HP? So he's been finding round after round for G2.
It's impressive that Chalks actually has the higher frag total right now. Mind you, he did have a 4-man anti-eco, but it's just
he's
quietly...
had lots of anti-eco kills, but Shoxy still, like, he recovered a lot of rounds as well. So the one where they actually lost all those eco pistol kills after winning the 1v5, Shoxy was the one actually getting them back into the game and
no, quietly going about business.
Yeah. So sometimes eco frags can be very important. You can't dismiss all of them, right? If you're a 2v4 and you've lost a lot of frags and someone steps up, that's still pretty massive.
Yeah, I mean, there is some truth. I think it can be blown out of proportion when you say every frag matters. If you're getting exits and whatnot, okay, the impact is different, but they all count, especially with the money game in CSGO. Every kill counts in that sense, so...
We'll have a look whether they will be buying here. Okay, Dennis is committed, so he'll be getting a Deagle body armor. So they will be going for the partial buy here. Like I said, they could definitely all pair. They could get Oscar on that, but it's not like he's having crazy games so far. So it'd be a high-risk situation. I mean, if they lost the round, that's pretty much game over at that point. I think this is the better option. It's very likely G2 will get to 9 rounds, but still, you've got 5 to play for after that. You can bring it back to 9-6. Double AWP setup. They have tried it, didn't work out for them, but the rounds have been very close. There's been a lot of clutches here. They need to start getting some luck together. Get a couple of rounds in a row, they could get themselves back into this game. It's by no means over. We've seen G2 have some horrible CT sides here in Pro League. If they can just get 4 or 5 rounds, that could be enough, you know. That's the truth here.
Yeah, and we mentioned as well, when you just touched on it, that it is a horrible CT side for them. So it's all about momentum. It's all about economy as well. In this half, they've had absolutely none of it. Getting reset early on, but they've accumulated the loss bonus at its full effect now. They're still on the CT side, which makes things
they have
difficult. This is it. Yep,
Okay.
they are going for it. Oscar's going to go AWP.
Wow.
He's got head armor as well. That limits his utility slightly, but it's going to be UMPs and a FAMAS.
This seemed like a last-minute cause. It just looked like a Deagle, because Dennis bought a Deagle and body armor, so he's had to buy on top of that as well.
Yep, you're right. That's actually could hinder them forward again. I mean, they're going to have to save regardless if they don't win this.
But like that, this shows you they changed their mind very last minute. Someone's going, you know what? I'm going to get this off. Let's just win this game right now. There it is. Oscar opens it up. They needed something to happen. And he does take down Scream. All right. Got something to work with now.
And Nico, as we see, was getting aggressive, trying to take advantage of that UMP rather, excuse me, the SMG out towards Squeaky. And movement mechanics aside, he'll fall back into the site now that they have the first kill. They don't need to go hunting. They can get a little bit more complacent with their positioning.
Right then. Well, Shox has been given the AWP over by Smiths, which is an interesting decision.
I imagine that's... Okay,
right,
they give it back.
Swapping around. Did Scream had originally? Did he have a good spawn and get boosted up? They're still swapping it around. Shox is back on it.
It's the hot potato.
Pass the parcel. Yeah, hot potato. That still
and
works.
again,
what is this?
I think what we missed is someone wanted their AK or something. I don't know.
Right.
Obviously, it doesn't matter, but I have no clue what they're doing.
Superstition movie.
Yeah. Exactly.
I can't think that could be a valid reason.
It's not. It's not at all. But like I did notice the AK skin swapped and all of that, whereas the AWP went back to Smiths.
Yep. Shox has got his.
Yep.
RPK's got his.
Yep.
Body's got his.
Yeah, I think someone had to drop one out or something, and everyone's got mixed up, and they had time and took it. Why not? 24 seconds, they'll execute. Chris, he's going to be holding, so close to this smoke flashing. He's behind them. They don't know it, but he gets flashed up again. He's got to find the shots, manages it against RPK, but look at Nico above. Drops the bomb, 13 seconds to work with, and he'll close the round. Finally, he arrives. And the force buy pays off. 8-2 now for Mousesports. They've picked up another AWP, so never mind Economy getting them, never mind buying it themselves. They've got 2 AWPs finally to work with on this CT side.
Well then, we did say it was a last-minute decision by Mousesports. We did see Dennis buy a Deagle body armor, then all of a sudden, it was the method thrown out the window. They went for the force buy, and Oscar had to step up. He gets the first kill towards Scream, and then it all starts to open up for them. GT commits towards A once again, gets shut down by the UMPs. A close-range blind kill from Chris J was the opening factor, and then Nico from above, like he said. But this time it's more aggressive. They seem to be getting in the groove of things now. Nico takes a ton of name damage, though. He's still committed to this. Closes the door. What's the play? Keeps himself in this pretty precarious situation as he does decide to smoke off towards Aim and probably reposition at this point. Not sure how good that smoke is. There we go.
This is a peculiar position, isn't it? 2 stacked up here.
Baiting and Dennis, essentially, right? Take one shot, get back towards quad, and hopefully everyone chases him. That's the idea.
Absolutely, but they've already switched that up because they didn't come fast enough. Dennis is going to try and watch the door himself and have the AWP now watching highway, which is smart because they've given up middle. Nico misses the shot, gets caught on the edge of quad, and Body's got 3. 2 toward the A site, snaps back, and Speedy goes down inside Z connector. This guy is absolutely not stopping all evening long. Bomb down on A. It's just Oscar that remains. 1 versus 5. And
oh my God, it's another full reset as well, yeah.
Exactly that. I mean, call it done. Ooh. This AWP to hold on to is going to be desperate. And they know it. They're hunting. There's no way he's going to keep this. I cannot picture it. Body, low HP, missed shot as well. Oscar misses twice, and Body's got 4 kills in the round.
All headshots as well. What was that? He came from highway. This completely wrecked everyone.
Can someone... Where are they playing from right now? They don't have a gaming house. G2.
I think they probably have one available. They never play in it.
Yeah, exactly. It's a boot camp house more than anything. Someone needs to go and find out if Shox or Screams at Body's house right now in terms of this accuracy.
Don't be rude.
I'm not being rude to Body. It's just the headshot aspect.
Yeah.
You're right. Maybe it was a little condescending. Not rude, condescending.
Well, still, Body's playing the most impressive game of CS I've ever seen him arrive at. So we'll see whether he can continue his form. Look how confident he is. This is the problem with G2. Once they get these big rounds under the belt, they do look a little bit too confident. This time, though, Body finding more frags. How much frags he got? He's 18 for 5 right now after 11 rounds. So,
get down. Reloads in the open, 20 HP, nearly caught, but there is Scream around the corner. He'll hit Speedy. Chris to fall back in behind this smoke, these pistols. Nico at least grabbing Smith's AWP. Now have company on their team, but it's going to be a problem in the fact that they're down and out of the B site. They've got to take this back with very little regard in doing so in terms of utility. They've got no kits. They've got 1 single flashbang.
1-3. Nico with the AWP here, and he's looking to get the kill on RPK. That absolutely nails the shot as well. There's still an opportunity for them to win this round, lacking the kits, but a flashbang available. Nico with this AWP as well. This needs someone to face at this point. But there it is. Shox timed it to perfection. Takes down one. Body, of course, finds another kill. The form he's in right now, I'm not surprised. And G2 hit double figures here in the first half. Money's starting to get a little bit better, though. For Mousesports, it's definitely a buy available for them. Chris J's only got 3,300, but the rest of his team can buy around him. Nico potentially could go famous and drop one for him. This is dropping an AWP, so it's going to be Chris J down to the UMP. Oscar back in the AWP duty to see what he decides to do. He's been good for getting these opening kills, but they can't convert them to round victories right now. Only finding 2. He's getting reset both times as well. Flashbangs come in. Hero is aggressive once again towards mid in his body. He just seems hungry for frags right now. He's going in first into every situation. Scream makes his way towards highway as well.
Scream has the angle held from that white box as well. Excuse me. His body through vents gets caught, but traded out. RPK will get Speedy, knowing now that he's in the corner. So it becomes a problem again for Mousesports as they have to try and trade this back, find a way to get the lead again. Dennis will fall back into the site. RPK doesn't quite land the shot as he transfers over in a more passive position. And he's just going to sit and hold this B tunnel position, this B main area, because that way it gives them the option of rotating back and still splitting through the vents late if they can't find an opening toward A site, which has Nico inside of it, but behind the forklift, not watching highway at the moment. And they'll give that up. They're actually going to, if they elect to go highway, they're going to get all the way toward the A site before they get confronted by a full crossfire. A crossfire that includes the aforementioned Nico, but also the presence of Oscar on the AWP. Chris J, down he goes as he gets aggressive to find information. They had to try and go hunting to get something back with 40 seconds, and RPK's got the kill. 20 HP left for him. He can still rotate over and join his teammates, or with the kill by him, and now the one against Shox, call his teammates to this position instead. This location on the map at B site. The intended approach. Oscar's gotten here early with the AWP. He's left that truck position, and it pays off. He's got RPK to start it. Additional flashes, Molotovs as well, and just enough showing from Smiths that Oscar will land it, and Dennis will follow it down by taking Screamy.
Well, finally, something positive for Mousesports. They're keeping 3 players alive as well. They do manage to dodge death in some factors, but still, it's only the 3rd round on the board here. If they were to lose this one, it's pretty much Fariqa for the last as well, but we'll see what G2 brings to the table as we go to round number 14. Mousesports Oscar is actually starting to deliver here. 3 nice shots from him. Nico as well pushing aggressively in towards A main. The fact is they had no grenades to hold them off anymore. He needed to find another kill. Shoxy lurking by himself, trying to tell that fake once again towards the A site. Gets shut down. And Nico looking for more here as he Molotovs towards the entrance of A storage. Flashes in as well. Does he want more from this? I guess it just guarantees him to get towards lockers with that play. The Molotov lands perfectly, means he can actually flash them off as well, and they have no control of that area. Allows them to have time to do plays like this, boosting up above Squeaky. Silently with this method.
Chris just looking for the information as well. Smoke toward A main. But turn smoke toward Oscar. No one there to boost him. He's just going to have to give away this angle. Or okay, exactly this. So this is the boost. Chris gets in a position to do it. They want the AWP to watch drop. And I like this call. This is the best counter to it. They almost spot up Smiths. They can't quite land it. He evaporates inside of the smoke, but by the time they were ready to fire off a shot in his direction, it's going to be Shox now, waiting toward the door. He's going to come out late, but this could be countered by the boost that we haven't seen yet in this half. Nico is up on the white box, the corner box in A, which also triangulates the site because they've got an additional man here in doing so. Not just have they gone for the boost, they've brought Chris J a lot closer. Dennis as well, Molotov by Shox. They couldn't find it as when he opened the door. The opening pick against him. They take down Chris. Will they check this corner position though? Nico, he's still here, low HP on RPK. He's the second one in. That means it's a quick double for Nico, but Body is there to trade it from the top of highway. The best angle possible to get the open shot. If they had waited, who's to know he couldn't have shut it down entirely, but look at Oscar and Dennis now to double up inside. It's 2 for him and 4 rounds now for Mousesports.
Yeah, nice stuff there. Decent hold and good call to get Nico boosted up as well. He said, were they going to check it? I think it was almost certain they were going to, considering the Shox got the kill towards Forklift, but he nails 2 anyway. He's just so good. He's not going to miss those kind of opportunities, but it's Oscar and Dennis, like you said, finishing things off. The AWPs from CT Spawn, and Dennis is holding very tight on the side once he had that man advantage, not giving anything away. They've actually broken the economy of G2 going to round number 15 as well. I said 5 rounds would be enough, Matt, and that's very possible still as we go into round number 15. And they're going aggressive towards B storage, trying to find something at the start of the round. It's going to be another A-side attack. No one towards B for G2 whatsoever. So they're going to get great information here and start rotating towards the A side, and that certainly helps. As Nico nails the first 2 of the orb.
And he's going to get bailed by Dennis to buy him more time, which keeps him alive, and down goes Scream. What a great reaction on the second shot, and then the peek out from Forklift. So there is life left late in the first half from Mousesports, and as you say, 5 rounds could be enough against G2.
Mark my words, this is going to be a very good game. Like, G2, CT side, still not great. I think this could go the distance still. Mousesports get the pistol. We're back into it. It's going to be a really good series.
Well, we'll see if that proves to be true or not. We'll take a short break. As always, catch our breath, have some water, and join back in. Well, surprisingly, the highlight package starts off with Shocks because he could have made one of Body alone. What an incredible half. It started off with this round, which you'd think would be Nico's to take. He did get 2, but then Body comes back 1 versus 4, an ace overall. And this was only 2 rounds after clutching out a 1 versus 2 with 3 HP to break the economy of Mousesports.
Crazy performance from Body, probably the best we've ever seen him play in a top-end match. So it was very impressive indeed. But overall, Mousesports, although they were down a tremendous amount, they clawed their way back into it eventually. 5 rounds might not sound like much, but against G2, a weakened side on the on the CT side recently, and this could be an interesting game. They pick up the pistol, still have potential to go forward in this one.
Yeah, absolutely so. And we mentioned a little bit of the issue for G2 in CT sides. They've now got Oscar, an aggressive AWP player, going against them on Cash, where I think there's more opportunity for a T-side op than perhaps most maps, if I'd say any map really. And you have Smiths, who's known to be inconsistent at times and not really a consistent second AWP player on this team. Shocks has already played hot potato with it. We never really saw him use it much, but Body can pick it up and elect to use it at times to be that second one. We'll have to see if they build that up to the economy, a point where they elect to do so.
Well, then we'll have a look at the buy coming in for Mousesports. They've actually got 2 smokes here. Actually looks like they'll be using both of them at the start of the round, left and right towards middle, and that gives them options to do a B split or just go for that mid control and push the CTs back. We'll see what they decide to do. Actually, no one towards B storages. They'll be pushing through with flashbangs and trying to surprise the CTs here. Just going to be trying to spam through the smoke. Doesn't get anything for it though. Actually going to be quite silent here, Mousesports.
Advance on this as well after Scream does fade back up the highway, spotted now and immediately taken down. Nico, who did not find a kill in the first pistol round, he's got 2 already this time. Smith peeks out from Forklift to try and slow them further, and he goes down. Shocks has to try and isolate Dennis, but the longer he takes, the faster Nico comes around from behind, and RPK has the only kill so far from G2, and it's a little bit late to stop the bomb from crossing at the highway to the quad. Standard plant, flash out. That'll give them a chance to peek into RPK. 39 HP, 19 HP, and guess what? Everyone's gone. Nico's got 4 this time, so there you go. Makes up for the first pistol round in spades.
There it is. We said if Mousesports got the pistol, could be interesting, and they managed to get it themselves. So it's going to be G2 forcing up here on the second round. We'll see what they can bring to the table here. It's going to be Deagles and 5-7s, and Mousesports focusing primarily on rifles. So you can see 3 of them, 2 of which are Galils and a couple of SMGs as well. They're going to be heading towards B. 4 players, in fact, and there will be, where's that? It's going to be Speedy holding towards middle. So they'll be flashing in and stopping anyone getting to the vents, listening out for footsteps, and actually going to do a contact play towards the B side of the body. He spots him in, he's trying to bait RPK.
The problem is he baits too soon. They check it. Does well, RPK, in that situation to pick up a kill and body capitalize it. In turn, he uses it to bait himself back into the play as they're distracted. But he goes down to Speedy, who has now found Scream as well, and Shocks, well, Flames in front. Can't really push through that effectively, so he'll sit, hold an angle, may catch Bomb as it goes toward Generator to elevate itself into the site in the hands of Chris J, but unfortunately cannot line up the shot with the Deagle, and as such, it'll be Mousesports planting, reigniting Heaven, and leaving very little options for the CTs trying to get back in the site. Both with Deagles, there is potential for the headshot as always. Smiths, though, can't find it as he flicks back to his left, and the same to be said for Shocks as he'll go down to Chris J.
Although it got a bit interesting there as G2 find a couple of 5-7 kills. Ultimately, he's quite clean from Mousesports. Are going to be finding round number 2 there, 10-7. This one put it 10-8. Judging by the buy as well, it's very likely to happen. Just a couple of PT50s for G2. The rest of the players on default pistols. Smiths, of course, the AWPer will be keeping the money a little bit higher, 3,400 for him. And we'll see Mousesports potentially boosting up towards middle here. It can be a very viable tactic on the Anticos, is getting control of those long-range battles. You know, they're not going to have incendiaries to hold you off. As soon as you get up towards this roof area, it's very difficult for the CTs to do anything about it. They found an open mid-zone as well. B split, definitely potential as well. Speedy watching towards B storage. Oscar for now just hunting, see if anyone is stacked towards mid.
Just double check. Make a list and check it twice toward the sandbags, Molotov, and the UMP. Pre-aimed in that position behind the smoke screen, trying to elevate himself by way of jumping. See if anyone's going vents. Potentially get a shot with the USP. That's what Smiths is hoping to achieve as well from deep within the confines of the A side. He's limited definitely in movement now because they're starting to approach highway. But as I say that, they also collectively go back toward the vents. So B looking to be the approach. Vent busted out. They'll have heard that body in particular. He's got more damage dealt into Oscar, but he can't close it, and he'll go down. It's RPK, the next in line, and just as quick, he falls. Bomb drop down though for Scream. What do they have left for utility? They do have a smoke to try and catch that off, but can they use it? It's Speedy that has it. Scream's come back in. He's picked up the UMP. It's 1 versus 2, and there's low HP on Nico. He's got a real chance here. Bomb to his left. Remember that. He can play off of it, but that is too perfect.
Oh, that's a touchdown if I've ever seen one. Very nice stuff from Speedy. He had 58 HP. No armor, of course, but the nade lands on top of him. It's a pretty nice way to finish things, which could have been a hairy situation, absolutely. So, Mousesports do get 3 in a row. 10-8 now. I said this would be a good game to get the pistol round, and it's proving to potentially be that as we go into the first gun here. Round number 4. Smith's on the AWP, and you can see, once again, it's the CTs that are limited on a single kit and no incendiaries. Very similar storyline to how Mousesports started, and it'll be a certain eco if they wanted to pick up this round. Fast play towards our boost position is going to be Oscar, who seems to be the full-time AWPer now. We're expecting this to come in, and through the smoke, it's Dennis who finds Shoxy to open things up, and Oscar lands an absolute cherry of a shot there as well. The fact he actually takes down Scream in that sort of range, I was very impressed by, but now RPK trying to do what he can, only finds 1.
Smith's back out, does find 1, but it's Speedy that gets him in return. And if he hadn't, we certainly saw from the perspective of Chris J that walking in late toward the A side, he would have caught him at the bottom of highway, completely unaware. Body. Do what he can. He's done a lot this game. He's certainly found these situations favorable when he's on the terrorist side, but now, not only does he have to kill 3, he's going to have to retake the A site in doing it, which means they'll be collectively in the unit together and defuse the bomb, and not having a kit, it's going to give him very little options in terms of time, and I think he's already going to take the fight or flight and flight option instead.
Yeah, not really much you can do here. It's going to be in T-spawn, looking for exits, but Mousesports just sticking together for now. You can see that someone is actually hunting towards city spawn. That was Chris J, but not committing to it. Just watching actually all the tight angles. We're making sure they guarantee the round win before they do anything more. This body just salvaging what he can from the floor as he finds a Molotov, and he will be fading out of this situation. No kit and 3 players to find. It's very unlikely you can actually find a kill here. So hiding towards T-spawn. and just hoping players run into his crosshair at this point. But there it is. Mousesports pick up the first gun round, and it's where things start to get interesting. It will be G2 on a pretty much full eco next round. They could force into it if they want. That's going to open the door, though, for Mousesports to really get into this game. It's going to be 10-9. And what seemed like such a promising start for G2. The CT side seems to be haunting him a little bit.
Smart, yeah, don't repeat that after losing the angle and information gained from Chris J. So as you say, 9-10, one-round game. 4 rounds straight for Mousesports starting off this second half, and they've gone back to the AWP, or stayed with the AWP rather, onto Oscar, Speedy, or I was going to call him Simple. Speedy, whoever you are.
Whoever you are.
AK-47 picked up for him, so back to the full gun round, and it's going to be body again, just with that single M4 carried over. They've bought out around it with what pistols they can, and a little bit of armor added to that on RPK, and Shocks, who even out their money in doing so. Nade bounced, not the correct trigonometry. Don't play pool.
Well then, body though. Aggressive towards B storage. He knows he has to find a kill here. If there's any sort of potential of them winning this round. Hunting towards B storage, denied anything from the terrorists for now, and they're going to actually be playing a very passive game. But they have boosted up towards middle. Nico and Oscar just holding up and smoking off some key points here, mainly towards a connector. And they've actually decided to leave B completely open after doing that aggressive play at the start of the round. It's a bit of a ballsy call, but the fact they've actually committed all towards A, this could be interesting, and that's exactly where Mousesports are heading as well.
Smith's having an absolute stinker of a game while Body is highlighting his skills. Smith's is 4 for 15, and we know that AWP on the CT side is going to be pivotal to try and close this game out. Smith, speaking of, behind quad right now, P250 in hand, just waiting for anything to walk or waltz up the highway. They won't. Instead, over to the B side, down through vents already, and Chris J already clearing out the back of sight. The stacks rotated. They're all here. Body's got the cross lined up. No smoke until now. He's got a slight gap on it. Doesn't spot the jump in time, though. And they now know where the M4 is, but where the pistol's walking in. Smith with one RPK with another. Finally shut down, and it's Body again. But look where the bomb, not planted. Spots another cross, sprays through, Speedy, tagged up. There's low enough. There's a chance in this, but Oscar on 22 just has to hold top with the AWP, and he's doing that from B main right now. And that's exactly the shot that will take down Body.
5-0 here on the second half. It ties things up at 10-10. Now all of a sudden it is anyone's game, and G2 yet to post a round on the CT half. We speculated this could be a problem for them, and it's proving to be exactly that. Like you said, Smith's, I didn't notice he'd been that low on the scoreboard. He's actually on 5 for 16. He found 1 kill in that last round, but still a pretty shocking performance from him so far. Double up set up now for the CTs. It'll be Body joining in as well. We know that's their standard setup, but we'll see whether he can actually do anything with this orb. Let's go towards B storage, but Oscar opening it up once again, taking down Scream towards Highway. That's going to be the 5-on-4 in favor of the terrorists once again. What's the reaction here? The problem is now with a man advantage, Mousesports could fully execute towards A. Just Smiths is waiting for them as well, but they're going to be able to smoke him out with all the utilities still available for the terrorists. So pretty bad times for G2 going forward. They're not really reacting just yet, and they could be a lot of problems if the full execution came towards the A side.
So this is the double op we mentioned. It's the 2 we expected to be occupying the roles as Nico opens the door and looks toward forklift. Take no chances. Put the Molotov down, ask no questions, hear no lies, cover things off before the question needs told. As Shocks will never even get to that position, has to rotate back toward Highway instead, and now a smoke out. The flames are gone. He can get to that position late, and is Nico going to consider that or not? I imagine he's a smart enough player. He should know the timings. But this is actually quite shifty from Shocks. Nico nearly does get Smiths as he walks out, but no damage dealt in the end. Now it's Highway. First approach to the attack. Nico's waiting for the distraction to be enough to bust out through that doorway. Smiths, he's occupied, looking down that corridor. And he can afford to leave himself slightly exposed to this position at Squeaky as well, because Shocks has that covered off from A main, so it's not like he's completely vulnerable aside from this single angle, this single position. But the more they look there, the further away the activity gets as it's over toward B with Bomb. Body finding one on Oscar. That's the first stop. He's got to get more. Holding the tighter angle, the conservative angle, if you will, and that's going to allow RPK to walk back out. Body gets a shot in the end, and everyone's gone down. Bomb as well. Speedy falls last of which, but it's still Nico 1 versus 4. That they've got to find if they want to get this AK gone. They won't. It's 1 second. Time is up, and no one close enough to hunt.
a much more promising round from G2. They actually reacted quite well after losing that first pick as well. You could see Smiths, he got some pressure from Highway, and Shoxy, he was the pivotal one. They actually smoked it to A main, saw there was nothing coming towards A whatsoever. It was Nico trying to sell a fake that was very obvious wasn't coming in, and then Body stepping out towards the B side as well, joined in by RPK. So they're actually doing a good job at actually holding them off. And the first round posted for the CTs now. It's going to be 5-1 on the second half. Plenty of money, of course, for both teams available. Mousesports still with quite a lot of cash. It's not going to be an amazing amount. You can see after the rebuy, Dennis has 4K, Oscar with 2. So this could be a chance for GT to really sink their teeth in if they were to win this round. As Oscar on the AWP once again. He'll actually be playing towards a storage, looking for any aggression here. The AWP's on the CT side, pretty much exact same position. Squad for Smiths and B storage for Body.
B site. Body again, as you mentioned, that AWP. It's going to go to a different position once more, a little more dynamic from him. Shocks watching door this time from top Highway. He can get a quick rotation in, but look at the amount of members that are able to rotate. Okay, actually, minimap slightly misleading in that sense. I thought it was 3 toward mid with Z Connector. It's Body at the back of Checker that I saw as the third, but it's, either way, it's 2 on Highway, so they are looking to try and give a little bit more attention toward middle early on with no one going there from Mousesports, although they are waiting at the boost. It's kind of a full sense of security. They're going to rotate away from this, stack up the A site. There's potential again to ult away back over to B, as we've seen Mousesports do late in rounds already on adaptive calls in that sense. 11 plays 10 in favor of G2, and Nico walks out. You're dead right. Here's him, smoke off to the right. There's nothing Smiths can do to catch him as he walks out of the door, and Shocks never saw it coming, as Dennis will get Scream as well. It's a man advantage on the way through to the site. Flash in, watch toward quad. They now hear it. There's 2 players there, though. And will they anticipate it? The first one, okay, great. Get the pick. And then look away. And I think RPK...
Oh, that's so bad.
Yep, exactly. Yep, RPK burns alive. I was about to say was not peeking, hoping that that scenario would occur, that they would only expect 1 player there, but the Molotov completely cancels it.
I was looking in the inventory. I could see they knew it was there, and Oscar couldn't land the shot. I don't think they were bargaining on 2 being in the back there. Could have worked out very nicely for the CTs, but the fact they dropped the Molotov, they knew the crosshairs were waiting for towards that position as well. He had no choice but to burn alive. His teammate following quickly after as well. And that's a pretty much full reset here, as Mousesports do find 6-1 here on the second half. It will be pistols for G2. They will be able to buy up next round, but it won't be an amazing buy as they go for PT50s and Deagles here. Aggressive as Shocks once again towards A main. He seems to be trying to push into position time and time again. Oscar boosted up, looking for the first pick, but will be denied that. Nothing towards middle, at the start of the round at least. For Shoxy, he has the opportunity. You can probably hear the scope clicking away there.
Yeah, but hearing it, doesn't hear this, does he? Chris J just staring down that gap, waiting for anyone to push through. Crossfire bait and switch set toward B. We just saw a snippet of it. There's RPK. And Body are set with P250s apiece. 11-11, Henry. I know you like that particular score.
Yeah, I do talk about that quite a lot.
We see it quite a lot, to be fair.
Every game we cast seems to get to 11-11.
Yeah, I think at Cologne it was all but 2, of which we casted that did. So smoke set toward the tree from Speedy. They are slowly grouping over toward B. Vents included from Oscar, who has AWP. Just waits for anyone to show face, but this is the bait and switch we talked about. Chris fades away. It's another fake, but Body is going to have all the information on this. If they don't show themselves right away, he's heard them walking back. That gives Shocks the confidence to push up. He's got 1 shot with the Deagle. Drops bomb temporarily, sure, but he's going to get flashed off, and that's completely nullified. Body falling as well, and Dennis sprays down to find RPK as, again, Body heard them, so he instantly tried to get hot on their heels. Not only did he serve to tell Shocks, but unfortunately it never worked out for them.
Well, G2 could have been interesting there with Shoxy getting that backstabbing in the 1 dig, but quickly rectified by Mousesports. Round number 9 comes in. Double AWP, definitely not a potential. I guess they could. It'd be glass cannon on Body. I think they need to start balancing things out with the utility, though, but it's still such a weak buy. AWP and rifles, sure, but 1 kit, Shocks' glass cannon. He's going to be the AWP this time. Smiths, we said he's been having a shocker of a game. He's still on 5 frags, Matt. 5 for 18. And they've only picked up 1 round. This is a really bad day at the office for him.
And Shocks has already taken over the AWP.
Yeah, it's just like, you know what? You are having an absolute nightmare. Let me have a go.
Yeah. And
that's how you do it.
Exactly. That's what they need. The AWP player on this CT side has to hit shots, and Smiths can walk back, take a look. Yeah, thanks for showing me how you do that. Maybe I'll try it sometime. As he gets flashed off from Highway, smoke will now be drawn out as well. But bomb drop once more. It's Body to find it. He's burning alive, though, down to 44. Has to get forward. Second kill on his way through. It's RPK, rather, excuse me, that does get Dennis, but Nico's tagged up from Scream as he crosses over. Smoke will thwart that potential, but Scream's going to rotate to Heaven, which does not have utility placed in front because the flames are gone, and so too is the utility beyond. So he's got freedom of access toward the site from that position. As soon as the smoke's gone from Tree, they can both face over from the CT side. Now the question is, through the vents, does Smith find his way in comfortably? And Nico, that is very bold to get that far open and just gets down in time, catches off Scream entirely, never saw the angle, never anticipated the angle. And Oscar just gets to watch toward Checker. He knows he's gone there, tags him up, just a shot in the hand for Smiths.
Oh no.
But Nico's got one, and there it is, Oscar finding Smiths. They've got 13 rounds now, and it's G2 10-5 at half. We mentioned it, their CTs have been abysmal so far this season.
Yeah, this can't get rolling here at all. It's going to be have to be another Rico. Not even speculating what it will be. It's going to be pistols here. They can't even force by into it to be too high risk at this stage. Going to have to go for the Deagles, the PT50s. Maybe a pause is required at this point just to work out what they'll be going forward with. But Mousesports now, I did say, Matt, if they won the pistol, there's definite chance they can still win this, regardless of how the first half went. G2 just can't seem to get rolling here in Pro League on the CT halves. It hasn't happened for them, not once. And it's going to be, once again, I was about to say Oscar opening things up there, but he does take a bit of damage. But there it is, nails the shot on the second try, and we'll see whether they can convert this round to a victory. Should be an open and shut cases. Body is the only one player with armor. They're going to be rotating towards A. We have got someone in A storage, it's Smiths. But if ever there was a time to step up, this would be it. I have to say, though, Scream, very quiet game as well, 9 for 18.
Yep.
And normally one of the players would to be with the star.
Not to mention as well, I guess RPK is in 16. He's been fairly consistent. I thought at halftime he was around 11 or something, but I could have been wrong on that. I was going to say he's slowed down on this CT half, but so too is everyone, really. Speedy. Quick little flash. Back out to make sure no one's pushing through in the B tunnels. And AK's tapping all around the map as Speedy and Nico just covering off the wings, allowing possibility. This is almost Team Liquid-esque right now in this setup for Mousesports, when they had Hiko anchoring in toward the squeaky door. And if I'm not mistaken, it would have been a Liege that was watching over. I know Fugly did it for a while, but it was the Liege that would watch over toward B, and then they'd swing the other three between them, so interesting to see that coming back into play. RPK, he goes down immediately behind the forklift. Chris J will waltz in, bomb to follow. Bomb plant rather to follow, and that's going to be exactly on point. It's now up to body, 1 versus 4, and just get a gun and get away. That's the best you can hope for. AK was there, but Oscar's found him as well. And I know it wasn't Elite. I can't remember right now offhand exactly who it was for Liquid in the most recent iteration, but basically they'd anchor both sides of the map and then swing based on picks.
Well then, Mousesports pick up 14 rounds here. In the second half, it's currently 9-1. G2 only finding 1 single round here. No orbs purchased. And what might be the round that takes Mousesports to match point. 5 and 4s, still limited. They could have got an orb, I think, but it's going to be sticking on the rifles this time. Maybe have a little bit more of the grenades to work with. Smiths this time will be pushing into A storage. Is this the right call? The player's waiting for him as well. This is a very common boost to be trying out. Oscar waiting for him, but does actually get taken down here. So Smiths would potentially get 2, but there it is, the equal exchange. And actually works in favor for the terrorists for now. And Scream rotating in, going to be smoked off, trying to do what he can with the M4, but it's going to be a full commitment here from Mousesports.
Certainly is. Scream just trying to survive at this point, dodging the flash, hugging the wall. Second smoke out, he could sit between them, but Shock's better kill on Chris J. Starts it off before the smoke blooms. Nico changes his angle and Scream walks into it, expecting him to be a gift, a platter just sitting there. And Nico's not having any of it as he changes it up. Body now from a distance, low HP onto Nico, but it's not a nade, it's a flash. And they've got a smoke to work with as well. They've got to go for these. 14 rounds now. 9 in this second half already to the 1 of G2 for Mousesports, and it's Nico that's going to start things off, taking down RPK. Body 1 versus 2. Again, he's done things of this nature already once. Does hit Dennis, but they peak together smartly so from Speedy, and it's going to be now map point for Mousesports.
Yeah, got a bit interesting there. 3 versus 1 down to the 1v1, but like you said, pacing at the exact right time there, and it's going to bring Mousesports to round number 15. G2, not really much to work with here. It's going to be a similar affair. I think there are maximum loss bonus as of last round, which it is. So $3,400. It's going to be in 5 rifles, 2 of which are FAMASes, and struggling with grenades. And so far, G2, after winning 10-5 on the first half, have posted 1 round so far. It's been an absolute shocker for them. And we are thinking this is just the rust at the start of the league, but it seems like they can't shake this curse on the CT side. Still in it though, 4 in a row required to take us to overtime. Let's see if they can do it here. Oscar boosted up once again, seemed to be toying with them with his AWP, but this time he's got some opposition beneath him in the form of Scream.
Wants this angle to present itself rather than get overly aggressive trying to find it, and it does. Scream can't land it through the canopy. It's one to start it off again for Mousesports. Oscar's still looking conservatively in this angle. Now he gets a little more aggressive, knowing he's covered off all the other angles, but it haunts him, it costs him as Shocks finds the kill. Nico right there to pull it back. And once again, Mousesports, they've got not only a man advantage, they've got two, as it's just Body and Smith's remaining. And Smith's gone, it's all on Body. Good game he's had, and unfortunately that is not enough. And we mentioned it at the CT side again. I've got to say it, you need an AWP on this map, and they certainly did not have one that game.
Definitely not. It's evident when they're actually throwing over to Shoxy halfway through. Smith's having probably one of the worst performances of the season so far. Didn't get anything going in the second half. I'm sure he got next to no kills in the second half alone. He came into the second half with 5 kills and then didn't really do much after that as well. So that's pretty appalling for G2. That's another massive lead they've thrown away, and you feel like they're actually playing very well on the Terror side. That they were stepping up, especially players we don't expect to be superstars. Body, who was actually carrying them at one point, and actually gave them really crucial rounds and potentially didn't deserve as well. A great platform to build upon. Lose the pistol, and then he pick up one round. It's 11-1 in the second half.
And like you say, Scream was a little bit quiet as well, but the problem is, and Smiths is aware of this, I mean, come on, the community is a large presence, an omnipresence that you can't really avoid. He knows there's already criticism on him, and when he has games like that, that's got to be a mentally straining. So he's going to have to find a way to pull it back for the next game between these two, the next map between these two, coming up in a few minutes' time, to be honest. But we'll take a short break, and when we do, we'll go to the desk. They'll talk this one over. I'm sure they've got the same sentiment, because that was just appalling.
Desk then break.
Another notch in the belt for Mousesports, and another damning indictment of G2's CT side. But I mean, even outside of that, guys, we highlighted Smith at the start of this game as a player that, you know, perhaps wasn't performing that well, and his role was a little bit different to other AWPers in teams here. They said you need an AWP on this map, but Scream wasn't much better either, Yanko.
I mean, he had 2 kills in the second half. He even had less kills than Smith, but I mean, it's just becoming a meme at this point. You know, G2 can't seem to do anything on their CT side. It's really amazing to an extent to me, right? In the first half, everything is going amazingly well. Body with those 2 clutches basically secured the whole half for them. Yeah. They kept a lot of pressure on Mousesports' economy. Mousesports actually did a great job to get those 5 rounds in the end, I feel like, because they were always on the back foot. But then switching to the second half, you know, first 2 gun rounds, basically G2 loses them by, you know, getting entried on from just a default. And, you know, that doesn't require much effort from Mousesports. So at that point, you're losing 5-0 without making your opponents do anything special, right? That's where it gets more difficult, because then you feel pressured. You think like you need to go for these aggressive plays, but the other team is expecting it to an extent. So it's really a mind game after that point.
Yeah, for me, just watching G2 on that CT side, it says everything. The fact is that we discuss it every time, and we're like, yeah, you know, it's always going to be the CT side. I don't think the lack of the AWP was even the issue to that degree, because the problem is that we've seen Smith have good games and they still struggle on these CT sides. Of course, on Cash, it's a huge factor and it's a massive missing point for them, as is not having Scream there. That's 2 big players just removed instantly. And sure, Body had a good game, but you can't keep a whole team afloat off of, you know, maybe one player having a good game.
Absolutely.
You've seen, obviously, the excelling games that Shocks can probably keep the whole team afloat, but you can't simply do that as one man normally. So the fact is that their CT side needs work, whether it be to find this aggression with Smiths having good performances, you know, with not having to have, you know, Shocks pick up the AWP and go and doing it for him. That to me is a huge flaw if they're having to get someone else to go, Jesus, someone give us some options here, because, you know, Smith, let's be honest as well, his ping wasn't great during that game, and there's no point looking beyond it. It certainly didn't help, but he didn't particularly play well outside of it either. So yeah, a lackluster game from start to finish there. But as well, Nico provided a lot. This is one of the games where you see Nico grinding out the really important things, for me at least. Like the pistol round, he got 4 kills in that. And they weren't easy kills. These are things that always impress me with Nico. It's not the easy kills he gets. It's not just the eco bashes. It's the ridiculously hard kills that open up sites, that, you know, clear out corners. We saw this constantly happening, and it just adds more and more pressure. And G2 just snap like, you know, like there's no tomorrow. It's
peanut brittle, perhaps.
What is that?
Well, it's brittle substance, so it snaps instead of bends. Like
But
a
why
sapling with the
peanut
wind.
brittle?
I don't know. I'm hungry. I thought it was okay.
It was also interesting to see the 2v3 from Oscar and Nico.
That was gorgeous, the crossfire.
2v3, yeah, it wasn't 2v4.
Yeah.
It was, yeah, they played it amazingly well, and you combined all those things, it makes it extremely difficult for G2. Yes, some of the rounds they lost getting picked on, but other rounds they were just outplayed. You had a round where they were forced to have 2 players in quad because they gave up highway control, main control, pretty much everything, and then Speedy with the molly almost gets both kills. I mean, he kills one, puts the other one into red HP. You know, it seemed like Mousesports really did their homework when it comes to G2 CT side on cash. Obviously, they have a lot more to work with in terms of, you know, watching demos, replays, and so forth than G2 has.
Yeah, I think you had a perfect point there. I'd watch that 2v3 every single day of the week. You know what I mean? That sort of play, I think it was even a 2v4 at some point earlier maybe, but this moment here, like to have the audacity, Nico to stand on this little point, know he can take one fight, back away from me, spots the guy checkers, Oscar's got the cross, just perfectly making it almost impossible to unravel that 2-man crossfire.
And you could see like the moment where after Nico gets the first kill and he sees the other guy while he's falling down, how he wants to kind of peek it, but then he realizes, okay, I mean, my teammate as well, never mind that it's Oscar, you know, so let's play it smart. And then he just waits for Oscar to come into play, he gets the tag, then the kill, and they just play it perfectly.
Yeah, really, really nice synergy there.
I love how that illustrated what we were talking about at the start of the game as well between Nico and Oscar. Who is going for those big plays, you know, like what's the dynamic of power there? Maybe Kassar just like, just sit back for a second, you know, maybe a little bit of direction from above there as well. But what a great showcase of what we can expect to see from Mousesports in the future, especially from these 2 star players who are melding nicely into this new sort of era of Mousesports. And for G2, it's a little bit of a grimmer story here, but they do have a chance to bring things back just a little bit more as well. Dust 2 is going to be the map coming up next, and of course we know the history between these 2 teams on it. It's unlikely Dennis is going to have 28 kills at the end of a 17-round game, but you never know. Only one way to find out though as well. And this just in fact, though, we've just discovered an app actually that gives you all the updates on esports in general. Yeah, I found this. Well, it's not me. I've been just giving the update. Production has told me that there is a fantastic app that has just sort of come on the market. If you haven't heard of it, it's free though, so you have to pay for it. It's the Score Esports app. Get it at the Google Play Store and the iOS Store, guys, as well. Obviously, you know how to use it by now. If you don't, I'm going to tell you probably once more tonight anyway. Get on that one. It's got your scores, all your articles, keep you up to date with your esports action. After the break, Dust 2 just around the corner here. A chance for G2 to redeem themselves. They've already got 8 losses in this season, and it may already be too far. Let's see if they can bring them back from the brink after the break.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
This season, Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. It's the last game of the night, just around the corner, and many G2 fans are hoping for a bit of a resurgence. I'm here with Yanko and Pansy. And Yanko, sometimes when you look out the window with a glass of whiskey over your kingdom, you think about CS, and you have actually had a bit of time to just, I guess, deliberate personally about G2 and Dust 2, which is going to be our next map here.
Yeah, they're a really interesting team on Dust 2. I mean, I think that's their best map, and the reason for it is they're really good at changing the pace. You know, they have this style where they can play out of a default. They have a really good execute towards the A bomb site where they would, you know, throw a couple of smokes and Molotovs. Shox throws a smoke from long, which cuts off the position where, you know, Smith usually stands on the CT side, or Cajun B in his time in Astralis is that passive position towards the bomb site. But they also have some really explosive plays, right, where Shox would maybe try to go out mid by himself, create a lot of noise, and as soon as he makes contact, the rest of his team explodes onto the B bomb site. So that really makes it hard for their opponents to, you know, get a read on them, what they're exactly going to go for pretty much, and it's what makes them super dangerous on that map.
Of course, on the other side of the card is Mousesports, who have for a long time been known to be fans of Dust 2, Lauren. We've seen them, in fact, going head-to-head with Fnatic last season with some interesting results. And, of course, we all remember their last outing against G2 as well. It was a 16-1, obviously under some different conditions. And Dennis, the man you never expect to really be coming out of the gates, had an incredible and career-defining performance on that map here. But what are our takeaways here about Mousesports on Dust 2 and generally how they play it out?
The thing is, I still have to break this match up into two sides because I'd love to take it as an overall factor, you know, just take into account everything and apply it across, but it's such a night and day. So Mouse, I think, is starting on CT and G2 will be on the T side. So the fact is that they're going to have to deal with that incredible pace and the switch of that pace that comes in from G2. G2 can be an incredibly aggressive team. They can have that nice execute. They have a bit of everything coming out of there. So, well, how do Mousesports respond? Well, these days, they've got a great deal to respond with. They have an incredibly diligent double AWP play in the fact of if Nico wants to pick it up on occasion, probably not nowadays, but you've got Chris J now and Oscar. Oscar already having a big performance today. So that could be quite interesting to watch the dynamic. Retakes could be just as strong. As long as they can lock down everything else, it's going to be a fun game to watch. But then you switch the coin, you switch everything around. It's like, well, once Mousesports get on the T side, how did G2 actually deal with it? Because at the moment, let's be honest, G2 don't have Smiths as a card to be played. And you can play Dust 2 in quite a nice passive nature for them. For me personally, I think it can work quite well. You can hold crosses, you can fall back off A long. It's one of their defining maps where you could see it actually happening. If he's removed, this opens up so many opportunities for Mousesports to exploit it. So again, I feel that this map is very much two-sided. If G2 can do enough damage on the first half to get enough of a scoreline to just kind of coast through their second half on CT, then you might have a competitive game. If they don't, it's going to be a blowout.
And Yanka, you told us a lot, well, at least just previously, about the T side here for G2. But as a whole, let's talk about the win conditions on this map for G2 as well. Maybe things that they can rectify from previous experiences and performances, or Dust 2 specific stuff, especially when it comes to the CT side, that you want to see from them here.
Yeah, I think more than anything else, they need to step it up on the CT side. I think they're going to have a good T half, no matter what. A good condition for them is also seeing how they like to go for mid to be split. That now Chris has moved towards the B bomb side. And, you know, seeing how he's struggling, his new role, maybe that's something they can exploit. But for G2 CT side, preferably they would win the pistol round, and then they can go for some aggression. Shox loves to go, you know, either lower B or maybe push him in towards top mid when he knows the terrorists don't have enough money for an AWP, so they can't spot that per se. And I think more than anything else, they need to start off well so they get their confidence. Right now, I think it's gotten into their heads that they can't seem to get the CT rounds on any map.
Yeah, it's almost been like a general problem, not even a map-specific one.
No, but because the irony for me was originally this kind of roster, or at least some form of it, was incredibly good on their CT sides. You know, when Existence was, you know, in a roster similar to this, he was one of the pioneers of how to play this map to an incredibly high level with, you know, that really brilliant aggression that came through. And, you know, other teams were doing it, but not as well, not on Dust 2 to the extent they were winning it on, how they're playing the mid control. You had a lot there as well. And Shox, you know, on his T side, having those incredible lurking moments. You know, you see that individual power coming in with the aim side of things. There's a lot that they can pull off. You know, this is such a great map for them, but it's, again, you have to see what side they begin on. How do they get off to a good start? Winning that pistol is that step they need to take because they got absolutely destroyed by Nico individually before.
I think it would be a good thing for them to try and switch things up a little bit because I know without a doubt that, you know, Kassad is going to do his homework when it comes to G2. Definitely. He is going to study them, see what are their, you know, most common setups, and he is going to come up with a plan how to play against that, right? And right now, know. Mouse has the liberty of going mostly for anti-strat since they didn't have that much time to practice all of the maps, to devise, you know, a unique play style for them yet, I feel like. So definitely going to be interesting to see how G2 approaches this one.
I've always wondered how much G2 put into anti-stratting other teams, because they don't ever seem the team to be necessarily doing that. I know that sounds like I'm calling them arrogant, or I think it's not that. It's more just how they play. They don't really seem to adjust according to their opponent as much as maybe others do, or how they approach it.
And they're one of the few teams that doesn't have a coach or an analyst or anything of the sort. They have Niak, who's more there as a manager. I don't think that he does anything related to in-game stuff, pretty much. So maybe that's where, you know, Smith chimes in as well.
Oh, hopefully he finds some sort of purpose in this one, because on the first map he was useless, let's be honest.
Yeah, especially when it really counted there when we went over towards the CT side. But that about puts a bow on this one for you guys, and we are pretty much ready to jump into game, or at least have a little bit of a chat with Henry and Sadie, because I'm sure they've got a few things to say as well on this map, and even just on the performance off the back of that one here as well. So they've already got their mics on, as you can hear.
Hi, Henry.
Let's throw it over to the lads on the desk and take us into this last game.
Matt always has something to say.
Oddly enough, I don't, Yanko. I just don't want to talk to you anymore. Interesting thing, though, Lauren, are they still live? You just say conversation. This would entail that we are a back and forth dialogue? I guess not.
Can you hear us?
No, we don't. Point I was going to make is Lauren's already kind of written off, you know, Smith saying he's not a card you can play. If there is a map that he can salvage some pride on, it's Dust 2. Now it's the mental game. Can he get back into it fast enough to do anything with Mousesports here?
I hope so. From that performance, I'd say definitely not. Definitely not.
Well,
but yeah.
I tried. I tried to be positive, guys. I gave him a chance.
But yeah, Dust 2, you're right. That's where he's famed for having good performances. Never like anything crazy, but he can hold his own with the AWP. But the thing is, like, I think a lot of people know how he plays now. It's quite easy to shut the AWPers down. We see a lot of AWPers struggling towards that area where he's so good at, towards that car area. It's, you know, a ramp car. It seems almost a redundant position now. It seems like every team wants to get short control. They have that execution with the two smokes with G2, used very commonly themselves. Almost every team is using that right now to shut down these big AWPers that can actually be very impactful in those positions. So the kind of counter to that as an AWPer needs to be like pushing towards short. It needs to be going towards long for first
I
pitch,
want to
right?
see short push more commonly. We mentioned it the other night. Just doing it once or twice, it gets in the head of the T's, and they have to slow up. They have to check it more carefully, and then they might have to even expend some utility just trying to push the CT player back in that position, which means they've got less for the execution.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. But yeah, it was G2 once again. I think the guys on the desk covered it tremendously. The CT
They're
half,
good, them.
The CT half just eluding G2 once again. He couldn't get anything wrong in one round after winning 10-5 in the first. That's pretty shocking. They've done similar things on Dust 2 as well. They're famously against Navi, they got 11-4 on their T half, and on the T side actually lost the game 16-14. So still has a lot of potential for that to happen. Mousesports still very good on Dust 2, especially the likes of Nico is one of the maps he can luck very well on. He can go towards long by himself and hold in those doors and wait for players' teammates to do stuff. And we've cast him a couple of times recently. I'm not a big fan of their play style, as it seems very reliant on just him having huge impact, right? Like he's just walking out mid doors by himself, but there's 4 players in upper B, and he'll, unless he gets a kill, it looks like the teammates are a little bit lost and they're so committed they haven't got anything else to work with.
I was kind of hoping bringing an Oscar to that would kind of...
Well, now he's actually fully AWPing. Maybe that will start to sort itself out. Like before, I think when we casted him, I think Chris J still was. So...
Yeah, no, it's true. You're right. It was a slow transition toward that AWP, and I know they mentioned that Chris was probably going to stay on it, but now we're seeing Oscar getting to it more and more.
I think it'd be nuts not to do that.
Absolutely, I agree. I think Chris has had more than enough time in CSGO on the op and never really been considered top tier, which says that, you know, he may never get there.
Himself, like sometimes he has a bad day with it, and he's always had to throw it over to Dennis, who could be okay, right? Like he'll never be anything crazy. But the fact that now you've got Oscar, someone who wants to AWP actively. Chris J is still very good rifler, actually. He's one of the few AWPers that can actually have world-class rifling skills as well as being a good AWPer. So that's not a massive deal at all. Then obviously have him to fall back onto for the secondary AWP. That actually works out quite nicely, I think, in terms of a whole overall package.
Yeah, well, the point I want to get to, though, that I was kind of trying to reach was that with Oscar, if he's on the primary op, that gives maybe more consistency, but I want to see Nico stop playing as if he has to play that way now. My kind of hope for Mousesports when Oscar came over was that Nico would have someone else that he could rely on, more dynamic, more versatile in that sense, because if he has to do it every round, he's eventually going to get shut down. There's only so much he can do, and as you say, we already know he likes to go out the mid doors on Dust. If we know it, the other teams know it. Now maybe he doesn't feel as pressured to do that, or it's not even that he feels pressured, he just doesn't do it. He just says, well, I'm not going to do it this round. You do something, Oscar, or it gives him a little more strength, I guess, to open up rounds. Because again, if he continues to play with the mentality that he has to do that when he may not need to as much anymore with Oscar there, I think it's a hindrance as much as anything.
Yeah, it's if that playstyle was viable, you'd see all the top teams doing that, kind of putting 4 in one position and having one just, they're not even lurking, actually trying to actively find kills at the start of the round. Like that mid-doors thing sticks out quite a lot since they were running that 3 or 4 times last time we watched them cast. Or last time we casted them, I should say. And it feels like they struggle to actually have the solid defaults and working those executions. That was something for me they were missing. But they've had time. Obviously, they just brought Oscar into the lineup at that point. Maybe they were just calling a little bit looser and trying to see what worked, what didn't. That certainly didn't work in some situations. Key player on Dust 2, apparently, it's Chris J. I would say that's probably not true anymore, considering all the changes. You've got Nico and Oscar. I'd say Oscar's probably the key player here. Nico, we talk about him being the entry, the lurker, pretty much every single role. And I think we have got a server sorted here. I've just jumped into one. It's going to have all of G2 on it. And key player for G2 is going to be Shock, because he was actually one of the few stepping up on Cash. Probably one of the only ones. Body as well in the first half at least was having some very successful rounds, but I guess you can say no one really was in the second. If you're picking up one round, you can't really put that on one person in particular. It's a pretty shocking team effort as a whole.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And it's confusing to me in a sense that, you know, we often look at good in-game leaders, at least throughout the previous iterations and even some of the metas in CSGO, not just the previous iterations of Counter-Strike as a whole, but you commonly would say if you have a good in-game leader, you're good on T-sides, but if you have good players, you're good on CT sides because they were smart enough to figure out how to hold their own position. I don't understand how it's not there for G2 in that sense, because they're not known for leadership right now, but they are known for individual skill, and they're nowhere near on their CT side.
It's really strange. Like the players they have should be happening for them. Should be picking up CT rounds. They've got solid anchors for bomb sites. They have got decent all potential as well. Consistent players like RPK that's good for 1 or 2 kills almost every single time. And Shocks and Scream, like that package has been one of the most deadly in 2016. And it just seems this Pro League season, they just haven't been able to get rolling whatsoever. It's been a bit of a horror show. The T side, that's what's so weird, is they look very comfortable on the T side. They're making stuff happen all the time, and everyone's stepping up. They get the clutches. It looks brilliant, and we'll see whether Smiths can kind of find some form going into this one. Like you said, he'll be starting on the CT side here, famed for being a good Dust 2 player, probably his best map out of all of them, and we'll see whether he can actually do anything with this as we go into the final map of the evening, Dust 2. See everyone joining up now. This seems like the server will be used. I'm having a few things. I think we'll be okay. I think it'll be all right. This could be the one.
Could be the one. You say that every girl you meet.
I haven't met girls.
It's actually true. We don't really get that opportunity anymore, do we?
I live with you and Tom, and my only interaction is human interaction is when I come to his office. So.
It's true. We are putting ourselves in a
isolated environment.
Yeah, and that's a kind way of putting it.
When you're working till what, like 12:30 every night, then you sleep to like 12, and then you've got to get ready for the cast in 4 hours time.
I've lost the energy to even attempt it.
Yeah.
Especially when, you know, like, what are you going to do? Talk to her for a week and then go to the next hotel? Like,
it's not even the next hotel. He's like, we'll be in another couple. I don't want to say it. We'll be in another land, another country next week, and then we'll be coming back.
This whole cast just dissolved into the biggest self-pity party ever, by the way. What are we doing, Henry? Let's give our heads a shake.
It's fine. We're just talking about this very specific topic. We're not saying it's a bad life overall. We're saying if you want a relationship and a social life, don't be a CSGO caster.
It's true. It's true. Or a dog, for that matter. Don't be a CSGO caster. No, I'd love to be a dog.
Yeah.
Sit around and literally just get love and food all day.
That would be nice. I'll give you some food tomorrow. Maybe not love.
Yeah, definitely not love. Moses wanted a dog as well. More testament to what I was saying. He was about to get a dog, and then his casting career exploded, and poor guy, he still wishes he could have a dog.
Yeah. It probably wouldn't be fair on the dog.
It's definitely not. Jaden lets me know every single time I go home, there's like a good 3 days of cold shoulder before she finally is like, all right,
yeah,
I'll be nice again.
Right, well, we have got 10 players on the server, I think. We are missing one from Mousesports. It's going to be Speedy, I think. Oh, Speedy's on. Nico's on. Chris J's on. Dennis. Oscar, where are you? Come on. Come on. Thoughts and Dusty, Matthew. Can GT bounce back?
Well, that's a very specific question.
It is.
It sounded very open-ended first, thoughts on Dust 2, but then you narrowed it down in an interesting way.
I think this is like, for me, this is where G2 can really come into their own. It's a very loose play style, and they have actually got a really sick execute for the A-bomb site. T-side especially, that's where they start. They could have a great, like, 10, 11 rounds like they normally do. It's just now they'll be starting the CT half. If they lose the pistol here, I think it could go into turmoil once again. I think they get the pistol, they get a 3-0, they might be okay. They can just get the 5 or 6 they probably need. They know they can close the game out, but losing the pistol here, they always force them in the second, and they're always limited on that first gun round. That's when it's a bit of a problem. Like the old French squads, they used to be synonymous with winning those second round force fires. The upgraded pistols seemed like they'd be one of the strongest thing about these, like Envious and G2s and stuff like that. Obviously, different organizations back in the day, but that's what they were so famed for. It's like you couldn't hold them off even if you won the pistol. You could never do it. They were too strong. Doesn't really seem to be the case anymore.
Yeah, no, not at all. I guess to go back to your original question for me, thoughts on Dust 2? I think it's still the least aesthetically pleasing map in the game, but then you narrowed it down. Can G2 pull it back? Don't know. I think it's a little bit more of a map that they are comfortable on, but at the same time, Cash is not far off in their map pool. It's not, it's fairly consistent. It's level ground. And when you blow a lead as big as you do, that says there's bigger problems than the map you're playing on. It's cohesion, timings, etc. So, yeah, I'd like to think that they can, but we'll get a very quick indication of it as it appears they'll be starting on the CT side as well. So, if they can get, I'm going to say 6 rounds CT, maybe there's a chance, Henry.
A chance. Well, we'll see whether it works out for them. There will be a D starting on the CT side. Let's talk about pistol approaches for the CTs. I think the days of the 2 boost up towards short and trying to push, I think those are over. You can see every terrorist team now, they're playing a default. They're not committing towards middle at all. They're actually stacking and waiting for you to come in around the corner before they actually give you anything to work with there. And then you're sort of forced to fall back. There's someone waiting in lower B for you. I feel like those days probably are over at this point, but we'll see what GT brings to the table. They normally get 5 sets of armor on their CT side pistol. We'll see whether that rings true as we are getting into this one. The final map of this evening will be Dust 2. G2 versus Mousesports. G2 trying to bounce back from a pretty horrible outcome, I guess, on Cash after winning 10-5 in the first half and losing 11-1 in the second. But here we go then. 4 sets of armor, body with the smoke and diffuse kit. And we'll see who decides to use that. Mousesports, on the other hand, have actually got smokes, a couple of flashes, and then 3 sets of armor. So towards middle, like I said, no aggressive play towards mid area at least, but Shoxy has pushed up to upper B. That's a lot of info gathered so early on. A lot of info.
Interesting GoTV glitches around at the corner there, bobbing up and down like an Obama bobblehead. Shox is, yeah, like you're saying, a lot of information. He's known to do this. We've seen him push time and time again. You go as far back as Cloud9 qualifying for MLG, and they just got obliterated by that on so many rounds.
Shox is holding up as well. So you see Nico and Dennis actually holding in towards short. No one's spotting anything just yet. So Shox is just calling out, you don't even need to worry about B. I've got this completely locked down. Checking towards T-Spawn, just making sure everything's okay. They still have a smoke in the hands of Chris J. They'll be splitting A at this point. So RPK, Scream, Smiths on the A side, body backing up and Spawn as well. This could be quite interesting for G2. A lovely setup for them to hold this off.
Car's got to get baited in. The problem is that no one's watching Cat. They're all watching long, and they walk out. 2 players sitting there unaware. Scream, he's missed shots. A lot of shots.
What's going on with him tonight?
And that's why you get vaccinations, kid. Get your shots. Because Scream is not the sick that we normally talk about. That was just god-awful.
Yeah, that's a player not looking at him, not jumping, and a pretty simple affair. He just can't actually land the headshot that he's so famous for. Pretty disappointing stuff. That's actually a setup perfect for G2. They actually knew exactly what was going on. They knew it would be an A-sided attack. Shoxy's in lower B, checking up here as well. They know nothing's middle. They know nothing's in B tunnels. They know it's going to be long or short. They've got everything covered. And still can barely find a kill there. It's going to be a force buy in the second. Smiths is on the USP, but it's going to be a rifle heavy setup from Mousesports. RPK finds 1, but it's quickly shut down. This round is going to be over. It's going to be 2 players remaining for the CTs, Body and Shox. Body's actually towards mid doors, and just Shoxy. Molotov down on the side as well. Burning has to face at this point. There it is. Dennis efficiently takes him down. And now Body, Oscar waiting from top of middle, gets taken down by the pistol. To finish things off, we said G2 needed this pistol. Just going to bounce back and give him some confidence on the CT half, but potentially not happening here, Matty, as it will be the 3-0 almost guaranteed at this point. If you're unfamiliar with CS economy, I guess.
Yeah, if you're joining us from Overwatch this evening, sparing a few minutes to get away.
Get away from what exactly?
Don't know. If you're joining this lovely game called Counter-Strike, I know it's a newer title in the FPS genre, but yeah, we'll still teach you. You're not too late.
So basically this round, you buy nothing. You can see not a single thing purchased for G2 here. And Oscar will be landing the first scout shot, so that CD player has to go hide in lower B. Decides to face a little bit more, but he will get punished for it. Smith's getting his head ripped off. And RPK, he goes down in similar fashion. Just Shotzzy now on the A site. These rounds are very difficult for the TDs to do anything with, let alone win them. And just Oscar hitting absolutely everything. Grenade, trying to finish one of them off. Doesn't happen, but Scream just left of 18 HP.
We should start a counter for how many times Body gets tagged crossing to B tonight.
Oh, not again.
Yeah. I think he's been tagged once already, if I'm not mistaken. Scream gonna try and do what he can from far this time. I'll excuse some of the misses from that distance as it goes 3-0, but now the guns are drawn. We'll get an AWP, glass cannon on Smith's. French Rambo, perhaps? Does he go aggressive at the doors early? He's known for it, but does he do it first round?
Oscar,
apparently not. He's looking long already.
Sticking with the scout here. It's confident. He's got AK available. He wants to see if he can do anything with the lower sniper rifle here. Not a one-shot kill potential like the AWP has, so CTs potentially have some sort of advantage going into this one. It's going to be quite a slow default from the terrorists, not committing anything fast here, but they're looking at potentially a long retake, as they have got 3 players outside the doors. RPK, we talk about him being probably one of the most consistent long players in terms of going down with always at least 1 kill, it feels like, in that position, but as of late, the CT halves haven't been great for anyone on G2, so maybe that's not going to be as familiar. There we go. Scout, interesting decision to take that into the first one round.
Flash goes over. Nico peeking out the doors. As always, you touched on this. He tries to force the plays. Not getting over-aggressive this time to peek all the way to CT, though. He's just clearing out that mid position, but now he is looking to go. Shocks, the first to confront this to try and shut it down. Smith at the corner has AWP primed and ready if he goes far enough, if Nico exposes himself through that archway. But meanwhile, again, another push from G2 in the B tunnels to get information. It's Body with Shocks pushing all the way so far into Lower Dark, and Nico tagged at 15 early. This will force him to retreat, and guess what, Body? He catches him at Scream instead. All right, but they're both there, so it won't matter. That's actually well done in that sense to catch Nico out, because he's out in mid. No plan, and if it falls apart, we touched on that as well. There's not much else they can try and accomplish with this. They've got all the information now to G2, and this run has to go their way. If they can't close this, they've got some serious problems. As RPK anchors long, he's very effective there. I'd say he's probably one of the better at that position. Oscar, great shot with the scout, no less. Tagged on RPK, but he may not find these, you know. He does hit Scream. But again, 20 seconds, bomb completely triangulated, and Smith's, it's an AWP shot.
Well, it was a bit of a Hail Mary play from Mousesports, keeping that scout going forward. So, like we said, RPK stepping up in that long position, gets 3 kills after Mousesports tried that a long retake. Doesn't work out for them, but the good news is for G2, they actually managed to keep all 5 players alive. So that actually helps them. And it's not necessarily going to avoid the reset potential going forward, but it means that you can actually have a nice, healthier buy going into this one. All the grenades, still have the AWP, of course, and we'll see whether they can hold off this very important round from Mousesports here. AWP down to Smith still. It's actually on 2 for 3 right now, holding towards long. And he'll come into his own when they start executing towards short. That's when his position becomes so important in that car area.
G2 with Shocks inside of the spawn, standard formation, no one getting overly aggressive this time around toward the B tunnels. And just to make sure they don't, it's Chris J to watch the position. 4 grouping in toward mid as well right now. No one confronting RPK at long this time either. So they're already getting constricted in terms of how much map they're confident in taking, I guess you could say, from Mousesports' side, considering the position and single round that G2 have. Bomb intentionally dropped down by Xbox. This will start to probe out, find the kills, both going through mid this time, Oscar and Nico. The difference being that Oscar has the AWP to lead the charge. Better chance to get a kill in return rather than just get tagged up and caught out, as Nico did previously. Flash around the corner, it blinds up Nico, takes a shot toward the door regardless, as Nico was covering off the window so Oscar could do so. And this will just push G2 back inside the B site. Late smoke serves to allow the cross, but Body's found one in the doorway. Can't land the shot. Oscar goes down and Scream walking out. He's got 2. Bomb dropped as well. Chris J may find one to slow things down coming back in from the tunnels, but it's a 1 versus 4, and Scream stepping up largely with 4 kills.
Yep, absolutely. After a bit of a shocker in the pistol, he seems to recover here in round number 5. Holds off that B split from Mousesports. It was Pretty lackluster, I have to say, from Mouse. Is walking out, not really applying too much pressure there. CT's had plenty to work with. No vision taken away from them. The Scream facing with the AK time and time again, ripping off their head every time he faced. And there it is. It's going to be G2 finding their second. They've broken the economy of Mousesports as well. Body this time. AWP in hand, double AWP set up for G2. He's looking towards lower B. Okay, I thought surely nail that kill, but it doesn't happen. But Incendiary to hold them off. He has got backup from Smiths as well, so he should be okay for now.
Get CS go'd, Body. Spray through. Desperate times, desperate measures, all of that, trying to find a kill, but they are 2 men above, so they're not overly desperate. Body finds another kill onto Oscar. Nico with Deagle. He is lethal. He nearly finds the shot to Shox just above his right shoulder. Dennis, meanwhile, does get one onto RPK, so something to write home about. If he's still alive to write at the end of this war.
Well, Dennis has got the bomb at this point. If he can plant, that's amazing. So you can see you can jump across these back cars, and it does allow you to get a bit of a funnier angle. The AWPers may not necessarily be pre-aiming that one. They're normally watching the corner tightly. But there it is. Here's G2 now, picking up 3 rounds in a row. And we'll see whether they can continue this form. The money's starting to swell for them as well, but Mousesports certainly can buy going to round number 7. Oscar back on the AWP. What a crazy amount of impact here. Nico. Similar sort of story. It's 2 for 5 for him. But this is where they can actually afford to be a little bit more cavalier. The CTs can actually start forcing into more aggressive situations, looking for those picks and shutting down executions. But maybe a B rush coming here. Just 5 players towards B tunnels. Not going to be rushing, but still, this is the tactic we talk about, Matt. I'm almost certain of it. When Nico trying to work that kill by himself. I'm going to jump on his screen myself and see if that's what's going on. He's actually up a B with them, so maybe not. Oh, that's a good one.
This is very lovely. Oscar does it reach him all the way in the corner? Certainly does. Smoke instead. Confirms he's there, yes, okay, and you're right on that, but it allows him, okay, and crossing through it to get away, but not expose himself, as was the plan of the original Flames Throne, so they don't get the shot with the WP into him. They do get a little bit of M4 damage onto him. So Oscar on 56 as a result. Shox gonna play the inner box, the bigger box in the CT spawn, gives him the angle toward the doorway itself, but doesn't see them up at the top of the ramp. That means Scream has to go aggressive, and he only gets the 1. Down he goes. As Speedy and Nico now go to work, but Shox has poked through late. He'll get traded 1 for 1 with Chris, who's still inside of middle. Has timed it correctly, but RPK, he's taken the invitation during all of this to walk out from long. Bomb's down inside of middle. Do they see it? I imagine Smiths did, as shots go either way. It's 25 HP for Nico to go against this, as it is suddenly a rotation from RPK toward the doorway. He's not going to get aggressive. Just cover this off. Make sure Nico, when he grabs the bomb, gets caught out. 36 seconds, though. There's ample opportunity for Nico to find this shot towards CT.
2 versus 1, 30 seconds, and actually look at this kill towards Smith as well. Very patient stuff. You have to wonder why Smith was facing alone there, but still 1 versus 1. RPK left of the AK-47. Nico's low HP as well, but you can see he's trying to be a bit smarter about this one. Not just going to be committing to the plan straight away. Wants to see if RPK is going to go hunting for the kill, which he will, but he pulls out the knife at the wrong moments, and RPK, easy frag from him in the end, recovers the AWP, and 4 rounds in a row for G2. Actually, you started to look a little bit deadly here. You said if they get about 6, you felt like they could win this. Right now, they're on the precipice of getting 5, because it's going to be another eco here for Mousesports. It's going to be Deagles, PD-50s, that's about it. A couple of flashbangs. And we go into round number 8. This is looking, after losing the pistol as well, it's looking a lot more convincing for G2 at least. You have to say that Mousesports, in terms of their approach, very basic stuff, just maybe lurking around the map and not actually executing strategies or even defaults, just walking out of key positions like middle, trying to find their big players, opening things up, and G2 have just been able to exchange.
Long shutdown. I was hoping for it, Henry. I was trying to build up what was an anti-eco potential ace. 4 kills regardless from RPK. Very well done. As they just walk in to a turret. And it'll be a 5th round for G2, but Mousesports, as a result of doing so, will allow this lost round bonus to hit 5 rounds. And perhaps have done us a service as spectators, because we get the weapons drawn sooner. Oh, Body, he's tagged.
Again.
There's 1.
Right. If anyone's wondering what we're talking about, is another Pro League game against Navi and G2, and Body must have got killed or tagged for the doors. What, maybe 7 times, I think it was. Total.
Someone made a video on it,
saw that.
Strictly on that.
I saw.
And I think he even tweeted to Guardian at the end of the game saying, "I'd like to cross over to B with full health just once, please." Either way, he's tagged this time, 51 HP, but it's on A. They're going to make their initial approach, try and breach toward the site with Molotovs and smokes. Jumping up, though, the Gopher on top of the boxes, down by spawn, does get the information that they're there. So what's the response? It's to call over a 4th member. Rather than playing a 2-1-2 and having The one being CT spawn favoring A. They go for a 3-1 with CT included. And they'll let Body just anchor the B site in the event that they rotate back around, but they're not. They're committed. They're inside, and Shocks, he'll go down toward Goose. It's Smiths that has to hit something in return and cannot. Speedy finding him. Chris J finding Scream. Bomb going down, and Mousesports just absolutely annihilate them on the way through.
Bit more traditional execution there. Get some short control, go up towards an actual key choke point together instead of walking out middle, and actually doing a very good job. Chris J with the orb this time. He's going to be saving that for the double orb setup, and 3 kills with him. Body. The last player remaining, not dropping a single frag. Mousesports maybe finding a weakness in the G2 defense. He can finish things off, but G2 still have plenty of residual cash. Had some pretty clean rounds. And after losing 5 in a row, Mousesports bouncing back, double orb setup on the T side. And that was much faster and much more efficient. From, I guess, I was going to say the German side, but they only have 2 Germans now.
Yeah, it doesn't really ring true anymore, does it? We're seeing more and more a mix of European teams. Which to be, no way.
Body,
no
how many
way.
times?
There's something in his config, I'm convinced. Like, his hitbox has to be twice as wide as anyone else.
Every time.
I think at this point in time, guys, can I play A, please?
Yeah.
I'm sick of playing B. He is pretty good in the B site when he gets there.
Yeah, but he's always got 50 HP. He's got a handicap at the start of every round.
I'm so done. That is unbelievable. 2 rounds in a row. Scream. He'll be the one to get the kill, though. It's Oscar that will go down. And this is what we wanted to see in terms of variations from the AWP on the CT side. Smiths will go toward Catwalk instead, but little jiggle peek toward the corner will reveal his position. And as said, she'll have to fade away from it. Takes a little bit of confidence, potentially, out of Mousesports in trying to take that Catwalk away and set for execution on A. Bomb dropped intentionally. Smoke out on CT. Dennis will add a Molotov into the mix. Meanwhile, though, RPK has won the duel against Chris, who is continuing to try and chase down Smiths on that cat position. So 2 plays onto 4, and a lot of noise being made by Nico to get toward long. Too much noise. Shock's just staring it down with an AWP. That's Bomb. Completely covered off. This is going to be a reset for Mousesports as well, which is a huge problem because we talk about G2's struggling CT sides. If you give them the gift of money and take that which you did possess away, you're going to make it a little bit easier for them than potentially it would have been. So 6-4 already. They've got that round number that I thought would be reasonable for them.
Yeah, Mousesports trying to do what they can towards the long area there, and just the bomb getting dropped. The orb's not really having too much impact. Only finding 1 frag in total. That was on towards Shocks, but it's going to be Mousesports still with money available after the resets alone. It's going to be still an AWP in the hands of Oscar here, and Chris J back on towards the rod of the AK-47. Not again, Matt.
When we switch to him, we just hear a bullet hit the wall. I'm like, oh my God. Look how much more hesitant he was across that time. Regardless, with no damage done, it's still going to be Mousesports that get the opening kills. Chris J with 2, blinded up Smiths. He does get Nico as his vision slowly restores, goes for more, and it's Speedy he'll find, but Chris comes around and completes the hat trick, using his teammate as the meat, the bait, but it is going to be Oscar. The second man finally for Mousesports to get a kill, the 4th in total they've got on this round. He's gone down since. It's on to Scream, 1 versus 2.
Still has some footing into this round as the bomb has only just been planted. 2 players with 1 bullet potential from this M4, which we know he can be very accurate with indeed. They're both going to be turtling up on the A side as well. 1 player to face, that's Chris J, gets his head completely ripped off. 1 versus 1 now. Dennis desperately trying to cower on the side. Doesn't want to give anything away, but Scream, he can smell him on the side, but apparently Dennis catches him out, faces the exact right time, and he's going to be picking up the AWP as well. And the round saved for Mousesports there. I thought Scream had that one tied up, but he's just getting closer and closer to the bomb site.
And I mentioned the reset, it was, but the efficiency of the previous round allowed them to force again. You can still see how in tatters their money really is. So even in this round, they're going to be struggling to get guns out. And there's just enough to force in return for G2, who know the situation. So this is very much a break potential either side. Body, congratulations, my friend. You've made it to be now successfully 2 rounds in a row.
Well, then, not a great buy through either side here. You can see a UMP and a Tech 9 in the hands of Mousesports. They will be sending 5 players towards the B tunnels once again. It's probably a good call. They know it's not going to be a possibility, but Body's waiting for them. Fully blind, he will be taken down as well. But Scream lines them up, gets 2. It's going to be an equal exchange for now. 3 versus 3. CT's rotating in. 1 going towards T-spawn as well. There's plenty of utility available for the terrorists. So Molotovs towards the window traditionally, smokes at the door, and you have someone covering towards tunnels. That's actually going to be Dennis for now as he listens out for T-Spawn, but shocks everything's up at the 5-7. Headshot gets a double, in fact. Now it leaves us on to Dennis, and they know exactly where he is.
Dennis, though, does know exactly where Shocks is. It's such a hard shot. Yeah, exactly. Not only do you have just your head showing, you get to go back and forth. You hold him off. The defuse already coming in. 6-6. Or rather, take that back. Sorry, 7-5. Had it backwards as we snapped to the replay, and my mind couldn't keep it all stored in one place. It gets a little cluttered sometimes, Henry.
It does.
People talk to me in my head.
7-5. Are they from a certain video game?
No, but right now you'd expect that they might be.
Yes, I think you probably imagine yourself to be in that world sometimes.
I wish. It sounds so much nicer than this one.
On that note, let's get back into this. It's going to be round number 13. It will be an eco this time for Mousesports. Couldn't find too much with that simple B execution. They were so good at those simple A takes of the smoked and flashbangs. I'd like to see more of that, but this time they do manage to pick up an opening kill. It's going to be Oscar picking up the rifle here, and Scream has gone down. He was aggressive, but leaving his teammate alone towards the B side. See a rotation from Shocks and towards CT Spawn, and it will be an A attack this time. They have got a couple of flashes. This could be good. Smith's on the A side. If he gets flashbangs coming towards him, misses that first shot, there's a chance, and the run boost is coming.
See if they nail it. Pickups are annoying. I feel bad for you. Okay, that... like how Oscar's like, I'll just stay on your head. It's fine. Maybe you can run boost me toward mid where Shocks is coming. And he gets there. That is a clever peek so fast. Drops bomb, gets away. He's isolated himself behind the box. They can't double peek him.
Oh, no.
He gets two and Body shows up to bail him out. That is the most awkward exchange.
Wow. So they have a huge advantage there. They've got the CTs on the ropes in terms of the man pick at the start and pushing up towards it on the shorts area, and then Shoxy with the perfect flank coming in, gets on towards Xbox, finds that first shot, and the timing from Body coming in lower B as well. It's so perfect. Just as Shocks makes himself unhittable as he's dancing around the mid doors. Shocks and Body comes in and sprays them all down. So lovely stuff. It's going to be 8-5 there, and another long retake from RPK by himself this time. Pushes through the smoke. Dennis gets the opening frag. 5-4, and Shocks is still there with the AWP this time. A double AWP setup for the French side.
Double up setup again. Shocks and Smith's not Body this time. Scream all the way through T-spawn. This could be actually quite good because they're not getting anywhere at long. And even if they want to go back and try and evaluate middle, they've got to go by that T-spawn position that Scream is soon going to occupy. Good shot from Shocks. He'll take down Oscar to start it off. 4 plays to 4 as a result of this. And even though the first pick did go Mousesports' way, you can see it on X-Ray. Scream's just waiting for them to come back the other direction. Nico, he finds him and takes him down. So double op stays up, but they've only got the 1 and 4 in the hands of Body. He's over at B. Smith's, another shot missed. Molotov on Shock, 6 HP. He's found by Chris J, but Smith's, he's managed to get 1 bomb down. Just has to hold the angle, can't find the second shot to follow up. AKs, all 3 in hand right now for Mousesports. But Dennis will drop down, grab bomb, and then AWP. Swap it over, try and change things up and catch them off guard, potentially G2. Speaking of caught off guard, it's Body, but he gets the gun redrawn. Nico goes down, and it serves to a dead even situation. 2 plays to 2. 35 seconds left up toward the A side, and Smith's, he needs to hit them now more than ever. Spots the first player. Likes to wait for a better position, better peek, potentially, and he does have Speedy taken down. Jumps back up for the second one as well. Now he's coming to live on Dust 2.
Yeah, we said he would. And this time it's going to be 3 kills after RPK went all in towards long by himself. He gets back up from his teammates, a double AWP setup, paying dividends for G2. As the round number 15 comes in, there's no money available for Mousesports. So we talked about this at the beginning, Matt. G2, famed for being very good on the T side on Dust 2, and that's being lackluster every single time, not just in Dust 2, the CT halves across the board so far from what we've seen in this online season. But they seem to be posting very decent numbers indeed here on the second map of the evening. It's going to be 9 rounds, potentially 10, considering Mousesports have pistols across the board for 3 Deagles, 2 Tech 9s, and some utility. I guess a Beast player is probably the first protocol here for Mousesports, as Shoxy does hear something towards middle. Smoke on Xbox, so potential A split considering the setup now.
Oh, okay. Minor dink. It must have gone through the edge of the door, but when you hear that noise, you always have a little skip in your heart to think you might have just cost yourself. Either way, it Scream left on 88 HP as a result. Chris J, 72. And Nico will get flamed away from the mid doors. Smith has to go large and in charge. Once more, missing the shot up close, and Speedy's got him. Another pivotal moment. All right, I can't call him out too much. He did have an excellent round in the last, but Missing the shot there, and they swarm him, they overwhelm him. It's RPK that has to make up for it, rotating back in from long with the rifle, but that's gonna give Nico a chance to try and walk in, catch them off. Great deagle shot, the body. All other responsibilities done, boxes checked off, and it's a 10-5 scoreline again for G2.
Well, they've done it, and it's actually pretty convincing half, you have to say. Actually started off a little bit quiet, and then getting into it, Mousesports, equal game to kick things off, and then G2 kept grinding away. The double orb setup seemed to be working out very nicely for them indeed. Hit and miss, but towards the end, G2 ran away with it. So they've actually set themselves up a real nice foundation here going into the second half. We know they're very good on the T side. It's really, they come into their own. Lots of executions, lots of aggressive plays. Scream seems to be hitting shots, and Smith's arrived as well. So hopefully we can see them take this one. That sounds biased, but I'd like to see them come into some sort of form here, you know.
Well, we did say if they could have a decent CT side, there would be a chance. CT side is done. We'll swap it over for halftime number 2, but not before we catch our breaths. We'll be right back. Welcome back once more as we conclude the evening, the final half of what has been an excellent night, another good night, the 9th night of ESL Pro League Season 4. It's G2 and Mousesports in their second of 2 maps. Mousesports did take the first on an excellent comeback, but CT side out of the way, it's G2 with a great lead here. 10-5 is where we sit right now, Henry.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the first time we've seen G2 have a big lead on the City half, probably all this season in the 9 days you talked about. So hopefully they can actually convert this to a victory just to kind of show them it wasn't a one-off half, that they can actually convert this into a T-side success as well, which I think they're more than capable of. Their T-side, as discussed before in the break, very good at executing. They kind of defined how that execution should be. I think a lot of teams have copied how they actually do it. It's so strong. But we go into the pistol now. G2, 3 sets of armor. Smiths with the Tech 9 and Scream, of course. He did it so many times. Scream opening up that B side, but I think Mousesports will be aware of it. I would love to see him just get that 1 dig once again. Let's see if he can do it.
Headshot nearly goes into the back of Smiths from Scream with the deagle. Well, there you go. It's aggressive. It's in the site already. And G2, RPK, he's been showing form on pistols as of late, I have to say, which is great to see from G2 because they need pistols. We talked about their influence, and specifically on halves when they struggle, it's body to close it out. They line up, and it's a double headshot from the Glock. It's almost flawless from G2 as they walk into the B site. 11-5 now, and again, T side. Good start. We might be done quicker than we would have expected here.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the same pistol they've run every single time we watch them play Dust 2 here. Scream at the deagle, a couple of Tech 9s, some Glocks. They have 1 smoke when they get in the side as well to deny the retake. And you'd think something so simple shouldn't be so effective, but they wait for there's not a rush, right? They're waiting for the initial utility to be used, and the CT's facing for the platform. They've got 5 terrorists looking at them. They're obviously going to be taken down if they face too much there, and this time it's GT prevailing with not a single frag drop. But Mousesports, interesting enough, not fully forcing into this one. There's one set of body armor purchase for Nico, and it is an ace stack for the CT, so this could get interesting. And once again, towards long, this is where GT will be trying to get the majority of their frags, but Shoxy towards middle gets a rotating Dennis, and now they have got the advantage as well. They'll probably call to fall back after spotting so many players on that A side. Smith's got control of middle. Let's get in B tunnels and let's get towards B together. Good call, and Shoxy holding the perimeter in no man's land in middle.
Shox is behind the door, waiting. Already through middle, is going to catch off Oscar with the Mach 10, and smoke follow-up. They won't be able to do much. That is one of the most chaotic sounds in the world when there's two of them firing together, isn't it? It sounds like a V8 engine where the cylinders are slightly out of timing. Or the header's cracked. It's just so uneven and rough sounding. Body, he'll drop down and take out Speedy. It's going to be 12-5 and another great round. AK kept alive. Smiths does go down, but what does he go for? Potentially, if I were them right now, if you want to bring out an AK, potentially drop him over one of the SMGs, let him build up the cash, and have someone else, potentially Shox, buy it out, or have Shox drop it, I guess you could do as well later on.
They pulled another Mach 10 by the looks of things. So they're going to have that one AK, and this could be interesting going forward, but I think Mousesports just want to have that stronger bar. Oh, look at this.
Double? Oh, I didn't make it.
That could have been fun. But 5 USPs, Mousesports is trying to make sure they didn't get body armor. That's all really on one player, I think it was Nico. They're just trying to make sure they had enough to work with going into the first gun round. That's actually quite important. If there are this amount of SMGs carried across into the next round, they'll have head armor to at least negate those. So it could be quite an interesting factor, as there will be one player remaining. Who's that? It's going to be Speedy. Trying to do what he can with the USP. Probably will get a skill, you know. Yeah, there it is. Shox goes down. So that's going to be another AK actually coming into the next round. So actually, okay, and another. So at least 3 AKs come into the next round. Actually, probably benefits GT a little bit, you know, just the fact that they are going to have heavier firepower in terms of the rifle instead of 3 SMGs, or 4 SMGs, I think it was. All purchased by Smiths as well, so just one. Well, here we go then. The all-important first gun round. If GT pick this up, it'll be 14-5, and then horrible money situation for Mousesports. So this is a very crucial round for them. Let's see what they can do with it. Oscar on the AWP, of course. And we'll see whether he actually decides to face. Going to be watching long. The standard setup for Mousesports for now. Dennis and Chris J patrolling B, and a fast mid player, Shoxy, just fearless towards middle, spawning towards CT spawn.
Shox leaves an opening, walks out, gets the shot on Dennis, though. That's lovely. To avoid the damage as well from CT, but Nico's still there. Scream will get him late with the UMP, but he's found body as he walks toward the B site. It's Oscar trying to fire back through and catch anyone who dares still be in the open. But I dare say, writing on the wall, round over. They'll have to hold on to the AWP and the M4, try and carry it over for what will be the 5th round of the second half, and already it's stacking up in G2's favor as they'll collect the first 4 rather. Convincingly, again here, they've got a 2-man advantage. They'll keep 4 players alive, build up the bank for the long run, the long haul, and I think at this point as well, if I'm not mistaken, I just bring it up here. Okay, so they've got one, well, now they do have 2 rounds in hand, essentially, at this point in time. Yeah. RPK and Smith's the only ones who really don't.
They know if they find these last too many players, this is pretty much game over. If an AWP is saved in the hands of someone like Oscar, that makes it a little bit more complicated. This is a nice boost from Speedy. If he gets flash out the problem, he should be able to pick up this first kill, maybe in second as well. There it is, yeah. Well, hold on to. And this makes things at least viable for this round. I think Mousesports have no option but to buy into this. A pause comes in. I assume this will be tactical at this stage. They have a very interesting decision to make. They're going to have to force, I think. I think that goes without saying. So yeah, Mousesports tactical pause. Open one hand of Oscar, and then Speedy with the M4. They can probably force up. Speedy can drop an M4. And Oscar could do the same, just about. He's got 3100. So there he goes. So they're balancing things out now. This is like, they're doing all the maths basically. They're working out what's the most efficient way to buy into this crucial round. Take the pause and make sure they're getting the most bang for their buck. Exchanges have been made. But G2 looking to close things out right here, right now. They know the money's not great for Mousesports, but saving the AWP, like I said. And someone like Oscar, that could be enough.
So we'll allow them the moment to contemplate the best course of action back into this game, if there is one. Not many kills on that Mousesports side, is there? Chris J leads the way. 15 kills for him, but everyone else single digits, despite that we're on the 19th round.
The final buy is coming, I should say.
Did I just hear a phone? Oh, it sounds like the dial tone ringing. Must be a static connection somewhere.
It's like a fax machine. Maybe a fax is coming in.
Rushley, is that you?
Well then, AWP for Oscar. Chris J with the M4, same for Dennis. There is a UMP in the hands of Nico. Probably want to give someone over his caliber the rifle, but you know, we'll see what happens with that. Tons of money available for G2. So even if they don't win this round, they have a successful one. They get that's like a 1v1. It's going to be pretty interesting to see how Mousesports can actually bounce back from this. Full investment into this, of course. The unpause comes in. G2, as I mentioned, if they win this one, it's going to be all sorts of trouble for the CTs coming back. But here we go. Double AWP set up on the T side.
Shocks. Ooh, nearly does get a tag.
Okay.
Okay, exactly. Goes back forward. Oscar's already got it lined up, so all he did is give up the first shot and the angle. They're going to go on the B site regardless. Chris goes down. Good entrance from Scream. Very good entrance, because now this pulls back what was lost in that initial exchange at mid. Dennis forced out of the site. He's going to try and go back. That's terribly thrown. I can be Twitch chat. Watch this. NA flash. As the smoke out of the door, Nico's going to try and push through it. There's 3 people in front of him. We see it. He doesn't. He'll find it, though, as the UMP gets the headshot. Rather, not the headshot. Next shot on RPK. Whatever it is, it's a kill. It's effective. But they've still got to do a lot more than that to take the site back. This is so chaotic. And Nico, he may be the victor in all of it. He does get a kill on Smiths, but that's all he'll find. Body. He trades it immediately back. There's still full HP, though, on Speedy and Oscar. And they are in the B tunnels. I think they're aware of this, though. Scream, he's still considering the doorway, but a flashing, quick check. Don't leave your back exposed in that position when you have no idea where they are. They now look. AWP goes down. That's the hard job done, but 6 HP. Body's just going to book it to the A site.
Well, this is where the mind games begin. Obviously, the correct forward BA is going definitely towards A, but Body, he's outplayed by Speedy, very aware, checking every possibility. And everybody overthinking that situation. 6 HP, trying to catch him out as he would be rotating potentially there, but actually gets caught in his own game. But like I said, if it comes down to a 1v1 like it just did, the money still is going to be a trouble for Mousesports. They managed to salvage an AWP, but the reinvestment for the rest of the team, it's going to be difficult for them to get AKs. I mean, well, M4s, as you say, across the board. We'll see what they do manage to get. So there's a Famous, lacking kits, no incendiaries. Chris J with nothing at all in terms of utility. So Oscar, once again, he was good for the first pick in the previous round. Can he replicate the success? As it's another long take from G2. Smokes have failed, though, horribly. So does give a little bit more vision than they're used to, CTs.
Boost up at elevator. To the penthouse for Oscar. Unfortunately, there's no party just yet. He's not invited to the penthouse. Now he's got his entrance. As it's going to be Shocks that goes down. Smiths. He's just tempting fate with this AK, trying to clear out the corner. Does push them back. Flash as well, nearly catching the dropping CT as Oscar's going to bring his AWP back out. Kenny has style on that wall. We saw him try that with Envious multiple times last week. Doesn't find the shot. This forces 2 players down towards CT, which has a massive opening, but there's no smokes, which therefore can actually still be an opportunity for Oscar to find a shot. You would have thought 2 players in CT means they almost give up and concede to the retake. They're going to throw a bomb to try and make that the case, but Smith is so scared. It's okay, little boy. You'll be okay. I believe in you.
What's that Molotov going to do?
That... You're trying to use the incandescence to blind the vision, I guess?
I guess it's kind of an interesting idea.
I guess
out for now.
Take no chances, but 14-6. They've got bomb down. There's still 5 players alive from Mousesports who are waiting for that bomb plant as well.
Well, then the retake begins. They've got an HE to work with. Still the man advantage, and they have got an AWP as well against 4 AKs out of G2. 2 of them turtling up towards Goose. Going to be a very important round. Full restep for Mousesports so they don't win it.
First shot, Oscar. Successful, but RPK and Body. They'll pull it back, and Body doubly so. Takes down Speedy. He's got another. It's Dennis, but Chris Jane here. Now in a one-on-one in Body. He's got positional control. He turns back. It's another 4K for him. He's been great at the clutches on T-side.
Absolutely has. The T-side has been tremendous for Body throughout the evening on Cash. Although he didn't win the game, his T-side efforts were noted throughout the series. Very impressive stuff from him, and wins another 1v1, and that hosts some very good numbers as well. 15-6 now. Mousesports, like I said, that was a crucial round for them. And Smiths, he finds Oscar, who's trying to heroically find that first pick with the scout at the start of the round. Not meant to be this time. Now it's up to Chris J and 3 Deagles as they are aggressively pushing off. This should be over now. It's unimaginable to think they can actually do anything with the Deagles. The Scream finds another headshot. 5 versus 3. The scout in hand of Chris J. Pretty much the last line of defense if there's going to be any hope of winning this round.
RPK RPK waiting patiently. We'll find Dennis in a peculiar position, not something you would commonly look at, but Chris Scout, ooh, that was almost dead on the head, you know. As Scream will get the shot in. Response to it, though, the mist coming through, and Speedy gets a deal, at least adding something, some flavor in our mouths, but we'll only salivate for so long, as Body will get the final kill, appropriately so. I think he's had an excellent evening, even if they only pick up the one map, but it is one map, and again, it's a recovery season for them. They had a very slow start. So it's great to see that they're still kind of grinding away in that sense.
Yeah, much better result there for G2. Dust 2, we know it's one of their best maps in the pool. This time the CT side a lot more convincing, and the T side business as usual. That's what you come to expect from GT on the T side. So 2 very different results in both series tonight, actually. In the first game, we saw VP actually...
I think VP's traded a map every single night, haven't they?
Yeah, it feels like 1-1 is pretty much part of the course at the moment. But I think that's enough from us, Matthew. Why don't we throw it over?
Certainly is. I'm out. I'm done. I am certainly done.
On that note, Mitch, take it away.
It's always hard to know who's throwing on that caster desk sometimes.
Well, who's the pitcher and who's the catcher?
Yeah. Well, that was sulphurous there as well. Okay, so onto Dust 2 there as well. G2, you talked about them earlier on in the game as well. Expected more from them here. Did you expect them to have such a solid-looking CT side here?
Definitely not. I mean, not looking how they played recently Pro League, I wouldn't expect them to get 10 rounds. I expected them to, play better than they did on Cash. But they, you see why Dust 2 is their strongest map. It's where Smith is in his element. It's his favorite map as well. We saw Scream in that, second gun round, pretty much getting the 4 headshots when Mousesports tried the mid to B split, and already there you could get a sense, all right, this is not going to be, a weak CT side for G2.
Yeah, and credit elsewhere, Body, again, this guy coming up with the big kills. A lot of it came into the T side, I guess, a couple of the clutches really showing through, but everyone from G2 individually having a far greater impact throughout this one. RPK having a couple of moments on long throughout it. And their CT side was far more robust. It's a huge buffer for them to have in comparison to their previous games where they seem, completely a shambles. But to flip the switch as well, Mousesports seemed to lack a lot of the punch that they came in with on the first map.
Well, yeah, definitely a much softer performance from these guys here on that map. We saw some individual moments there as well, especially from Oscar and Nico yet again. Not enough, though, this time, interestingly enough. So that's the way that series is going to go. It's going to be 16-10 in favour of G2 Esports. That was the score, and the score is also an app you can get on your iPhone and on your Android device. I've actually preempted the production crew here as well. They don't even have a lower third ready for it. But guys, realistically, do jump and grab that one as well, because we've got NA matches coming on later tonight. And if you're from Europe, you're probably going to be having a sleep. If you do want to keep up to date with the scores and keep your CSGO brain ticking over like a well-oiled machine, that is definitely the good way to keep it nice and lubricated. But let's have a look now over the rest of the night. Already, we've obviously had 4 matches just with that last one to finish things off. But to start things off, guys, it was an interesting affair to say the very least here. I mean, both teams trading maps tonight, but yeah, 7-16 and 16-7 between Dignitas and Virtus Pro.
Yeah, we got a glimpse of the plow on the first map there, Dust 2. Virtus Pro got off to a phenomenal start. Dignitas just looked like they were reeling almost, and then Dig kind of came into their own on the second map there on Mirage. You started to see the classic things that people like to see, and then Virtus Pro just didn't quite have enough answers to it just yet.
And we did see a little bit of an error there as well. It was 16-10, the final score between Mousesports and G2. But let's have a look at what's coming up later as well. Still plenty of matches going to be coming thick and fast towards us now as well. This is what's going to be happening on the NA region, of course, later today. Renegades up against SK in those first 2. Got a couple of Dust 2 and Nuke Fest there as well.
I like how symmetrical it looks as well. It's like, it's nice.
It's quite nice, yeah. Obviously, Aussie teams as well there, of course. Winter Fox recently picked up in the Australian region. Imagine, who was previously with Immunity, sort of being the core of that roster. So it'll be interesting to see how they sort of start to perform as well. We have a look at the standings after tonight, because we definitely raised a few questions about where G2 would be sitting. And, well, not bad, guys, but still 8 losses there. Can't be a great sign for them.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, they really need to step up. We were kind of referencing it that probably 8 is the maximum number of losses you could afford if you want to have a chance at qualifying for the finals. And G2 is already at that number with 8 games, no? 10 games still to play. Yeah. So, I mean, it's going to be hard getting through the rest of the league without a single loss.
Yeah, not ideal. You see Mousesports at 3-3, obviously not having played as many games as some of their counterparts in the league, so a chance for them to still break into that top echelon there. Is it more than 10 games?
12 games.
Yeah.
12 games. 13
you
teams.
Took the risk.
13 games, 2 times 26, minus 14 equals 10.
You're a brave man. I'm not even considering. I'll just blindly agree with whatever you say.
Mass on stream's a thing, guys. But tomorrow, it's going to be an interesting little battle. Here's going to be Mini Navi against Big Navi on the maps you kind of like to see them on. Customs here for both of them is going to be trained then over towards Overpass, which we just haven't seen much of at all this season so far. And then Mousesports versus NIP. Yanko, have you got a pick of the night for those matches?
Oh, definitely the Score Esports hot match of the week. No, I mean, but something's weird. I remember, I think one of the Mouse players tweeted out a couple of days ago that they are going to play 2 times Cash against NIP, but maybe they were mistaken because we just saw that they were going to play Cobble and Cash. So not a good pool for Mouse, to be honest.
And Michael being in NIP, first time we're going to get to see that being played out, I'm pretty sure. So that's going to be pretty exciting, him coming into. So Doppelin did a great job. I think he wasn't, a high flyer. I don't think you could say, he went above and, beyond everyone else, but he certainly did very well for himself. He held his own. But I know a lot of the people out there are sitting there, very happy to see this player coming back towards the lineup. There'd be a lot to be said about it, how he fit in personality-wise with the team. Sure. Certainly a big point to pull up. But again, lot to be seen on that one. Very exciting match.
We also get to see Navi after that intense boot camp with Escape back in the saddle. I mean, they have a 4-0 scoreline, so if they manage to get 2 against Flipside, they're sailing.
Yep.
That's right. That will be an interesting matchup as well, especially because of how the teams understand each other and how they all play around them. Flipside definitely need a win here as well, but Navi are unlikely to give up any more games. Guys, let's wrap things up for tonight. We can go our separate ways and just forget all of this ever happened, but maybe just the results can stick in your head, or you can look at the table. That's also fine. It's been a pleasure to have you with us tonight. We're going to be back tomorrow night, 7 p.m. for our last match day of the week. You already saw the matches coming up. They're going to be pretty darn good. And later on, if you are a EU viewer or you're tuning in from NA, stay tuned, of course, because the NA Pro League is coming up just around the corner. But for that, we are done. So good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
He's going to get the 1 kill in that bomb coming onto the zone. FNX has to stand up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my God, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this ult is still. Oh,
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!